First of all, you've got to be incredibly passionate about the sport and put a lot of time and effort in to raise awareness and create enthusiasm and a buzz around your touch club. Number two, it has to be fun. You get, one chance to make a first impression, and when people come, they've got to feel that they're having a good time and it's all inclusive. And the third thing now, I would say, is you've always got to be promoting, and you've definitely got to look at social media. We are exploring Facebook ads, and we're promoting like mad all the time.
Get as many people involved as possible, give them the opportunity to play, and give them the opportunity to enjoy it. We started out and it was just all about having fun to begin with, and once been playing for a year or so, that's when we really decided to take things on to the next level.
I think it's just having patience. It's not going to come overnight. If you can keep your senior players engaged, as well as constantly looking to develop and introduce new players, because you're always going to get players who leave for one reason or another. Having that conveyor belt of talent to come through is really helpful. You just got to work hard, and it will pay off in time.
From a point of view of growing the sport, bringing as many children down with their parents and getting an all-inclusive, fun environment that anybody can have a go in, and focus on that, of building the baseline of as many players as you can. Don't worry about trying to go through the ranks and put the best team out there. I think build from the base upwards.
So I'd say to keep your competitive side and your social side. Don't go too much down one avenue of having solely one or solely the other. With the social side, your performance side always sort of flourishes with this, and also vice versa. It's always good to have the competitive side and part of it knowledge on your social side.
Keep the player base interested. It's not all about, right, I want us to get from A to B and we're going to do it with these steps. We're going to coach this and then this and then that. Keep it a bit fluid. Like, you don't always have to start off with loads and loads of drills to get people into playing touch. I mean, you can just play rugby, netball, something simple. Just get people used to handling a rugby ball. Not everybody has come into this sport, playing lots of rugby. They may not have the same hand-eye coordination that others have. Just get everyone onto a level with some more casual games.
Here at Pershall we've started a third age touch section, which folks that are retired or got limited fitness, they can come and play, and it's just been so popular, really popular.
Never stop learning, Sammy.
The idea is inclusivity. We want to make sure that anybody, no matter what the problems are, can play. So we've got ladies who've never played before, we've got people with medical ailments, we've got people who are not very mobile. We want to include them all. So we've tried to amend the rules, adjust the rules, to make it possible for everybody to play. We don't expect everybody to be a wonderful player. We just try to ref it to everybody's abilities.
Didn't know anybody to start with, and then, you know, I've got to know lots of people. It's very inclusive. I like the fact that it's mixed, men and women. It's very active, it's good fun, and I just like being part of a proper game that we're actually running.
We seem to just run around and have a great chat, great fun, and then afterwards, nice coffee and a chat. Yeah, makes it nice. I don't know if you enjoyed the meal, but everyone just got to it, put the plates out, picked it all up. Yeah, it's a nice feeling.
Yeah, I hadn't picked a rugby ball up for over 57 years, so decided that to give it a go and gave myself a surprise.
Well, I've got 3 older brothers and 3 sons, so I didn't like the idea of joining the WI, and touch rugby sounded a good alternative, and Di suggested it to me.
I always wanted to play rugby, but they wouldn't let me at school.
I'm hoping that will be kind of like rolled out across other clubs as well. You know, the model here, you seem to be really useful and good, get lots more people playing. We've got little ones literally playing touch here as well, and you know, we've got a really big junior touch section, so I just think it's going to grow more and more with more people seeing that this is a great way to run about with a rugby ball out in the fresh air and have fun.
Great play, well done.
Camelot Jesters are in a very shape.
After an excellent elite national touch series that saw drama right up until the last, the NQ Rebels were very close to an undefeated season in the women's competition yesterday, but the London Eagles, after 3 tries, have finally got the better of them, and the title was shared. In the men's competition, it was the London Scorpions who became the overall champions, but Old Wesley Touch winning 2 out of the 3 tournaments as they beat the Scorps in a compelling men's final yesterday. What can happen today, though, in the Development National Touch Series Round 3? Once again, the final round of fixtures this year of this competition. In the men's competition, it looks like PFT will be the side to beat. They've won back-to-back men's National Touch Series titles in this development phase of the competition. They are looking to get promoted and move into the elite competition. They'll have to win this event overall, We'll see if they can do that today. We'll see them on stream later on. And in the women's competition, it's going to be a battle between Revolution and Oxford. Both teams are on 40 points overall standings in this series, and it could mean an absolute showdown between the two of them. And also don't forget the Wigan Warriors, who won last time out. They're on 36 points, and if they can do the business again, they could still take the overall title, winning the plate competition in round 1, and now they're looking to win back-to-back cups here in 2 and 3. A very good morning to you from what is a chilly Oxford, actually, from where we were yesterday. It is temperature dropped a little bit to about 11-12 degrees, but it is seemingly very good weather for touch rugby. Wherever you are around the world watching the stream, we welcome you, and we hope that you have a fun day with us here. Lots of games to bring you. 6 games this morning. I'll give you the rundown of that now. 10:30, Oxford Touch will take on Camelot Jesters. Camelot's first appearance in the Men's Development National Touch Series. It's great to have them with us. 11 o'clock, it will be Chester Cheetahs against the Cheltenham Tigers, and in the women's competition. And then PFT will take on the Titans. We'll see our first look at PFT as they go for 3 straight Men's Development National Touch Series titles. London Vipers against Crewe and Nantwich will then follow at 12 o'clock in the men's competition. Also in the men's competition will be Cheltenham Tigers against St Albans at 12:30. And then our final pool game of the morning will be at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, as Nottingham Hoods take on Bristol Jets in Pool C of the women's competition. We'll then have 7 games for you in the afternoon after a short lunch break. It'll be one of the plate quarter-finals in the men's competition first up at 2 o'clock. At 2:35, it'll be a Women's Cup quarter-final as well at 2:35. 3:10, we'll see one of the games from the Women's Bowl round robin. And then at 3:45, one of the Cup semi-finals in the men's competition. At 4:20, semi-final action in the Women's Cup. And then we'll decide our winners at 5 to 5 and 5:30 respectively in the Men's Cups and the Women's Cup. Oxford Touch though and Exeter Eagles is our first game of the day in the women's competition here in Pool B. And I should say, Jonathan, alongside you to describe all the action, or attempt to at least to the best of our ability, with a rotating cast of co-coms throughout the day. Our final day of Development National Touch Series action. Oxford, do not forget, have come second in both of the competitions so far overall. Runners up both times. They are looking to go one better than the previous 2 attempts and win this event and win the overall Women's National Touch Series development competition. What can they do to start us off here? They are in the blue, attacking right to left, the left to right, excuse me, as we look, and that is actually a 5th touch straight away. So a solid start there for Oxford Touch. They are, as I say, second on the list. They are looking for a they're looking for that there, and it's going to be a turnover straight away for Exeter as we look. And joining us here on comms this morning, Chris Wearmouth has popped into the box to start us off as he always does in the morning. A very good morning to you. How was your drink of choice this morning? Your iced coffee from a certain coffee maker that rhymes with Darbucks.
Cold and caffeinated, which is how I like it when the weather's like this. And there's been a second one here at Oxford as well, because it's of course these always end up being long evenings as well when you're processing when you've got 2 tournaments back to back. So spending time at home last night going through photos and video from last night or from yesterday, and we had a fantastic day of action. We had a fantastically dramatic day of action yesterday. I'm sure you touched on it already in the preamble, Jarlath. But hopefully we won't have to go to any coin tosses or last scheduled drop-offs.
I want more drop-offs, definitely. If you weren't watching yesterday, we had two teams. It was Wigan Warriors and the London Galaxy, who had scored the same amount of tries, had conceded the same amount of tries, and drew in their final game between the two of them as well. So we had to settle that with a drop-off, and it wasn't Wigan's day yesterday. They were beaten in a couple of real close games. It just didn't feel like it was going to be their day. But will it be Oxford's day today is the big question. 2 minutes gone in this, remember as well, 10-minute halves, not 15 if you were watching yesterday, 10 minutes in the development series. But as I was touching on there, Chris, a huge day this for Oxford, because even though they've only come second in both of the cases, I say only come second in comparison to coming first, they can still win this National Touch Series, and Revolution will be doing everything they can to stop them. Yeah, and so the two of them, they will be going they've gone neck and neck all the way through the competition, and while Wigan won last time out in Burton, essentially it's going to be a similar thing that we saw yesterday between NQ Rebels and London Scorpions, in terms of who finishes higher up in the overall standings today will win the overall series. And Oxford are setting things up quite nicely, although that's going to be given as a ball to ground, although Oxford are claiming that was played up by Exeter, and that's exactly what has referee Dom, the referee, has agreed with in the end, and it's given Oxford a fresh set of 6. They're really going to need to come away from this with a try. And no, this touch is given. Yeah, touch is being called from a player who was onside. Although Oxford were thinking that the Exeter players who made the touch were offside, but they obviously got back to the line. Dom's a little bit closer than we are. But I'm expecting some games to go to drop off in the knockout stages today. We've seen an extraordinarily competitive first score of the day. And that goes to Amanda Grenville-Jones. Lovely pass inside there from Hester Williams, as she moves it onto the left-hand side. And to be fair, they've had all the possession so far, have Oxford Touch, and finally put away was Amanda Grenville-Jones for the first score of the day. Yeah, that was coming. Oxford had just camped out in those early stages on the Exeter line, and they've got a fair amount of experience with England seniors and masters women within their ranks. Exeter are a little bit less experienced. They're a lot younger, but that's what the Development National Touch Series is all about, whether it's mixed or single gender. And certainly the youngsters from Exeter, I mean, the two mids in particular, now up against Lou Rickard and Marnie Wills, who are two of the most experienced players on the circuit, and they can only learn from this. And they're showing some really good skills already, just to build up that pressure. But it's going to take something. They're just going to really need to drive hard at Oxford and keep it simple. Don't try anything too elaborate, but just drive hard and try and get through that Oxford midfield, because you're going to force a mistake just like that. I was just going to say, actually, Marnie Wills, we were talking with Mel Day a couple of weeks ago, actually, down in Burton, and she was saying that she's only just come back from having a baby as well, so it's not a bad effort to come straight back out here and play the Development National Touch Series. So a couple of weeks, so a fair few years ago, so that's Marnie's second child. When she had her first, let's let this attack play out with Exeter, and then I'll tell you the rest of that story. A little bit like Test Match Special, this. Emily Coulter's available there. That's where she takes this ball now. They set up nicely on the 7 here. They're going to try and drive it on. Opportunity again. Back to Coulter, and unfortunately just couldn't quite get through the hands there. And that's going to be a turnover. Yeah, though Exeter were setting up a nice little attack there, and especially with Oxford having two players up there to make the touch. Anyway, finally about Marnie. So when she had her first child, is that she was still nursing Ella Rose, and she would. This was at a juniors nationals in the West Midlands somewhere, and she would interrupt nursing to go and referee a game and then come back to it. This was when Ella was kind of a few weeks old. Dedication, mate. Dedication. That is dedication to the Touch family. But we've always said it's one huge family, this, and it's great to see as Harps tries to go through, and I think the referee there might have said that he got in the way of that a little bit there, Dom. Yeah, he certainly got his. He got a few miles into the legs yesterday. I think a lot of the referees did. Quite a fair few of them are backing up from yesterday's elite. Chance here then for Oxford to move that ball back out to the wing. That's exactly what they do, and that'll be the 6th touch there. Unfortunately, Katrina Hubbard just couldn't quite get there, but it's a chance here for Exeter. but they are quite a long way away, and they're also quite a long way from the sub box at the moment as well.
Yeah, they've really got to work hard to get up to the 10-metre line to get players coming in, and we're seeing Exeter are really having to work really hard to get their players onto the pitch, and they're all coming in behind the play, and Oxford are just shutting this down in the Exeter half. Just one final one about Marnie is that she is instrumental in setting up Galaxy London and making it the club that it is today. Her and her partner Dougie have moved out to to Oxfordshire, and they're now playing a really important role in part in the Oxford club in terms of bringing them on. And Dougie's also with EY London Vipers on the men's side today. So, but Marnie's done so much to grow this sport in this country, and we owe people like her a massive debt of thanks and a massive gratitude, so that when England Touch, when we announce our 2020's vision in the next few weeks, it's built on the foundations that have been set.
This is why touch rugby is such a fantastic sport. People like Marnie, and there's many of them around, that have really set the platform for this country, because as we're watching this women's game here, Chris, and I know we divulge a little bit from the game, but we must talk about the wider game, because I tell you something, that yesterday watching that NQ Rebels, London Eagles and London Scorpions trio just go at it back to back to back. There were all three of them just not giving in. All three of them just producing some fantastic touch, and you could see the joy in the face of the London Eagles team yesterday. And the game of the women's touch game at the minute is just standard, is just off the chart.
Yeah, it's going from strength to strength. It's not that long ago where it was the elite women's in particular was Scorpions, Eagles, Hot Custard, Galaxy, and Cambridge and Nottingham were having to come together to put a team in. And now you've got Cambridge have got their own team as Marnie.
Nice pass. Don't think he got there. No touch on there. Unfortunately, that's the sick touch.
Yeah.
Hannah Rickard's almost going over for that second score of the day.
Yeah, nice pass by Marnie to put her away there. And now you're looking on the women's side. NQ Rebels. They were fantastic. They've been fantastic all year in terms of their. How they've how the women's sport in that part of the world in that part of the country has grown.
It's just mental, really, really quickly, how they had one defeat all year, and that was yesterday. And unfortunately, they've had to share the title. That just shows you the standard of that of the women's touch rugby in a minute.
Yeah, completely. And we had 9 teams. So whereas we had 4 and an amalgamation 3 years ago, we've now got 9, and they were all of a similar standard, and that doesn't include having Raptors who played in the first 2 rounds as well. So we've got so all of a sudden elite women's touch in this country has doubled, and then but that's at the top end of that, and then there were we've had another few teams who haven't played all of the rounds so far, so it's only on an exponential curve upwards.
Speaking of going upwards, that's what Oxford will want to be. They want to have the opportunity of going through, and there's an opportunity and a score. All clear. And I think that's Claire Davis on that far side that's just gone in for the second score, and that's a crucial score right before the break, especially in a 10-minute contest like this.
Yeah, yes, and that's right on the hooter. That's the perfect time to score. Obviously, you score before when the opposition don't have the chance to reply. But that's the threat that Claire has. She's got a really good turn of pace to stretch the link, to be able to go through and exploit any gap that there is between the link and the wing position. And Oxford deserve that. They've definitely been the better team. They've definitely been on top. And I know that Marnie's not going to be satisfied over there, and I don't think many of the ladies are going to be satisfied over there with how that's been. For Exeter's perspective, this is one of the things. There's a 3-minute half time, so it's kind of like one thing in attack, one thing in defence. The one thing in defence, they've actually defended pretty well. I mean, considering that the amount of pressure that Oxford have had, Exeter to have only conceded 2 is a really good result for them. In terms of attack, they need to be able to get up to their sub box quicker in fewer touches, and so that their players, when they're coming on, they're not coming in behind the play. And just to go back to the Eagles, it's something that we've talked on repeatedly over the course of the last few weeks, and we'll see it again in the mixed NTS when it starts later in June as well. Eagles will drive up and over halfway, mindful that they've got a 20-metre sub box. So they aim to get everybody on in the bit between the halfway line and their own 10-metre line, and to get off between the halfway line and the opposition 10-metre line. So they will aim to do that. Not a lot of teams do that, and hopefully it's the kind of thing that you will see increasingly. But it's something, when you talk to the Eagles coaches, they've worked so hard at that because they know that momentum is all important. And Exeter at the moment lose that momentum because they're having 3-4 players coming on, and they're all having to go back 3 or 4 metres. And actually, you're supposed to go on from the sub box. We're a bit more lenient, but they're going 3, 4, 5 metres even further to come into the play. So if there's one thing they need to do, they just need to drive really hard, really fast up, say the 10-metre channel in from their sideline, and just really work over halfway so they're not losing momentum.
Well, Oxford Touch, of course, as you say, leading 2-0 here at the break in his first game. A quick reminder, actually, we'll talk about this, Chris. Warming up to the right of us on the near side here are the Camelot Jesters. Now, Camelot, this is their first opportunity at a Development National Touch Series, and it's great to have them with us. I mean, what do you think that we can expect from them? Do you know much about them? I mean, I've tried to find out a little bit this morning while I've been walking around doing a bit of note prepping. Can you believe actually doing some preparation for this job? But what I would say is that they seem so happy to be here, and they seem pretty confident as well at the moment.
You're always confident before your first match, aren't you, at this? It's going to be a challenge for them. I mean, Oxford haven't got that many players who were here yesterday in the elite, but it's going to be. But they've got numbers, and that's really important. Plus, also they do have an England senior rep at Camelot Jesters, so there is a bit of know-how there, and they come from Hemel Hempstead, so they haven't had to get up stupidly early in the morning to come across. So I don't know much about them either, apart from that they're in a unique kit.
A very unique kit, let's put it that way. Jester by name, Jester by design, potentially.
Especially the shorts, which you'll see on the live stream.
You'll see that a little bit later on the stream. In fact, actually, you'll see it next, because we'll see Oxford Touch against the Camelot Jesters in just a few moments' time. That'll be at 10:30, excuse me. He's going through there, almost getting the score there. I think that might have been, not too sure exactly who that might have been on the near side. Might be Lucy Taylor potentially. On that near side there for Jesters, but yeah, it is Lucy Taylor, but unfortunately she couldn't quite get there through for Exeter Eagles. And yep, it's a turnover, and now here come Oxford, and you can see just how quickly again they're getting all the way through the sub box. That's a lovely pass off by Marnie Wills again.
Yeah, that interplay between Marnie and Nicola Hals was superb, and then Lou Rickards just managed to get onto the front foot. They've just lost a wee bit of momentum in the fifth with Marnie overrunning, but the ball's turned over in the perfect location. If you're going to turn the ball over, it's right over on the other side, and all of a sudden they're getting into Exeter's faces. So first touch 10 metres out, and you can see there's Marnie, there's Marnie Wills, there's Nicola Hals on this near side. Hannah Rickards is shutting. They're looking to shut Exeter down. We're seeing Exeter fourth touch. They're not even up to the 10-metre line. So they've done exactly what they wanted to do. I mean, a nice little shimmy there from the Exeter 12, Ellie Coulter.
Yep. And that's going to be a turnover. I think that's the sixth touch anyway. But also as well, because the reason why sometimes you might be able to see on the stream a little bit is that we are on a bit of a slope, this pitch one this weekend. Obviously, the pitch one that we normally would play on, we aren't playing on that, unfortunately, due to wear and tear.
Yeah. Reseeding.
I was going to say wear and tear, and be a bit more kinder. But what's happened? What I think here is that actually having the uphill sub box over on that far side is probably easier as well to come in and start driving on when you're going on the sub box.
It could be. I've not thought of it like that. That's a good point, Jarlath. It's they're having to as a larger fellow, I would appreciate having the slope to be able to accelerate.
You and me both. There's no doubt about that. As we move forward again, here come Oxford one more time. Victoria Hurrell, excuse me. Let's just find a way through the gap there. A nice little run through there by Louise Carr. Now on this fourth touch, what can they do here? Hurrell is available there for Louise Carr. Just couldn't quite find her. They went to the right. Maybe could have gone back into the left-hand side. Who knows?
Yeah, so first game of the day. Conditions are perfect, but at the same point, you know, it may take a little bit of time just to get into the swing of it. Just one thing I'd like to mention about the Oxford club is that, you know, there are teams across the country where they may not have a massive number of female players, and certainly not enough to make a dedicated female team. Is that Oxford Revolution is another one where they pulled players from Thames Valley Vikings, Banbury Saxons, obviously Oxford, and Nicola's come down from Nottingham as well to play part of that, to play in this team. So
nice little pass that out the back there, and there's an opportunity down the wing. Are they going to be able to get there? No, they will not. I think that might have been Alexandra Shortney on that far side there, but a really good bit of skill there from Katrina Hubbard to get across, and that was a really good piece of work there. Actually, I think Lucy Taylor was involved in that as well, as was Victoria Hewison, but that's probably the best we've seen from the Eagles so far this morning.
Yeah, it's a good bit of creativity there from the Eagles, and just some nice 101 rugby 101 to get the winger away from there, but unfortunately just putting the foot on the whitewash and turning the ball over.
Again, that's a nice pass out the back, or it would have been had it managed to get there, but I think there was a penalty. No, it's going to be given as a forward pass anyway that time.
Yeah, and so just and what I think is really good is that it's a good example for teams in the country to come together and to work with each other. And again, Revolution's the same. You know, there is a Revolution club, but they bring players in from Warwick, from Camp Hill, from other places in the West Midlands, from Wellesbourne ladies will go and play for Revolution at this level, and it just brings people together. So it's that really good collaborative approach, which is helping to grow the sport.
Here come Exeter one final time. One final touch to maybe bring it forward. They're going to try and set this up here on the 7. Yes, they are. There's the last. Now back out it goes again. Opportunity to try and maybe take the dummy, but no, that's not going to be the case. That's going to be the 6th touch. And good defence there from Hester Williams as she tries to drive through the middle there. But, as again, we talked about where you want to set up and where you want to turn over on the 7. That's pretty much where you want to tick it off. Right next to the 7 and opposite sub box as well. And
of course you talked about making it life easier coming on when you're coming down the slope. Also makes life a little bit harder when you're working off. So obviously, as we see, Oxford are having to work up the slope just to get their players on. But what they've done is they've just driven not massively fast, but the Exeter's defence is pretty passive.
Marnie Wills trying to drive through. There's going to be a mirrors play. Oh, that's a really good piece of skill there. Thought it might have been an intercept chance there, unfortunately for Rachel Ashley, but it is 6 again on their own 7. And you think if Oxford do score here, that could be the game.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think they're going to win this game anyway. But Marnie there just drove through as the half, couldn't score, and was just looking for support. And that was a lovely bit of defensive play there from Rachel Ashley to shut that down. But it only gave the temporary respite for Exeter. We're having the 2 referees come together. There's not a referee and assistant. It is 2 referees or 3 referees who are all equal measure, and that try is given. So it was only temporary respite for Exeter, but it was exactly what, if you can't intercept, you know, you just bat the ball down, concede a fresh set of 6, and then just allow your defence to reset. But then when you've got somebody like Marnie on the field, you know, you're going to have to do something pretty special to shut her down. And unfortunately, Exeter couldn't do that, and that is the win, I think, confirmed for Oxford, even if there are 3 minutes to go.
Claire Davis there with the score, and now here comes Hewison through the gap there for Exeter, trying to barge her way through the middle of the defence there in the midst. So what will happen here? They'll try and take the touch and maybe have the last touch here and set up on the 7. Maybe they will go for a quick one, and there it goes through for 32 short, maybe. And unfortunately, that time it just didn't quite work out there for Megan Burton.
And this is easy to say from the box there, but Megan Burton really could have if she'd have just stepped off her right and just, you know, Louise Carr was kind of rocking back in her heels in defence, very square, so it then makes it harder if you're going there and then just step at the last minute to then dive and kind of be a bit of an ankle nipper to score.
Like that because you can like trap it but
so
you're never in control of that. You don't have the ball on you.
Here come Oxford one final time, maybe. It might be the last possession they'll get, maybe one more. It's been a good start to their morning. And remember, they and Revolution are going for the Development Women's National Touch Series title overall. Will we potentially see them on this stream a bit later for the Women's Cup final? What a story that would be, especially what happened here 2 weeks ago in that epic drop-off.
Oh, that was epic, and I think, as I said before, is that we'll see some decent drop-offs on the men's side as well. I mean, that's a bit of a masochist for me to say that, because it is dry. It's going to be a bit, it's going to be 15, 16 degrees today, but especially if the wind stays
Doesn't feel
off.
like it.
No, we're both in long sleeve, but there is a bit of a wind. But if that dies off, then it's going to be really hard for the players as the day goes on.
I look like Val Doonican this morning. Ask your parents if you are a bit too young to remember who he is.
Serenading the masses, mate. Serenading the masses.
Is that how many people are watching the stream? It's great.
Eventually. What's been really good to see is over the course of the day is that, obviously the number of viewers at any one time is not necessarily high, but across the course of the day, we're getting 2,500 unique viewers of all of these tournaments this year, including the development one. So it's, there is, people are showing, sharing when they're going to be playing with their clubs, with their friends, with their families. And so if you are watching from the southwest today, a very good morning. And hopefully you'll stay with us as your second screen for the rest of the day. So I don't think there's any other sport happening today, is there, apart from some little motor race somewhere in the south of France?
There's a couple of big games in the football. A couple of playoff finals happening. If you're from Nottingham, that's the reason why we put the game on at 1 o'clock, because that's the siren, and no try given there. So there's the siren. So they might get one more play before we go. And there it is, and that'll do. Oxford 3-0 winners then against Exeter. A comfortable start to their morning, Chris. And as we've always said, though, at this time, you always have to make sure you can't win the tournament on the first game, but you can certainly make it harder for yourself if you don't win it.
Yeah, especially because of the way that the pools are operating with the women's side. They've got 3 games in which to do it, and Oxford have got London Eagles and London Vipers. I would expect them to beat London Vipers, but as far as the Eagles are concerned, it's always one of the they are one of the other bigger clubs. So as I say, they have the very same structures all the way through in terms of how they're going to play. So Oxford are going to need to step it up, particularly in their defence, to shut down the Eagles as they attack and try to get over the halfway line on that. But it's a decent enough start for Oxford. For Exeter, there were some good, they created a couple of opportunities. They defended okay, but there's going to be stuff that they're just going to need to take a couple of breaths and then just to work on what they're going to do going forward in their next games.
So thank you very much, Chris. It's always appreciated as always. We will see you no doubt, or hear you no doubt, on our stream a bit later on. But we are going to be seeing Oxford touch again in just a couple of moments' time. They'll be taking on Camelot Jesters in their first ever game in the Development Men's National Touch Series. What will happen? Will the Jesters turn up, or would it be the Oxford touch that managed to win this game? Stay with us in a few minutes and we're back for that one.
Here at Pershall, we've started a third age touch section, which folks that are retired or got limited fitness, they can come and play, and it's just been so popular, really popular.
Never stop learning, Sammy.
The idea is inclusivity. We want to make sure that anybody, no matter what the problems are, can play. So we've got ladies who've never played before, we've got people with medical ailments, we've got people who are not very mobile. We want to include them all. So we've tried to amend the rules, just the rules, to make it possible for everybody to play. We don't expect everybody to be a wonderful player. We just try to ref it to everybody's abilities.
Didn't know anybody to start with, and then I've got to know lots of people. It's very inclusive. I like the fact that it's mixed, men and women. It's very active, it's good fun, and I just like being part of a proper game that we're actually running.
We seem to just run around and have a great chat, great fun, and then afterwards nice coffee and a chat. Yeah, makes it nice. And I don't know if you enjoyed the meal, but everyone just got to it, put the plates out, picked it all up. Yeah, it's a nice feeling.
Yeah, I hadn't picked a rugby ball up for over 57 years, so decided that to give it a go and gave myself a surprise.
Well, I've got 3 older brothers and 3 sons, so I didn't like the idea of joining the WI, and touch rugby sounded a good alternative, and Di suggested it to me.
I always wanted to play rugby, but they wouldn't let me at school.
I'm hoping that will be kind of like rolled out across other clubs as well. The model here, you seem to be really useful and good, get lots more people playing. We've got little ones literally playing touch here as well, and we've got a really big junior touch section, so I just think it's going to grow more and more with more people seeing that this is a great way to run about with a rugby ball out in the fresh air and have fun.
So a sensational start for Oxford then this morning in the women's pool competition. They beat Exeter Eagles by 3 tries to 0 as they bid for their chance of winning themselves a chance in the National Touch Series and the Men's National Touch Series, sorry, the Women's National Touch Series. just been offered a Haribo by the one of the Camelot Jesters. Thank you kindly. But it's going to be the men's pool C is where we're going to be focusing on Oxford Touch against Camelot Jesters. And I'm going to say this, you won't miss the Camelot Jesters when our graphic does come off. As you can see there, you will not be missing them. It's a wonderful get-up they're wearing this morning. So that's going to be quite fun as we get going today with this one, and it's going to be a fun game. I think the Revolution and Oxford, of course, in the women's touch will be fighting it out for that Development National Touch Series title. So here we go, we are back with action between Oxford and Camelot Jesters in the men's Pool C competition, and straight from the victorious women's Oxford side, Marnie Wills. Very good morning, Marnie, how are you?
Good morning, I'm well, thank you. How are you?
Not too bad, it's great to have you with us, as it always is.
Looking forward to watching this game, especially the Oxford boys.
Absolutely. It's a
little bit shorter on numbers compared to their opposition.
Well, it's a big game, I think, this.
It's the grain, they're in already, well done.
And there's a chance, and there's a score. Who's that one there, Marnie? Who scored that one?
Ollie. Ollie scored that one.
Ollie Smith.
Link hole hit from a sweeper pickup from Ewan, I believe. And Craig's hit that sweeper line.
So straight away, 30 seconds in, and Oxford going straight in there. Oxford are 5th currently in the standings in the Development Men's National Touch Series. But this is our first look at the Camelot Jesters. What are they going to be delivering for us here?
They've got some good yards on those first 3 touches. Sweep play, draw and pass, nice.
Wow, what a start.
Really good, another
Carlos
sweep play.
Carlos on the back there, and that's a great score. And great start there for them. And they will get the opening score, and it'll be 1 apiece. So an excellent start there. Lovely pass out to the wide right, and they just drew the defenders. I think it looks like Marnie across, and therefore then it was reasonably easy for them to score in the corner.
It was indeed. It was the 3 touches that got them up to the line with good momentum. Let's see what Oxford could do here.
Now walk up. Walk up.
Throwing that ball around a little bit.
We'll focus on this game in a little bit more, of course, Marnie, in just a second. But what I want to talk about is obviously big game for you, a big day for you and your Oxford side this morning as well, and into the afternoon. A chance at winning that Women's National Development Touch Series title overall. And I mean, you come second on a couple of occasions. There's no doubt about that. I presume you'll be wanting to go one better this time round.
We definitely do, but for our girls, it's our last Women's Touch of the year for most of us, unless we're in a regional or a England side. The aim is to have fun and just take it game by game, really. We, do have expectations to make that final and expectations to win, but at the same time, you've got to focus on one game at a time. So that's our main focus, and of course having fun, which we do love. We do love to have a bit of fun. We do, obviously, like to win. Winning is fun.
I can understand that. I mean, of course, obviously, you and yourselves in Revolution are going at it. Going to be really, really tough, of course, as always. And my mind takes me back to that drop-off a couple of weeks ago back here in Oxford. That must have been. I appreciate you came out on the wrong side of it, but it must have been. But appreciate it must have been just been fun to play it, I guess, a little bit when it gets to that state.
And for some of our players, it's their first drop-off with the new rules, and we always learn something from it. And if losing is learning, right? So we had to take that on the chin and come back stronger, and we did. We stayed the final again against Wigan, but they were a strong side last tournament, so we didn't win there either.
No, but as you've always said there, it's all about having fun, and they definitely did that. So
nice
fingers crossed for you. You can talk us through what's just going on a little bit there, Marnie.
Yeah, sure. So Oxford are trying to attack their short side there. They've had an offside player and a player touching the ball, so they've got 6 more here. They have scored already. We missed one. It was another sweeper, but it was a pick-up. They looked for the inside ball and then ended up hitting their link on and out channel, who was much quicker. It's a great dive again. Ewan again, sweeper in that 3-3 channel this time, so that's a good little dive to finish.
And that's 3-1. What a start it is for Oxford Touch. A really, really good score there. And I think that was from the number 9. Unfortunately, we haven't got numbers with our team sheet that we've been given here, unfortunately.
Oh, that's okay. I think it was Ewan, Scottish representative. Men's Open, I believe. He's number 5. You
can see the Camelot Jesters are coming up really quickly off their line. And this is going to be an interesting one. Out the back it goes. That's a nice step there, but well taken away there that time. Aidan Foran.
They've done really well to make sure they're up by that line on third touch. Just go direct, straight away. No messing around. They get it up there. They've been unsuccessful there, though, for the line attack.
So what's been tell you what, actually, we'll come back to yourself, actually, and to come back to the Oxford women. What's been the conversations over the last couple of weeks? Because obviously I know it's been gutting to becoming second, but the fact that you're still in with that really good opportunity of winning the Development Touch Series must be a real positive for you and for your team.
Yeah, definitely. I think we are loving the live stream. So we look back at our games. We do a bit of analysis. How good is our driving? How good is our box play? Where is it going on transitions on the pitch? We're lucky enough to have 14 players today. So we're playing a pod system. Sorry, that's a nice score again. Yeah, Chris in there.
Is that Chris Ray? Is that Chris Ray coming through there through the middle? He was excellent yesterday. And I think he's just come straight through the middle. Nice little pass on that. And nice pass inside.
Yeah, quickie with a QB. So a quick ball back to Chris. And he scored again, I think, in that 3-3 channel, if I missed the replay. But that's where the holes seem to be opening up for them at the moment.
But again, it's an opportunity here from the tap-off to see if Camelot can make their way through here. Thought about the long pass out. They're just going to take the touch on there that time. It's Elliot Clarkson.
That's good defence.
Very good defence.
Craig.
You can see there.
England men's 30s player.
Yeah. Where's his touch? Last. Can they try and open something up here, the Jesters? Going to have to try and see if they can go pretty quickly. Nice tap over the top, but couldn't quite get it out to Elliot Clarkson. And more good defence there from Oxford.
Yeah, really good defence. No one bit in, no one turned their body, just stayed and pushed the players into the sideline, using the sideline as another defender. It was really smart defence. Let's see if they can get that ball past halfway on third. They're on 2, almost there. There's some really good yards there. Camelot seem to be running back, not quite stepping up, letting them come to them, which is good.
So here come Oxford, trying to drive it through the middle again, and there's a nice short pass, but really good defence there that time from Dan Hoyes.
That was definitely a lucky one. Again, they had that middle player off. That middle channel is the one. That's a good shot by that link. But they've got a penalty coming though for offside.
Yeah, you just saw there on the replay. It's 4-1 still there to Oxford, but they have still got a chance to make it 5-1. Here's Chris Ray once again.
He's trying to pick out that middle player. He needs a bit more of a short side though. He's got not too much room, but he's going to go anyway.
And there it is. Chance, yeah, maybe absolutely. Not. I think Joe Metcalf.
A saver middle's come in. The ref's given it to him.
Here's Chris Ray trying to move it through the gap, and that is an excellent score.
Yeah.
Now it's 5-1 and a second score for Chris Ray.
So that's smart by Chris, because he did see that middle player. He can see that that middle player isn't retreating quick enough, not getting onside, so he's trying to exploit that. Again, stepping, he's still offside, and I'm just going to get hit the line. So, well done.
Excellent, really. It is 5-1. And Oxford at the minute are laying down a marker. It's always tough when you're coming into your first competition like the Camelot Jesters are doing. But you can see that they are getting a lot of pace through, particularly off the tap-offs. They are getting a lot of pace. They're hitting a lot of holes quite well. They're just not finding an execution at this moment in time.
You can tell most of them have probably come from a rugby background. They have to hit holes hard right. They need to beat the gain line. That, you know, you can see they've got great handling skills. That draw and pass is there. So they've got all that together. And to be fair, they've done really well as well in, you know, using this touch strategy of going forward, initiating the touch, getting the ball down quickly. They've done really well with that. So they now just need to think, how are they going to open up the holes from Oxford when Oxford are really good at protecting their short side space. You could see Link there. Jose gets up in the space already. That far Link, 91.
Running out of space there on that far side, unfortunately.
So touch defensive strategy versus rugby defensive strategy is different. And you can tell they're trying to run around the players, right?
And that's the sick touch. I think the siren's going to go. Siren's going to go any second. In fact, there it does go. So last play of the half, they'll just take it up there, and that'll be half time. It's been a tough first half for the Camelot Jesters, but they are getting some. They are getting some bits moving. But it looks like Oxford. You can just see that experience at the moment is showing.
Yeah, definitely. They're just capitalising on a bit of experienced middle defenders. But you know, Camelot have done really well to get up, especially on those tap-offs, to get up to the line on 3. You know, their one try came up from their sweeper play, so they need to go back to that structure, I think, rather than trying to run around those players, especially, you know, like we said, Oxford are experienced. They're not turning their body in, they're tracking those players, protecting their short side, so the gaps aren't really opening for Camelot, but definitely trying to go back to their sweeper plays might be a good option for them in the second half.
One thing we bring in fact, they are scoring most of the time. There is also a rule that you should know, you are supposed to walk over. Once you're in the 7, you have to go forward. The key is So the person who's going to make the touch needs to be the most ball.
Oh, 2-2. We are expecting to potentially see Wigan in at least a semi or a final, right? So they might. They're not sure they're going to be happy with that, but well done. Oh, right. Interesting. Lucky them.
So pitch. So I'll tell you what, we'll go through the scores again. Sorry about that. Fortunately, Mike was muted there. I'm not too sure why, but there we go. Pitch 1 score: Oxford 3, Exeter Eagles 0, Thames Valley Vikings 2, Bristol Jet 5. And what Marnie was a bit surprised about is the fact that last time out, Wigan Warriors were the winners of the cup competition. We had both. We had Annie Ainscough joining us up here in the interview, and it was 2 apiece between them and the Cheltenham Tigers, which is a big surprise. Must be said. So we'll see what happens there. Revolution, though, who are Marnie's.
That's a good start.
I'm about to say Marnie's big rivals at the moment. They have beaten Nottingham Hood 6-0 over on pitch 5 in the Pool C. So that could be quite interesting.
They are rivals for us on a Sunday, but yesterday they were teammates. We all played together. The Revs, Oxford, and Vikings all got together. So, yeah, teammates in some teams and within the West Wildcats regions, but yeah, definitely our rivals today.
Absolutely. It'll be them two that will be going up and at it in the Women's National Touch Series. Wigan as well, though, won't be far away.
They won't. They'll be fighting to get there. Right, we're off.
Indeed.
Second half, Camelot started. See if they can keep that momentum off to the line and see if they can get some structure in their line attack.
They were very, very good off the tap-off scenarios last time out in that first half.
Set up a 32 scoop here. Unfortunately, the scoop has no passing option. Link and Wing have come in and chopped those lines.
There's a lot of...
and they look like they've got a penalty here as well. So Oxford going to try and get up to the line if they can. Their box play, they seem to have just hit their box. Third touch.
How difficult is it actually rolling on the subs from that angle? Because you obviously had the uphill sub box. I imagine it's easier for you when you're coming on to hit downhill. When you're trying to actually sub off, it must be quite difficult trying to get between the two. We'll come back to that, as that was a golden opportunity. Just went through the hands there of Jose Luis Diaz, and it still remains 5-1.
Yeah. I have to be honest, I never noticed.
Really?
Yeah, one of my teammates said at half-time, who's the captain? And Lou, our captain, was like me. She's like, thanks for making us run uphill for the first half to warm us up. But I think I'm too busy looking at the defence. I'm too busy trying to work out what's the best options for our teams. And yeah, I didn't quite realise we were running up or downhill, to be fair.
Well,
now that I know.
Well, absolutely. And here come the Camelot Jesters again, unfortunately just getting caught there.
They still get good momentum though. That's a big positive for them. Oxford are absolutely getting those yards though on their box play by simple drives. Camelot are not really sending up any shooters to cut them off. They're just rolling, giving them lots of space here. Got a quickie set up by Craig.
Chance here, it's a nice ball.
Yeah,
and that's all clear. That is a lovely, lovely score, to be fair. Craig Samuel coming through, and can't quite see who that was who might have finished off. Is that Ewan Campbell again?
Yeah, Ewan again hit the middle 3-3 channel. So it's a quickie back to Craig. He's hit outside his middle and then popped it back in to Ewan to score inside. Really nice. To be fair, Craig had an option on his outside there as well. That link defender had come in, so lots of options.
Speaking of lots of options, there's plenty of people in the sub box for the Camelot Jesters today.
Yeah.
You, as I said at the top of the broadcast, you won't. And
they almost through there. Yeah, well done.
Here's the opportunity as they come through one more time.
They're sending a sweeper. They're sending a sweeper. Pick up, go the other way. Yeah, you're in, mate. Go.
Will they be able to try and score on the middle? Oh, that's a score.
Take. Yeah.
That is an excellent run through.
Awesome.
And it's been touched down there by Ben Hansen. who scores that through, but that was an absolutely wonderful run through there from Brett McDougall, excuse me.
He has picked up against the grain, gone open side. There's really good mirrors by the Oxford players, so that link had to really get off that player. The ball was delivered low to the ground and he's dove on that for a score. It's nice.
To be fair to Camelot, they have deserved that. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah.
Particularly from the tap-offs, they've been absolutely outstanding.
Yeah, they're definitely using that momentum. All their subs seem to be helping with that.
There's Chris Ray. He was excellent yesterday. There was no doubt about that.
He definitely has some good speed and a step.
Here they come. I'm going to try and move that ball out wide and an intercept chance. Now, will he be able to go all the way? This is a big opportunity. It looks like it could be Connor Cronin. Is Connor Cronin going to get caught? The answer is no.
That's a full length try.
Connor Cronin, goodbye. 6-3.
Nice job. Great intercept. He was up off the line really quick. That was good, D.
We do love an intercept try, don't we? That was sensational on the replay. And it looked like he was getting caught there. Chris Ray was trying to get back.
Chris was going to get him, yeah.
Now let's have a look. That was an excellent touchdown again as well. And
it's a
score.
Sure of it.
In fact, actually, it isn't Connor Cronin. I apologise. It's Aidan Foran. Aidan Foran, what a run that is. And he's blowing here in the sub-box, and quite rightly so.
Here.
Oxford now looking to try and get themselves back into it. Who's that away?
Okay, let's see what structure they're going to try and play here. Craig looks like he's looking for the quickie. He has.
Nice pass back inside. I think there was a touch on there. There is a sick touch there. Yeah. That was really good defence. And a 6-3 still remains between Oxford and Cambridge. Not quite sure who that was that made the touch, unfortunately. But it's an excellent defensive stat.
Definitely done well to defend that, because that's how they scored their try before, right? So that other middle defender is, you know, hopefully seen that that's where they're trying to attack with that inside ball and defending that nicely.
I feel bad now because I've just robbed Aidan Foran of his big moment shouting that on there. But Aidan Foran, goodbye. That was an absolutely outstanding intercept. Potential try of the day already, and we've not even reached 11 o'clock. Here's Chris Ray then for Oxford. And what are they going to try and set up here? They are still 3 points clear with 4 minutes to go, so I don't think the win's in danger.
Sweet play.
Going over the top. Now, another intercept.
Oh, with a step this time.
Oh, he's got off the thought there. Chris Ray got him. That time there.
Well done again, Camelot, getting into that space. They know that's where that sweeper wants to send the ball, and they're not letting them, which is good. Oxford need to realise.
Dan Hoyes that time with the intercept. Here's the opportunity. There's Connor Cronin.
Here he is.
He's also wearing a hat, so that might be a reason why I got him, but that's a good stop there. And Owen Wilson almost stepping through the middle there. Now back at it goes, and there's an opportunity.
Love those ball skills. Did you see those two passes?
And that's a sixth touch, unfortunately.
It is nice to see that those ball skills
and that'll
coming
be
through.
a turnover. And now look at the quick. Oh, that looked like a high touch, or a heavy one. But nicely done off here, and nicely now a chance here for the Oxford team to sub off and get a good move in here. And actually, to be fair, you could see it, and I could see it earlier on. I was talking with Chris Weirmouth earlier, Marnie. Yeah. Both your team, and both the women's and the men's side here at Oxford, seem to sub off really quickly and get that drive on really, really well.
Oh, it's another link play intercept. Sorry, I'm watching Craig and Ewan do their little quickie plays really nicely. Yes, the answer to that is we do like to be structured on our sub-box play, because we need to get the yards, we need to get up to halfway, and we need to have momentum, right? Otherwise, our transition, our biggest strength in our women's team is our scoop, and I think the boys, they like to have it as their line attack, so they need to get up to the line, right? So that's why we're really quite structured on our box play and our box transitions.
So here come Camelot again, back to Cronin. Now, nice little pass inside. I thought there he might have got there, but that's going to be a loss of control there that time from Elliot Clarkson. And he's only 16 years old, Elliot. He's the youngest member of the Jesters side.
Wow. They have done well to stay in this game, definitely. They're equaling, they've had more possession in this second half than they did in the first. So that's a good thing.
Like I say, for your first game ever at a National Touch Series event, they've been absolutely outstanding.
They've been fantastic.
They might cause. I think they might cause a few problems this afternoon and into the morning, into the afternoon.
Less experienced teams.
Absolutely, I think you're right.
Their momentum, their great ball skills. They're not afraid to pass that ball. They're not afraid to keep that ball alive. They do seem to initiate and get the ball down, which is a good skill to have.
Gary Simpson with the pass out there. Now an opportunity. Which way is he going to go? Nice step. Really nice step. Mirrors play almost done there. And are they going to call that a touch? They are. They're going to call that a knockdown. It's a very difficult one. They're going to call that 6 again.
Yes.
So a huge chance now then for Camelot here on the 7 to maybe get the last laugh of this game.
Yeah, I'd really like to see. Yeah, here they go. They are setting up the sweeper. Nice.
Back out it goes to Clarkson. Nice little pass from Clarkson. Just going to try and make a move and make a step. Oh, that's lovely.
Great ball, but a great touch by the winger, I think.
And it almost broke it there. It was chance, but it just didn't quite fall for him. Brent McDougall almost getting the pass away, and it almost worked for him.
Great steps. They just like to switch quite a lot, which can be a good option, but a lot of the times that ball carrier there, he's creating the holes, he's creating the space, he's drawing the players, and we just need to bounce out into those holes and they'll have the overlap. So something they'll learn along the way, I'm sure.
Siren goes, and that's going to be the end of this one with a 6-3 victory for Oxford, and 2 from 2 really. Marnie, yourself and Oxford getting off to a winning start. Good game though.
Yeah, it was a good game. Again, I really liked the way, especially on the tap-offs, both teams, they got down to the line, structured, really hungry to score those tries, which is really nice to see.
Marnie Wills, thank you very, very much indeed for your company this morning.
Pleasure.
Appreciate you've probably got to get off and get ready for your next game.
Yeah, game on in 5, so I need to go. Thank you.
No problem, Marnie. Thank you very much indeed for your time. Really do appreciate it. So, Oxford go and take the win. Oxford then take the win. 6-3 against the Camelot Jesters. We are going to be moving that's in the men's Pool C competition, but we are going to move ourselves back to the next look at the women's Pool A. It's Chester Cheetahs, who are not far away themselves. They're taking on the Cheltenham Tigers. Them two are quite close overall in the women's National Touch Series. Cheltenham Tigers on 22, Chester Cheetahs on 16 points. And we'll be back in a few minutes' time for that one. Stay with us.
Yeah, lower after. Yeah, 2 sugars. General rules. However, I'm assuming
Sorry. Why did you say when you were just do numbers for teams? Do you know who's doing the team?
Lucy, can you put this nice man, please?
Sorry. No problem. Thank you.
We've filled out the thing.
Yeah, I've got that. Sorry.
Do you want the name? You want the numbers?
I've got names already, but I just need numbers.
You guys go up. What do you want to do? Go down. 1, 2, 3, Chester! Just like that. Where's it gone? Oh, your name there. Yes!
What's your place? They got a contract. They got our little thing.
This is the homeliest thing. This is the beat that they know they do well. This is the shit that they love when it hurt.
They've had to change their mixing because you've come past that big speaker.
Oh, yes. Yes, so your balance, so you'll drag, and then you'll just get up. So you're busy.
So very warm welcome back. This is Chester Cheetahs against the Cheltenham Tigers in the Women's Pool A fixtures. A big moment. They're 7th versus 8th in the Women's National Touch Series as Pool A continues. Remember, this is only going to be 2 pool games for them. And earlier on, the Cheltenham Tigers, a bit of a surprise actually. They held the Wigan Warriors to a draw, 2 apiece. And that is a big moment for them. So can the Cheltenham Tigers really put the cat amongst the pigeons and maybe potentially top this group? Because remember, there is a bye, unfortunately, because one of the teams hasn't been able to turn up. But we are underway. And Joe Diaz joins us here on comms. Joe, very good morning after an excellent performance there. I thought it was a really good game between yourself and the Camelot Jesters. Congratulations on the win.
Yeah, great. Thank you for that, and thanks for having me. Yeah, Chester, never played against them before, but they've got a lot of strong runners in that team, and yeah, as you saw, a couple of intercepts that we probably shouldn't have let get through, but you know, that's touch really, isn't it?
Certainly is. So here they come. So here come the Cheltenham Tigers then. Already played one game. Chester haven't played a game just yet, Chester Cheetahs. Do you think that maybe gives Cheltenham the advantage because they've already had a game, they're already into their day, whereas Chester have had to be waiting a little bit, they've been waiting for the raw and all the rest of it?
I think it could work both ways. Maybe Cheltenham might be a little bit tired because they've already played, whereas if Chester can be a bit fresher. But as we just saw there, Cheltenham going through to score. Maybe Chester a bit groggy from the early start. I don't know.
Excellent start there for the Cheltenham Tigers. Unfortunately, we haven't got numbers to go with the team sheet that we've got, unfortunately, but it's a lovely little pass inside there, number 52. We'll give her a proper name check when we get them. But a lovely start there, actually, and Cheltenham look like they're coming to play today.
Yeah, definitely. No, they did a good drive there, got over the halfway in 3 touches, and then, yeah, just a nice easy ball through to score the try. So you see Chester here coming through, and that's an early mistake, but I think they've recovered okay.
Yeah, referee has let that one go. And there's Ellen Lewin driving. That's a nice step, in fact, actually. Good pass over the top. There's a chance for the winger to maybe go in, and it just couldn't fall for Amy Jones. As that one there will be turned over in the Tigers with the 6.
Yeah, Cheltenham now driving out, trying to get to the sub box. I think they're losing their momentum a little bit here. But no, I think they've gained a penalty. Or no, they've conceded a penalty there. So they're going to have to defend again. They're trying to change their players quickly before the penalty gets tapped.
Chance here then for the Cheetahs as they can move their way through. They're already one behind, but very, very early stages of this game. Here comes...
they're trying the short side. They might have got an overlap on the long side.
Yeah, nice pass out there from Lewin. She's working really hard in the middle of the Chester
They've
Cheetahs
got an overlap
attack.
there, but they got the pass there.
Nice touch there. Go on, we'll tell you what, we'll wait until this play comes out and I'll talk to you about the game there against the Jesters, because you're not too far off the top of the pool. Appreciate PFT are always at the top of that Development National Touch Series title, but you're 5th in there with an opportunity potentially to get in towards that top 4 or that top 3. Big result there for you against a team that could cause a few problems actually with the way they were going through from the tap off in particular.
Yeah, I thought Jester, they ran really, really well. Didn't quite have as much structure, but this is a development series, and they're always looking to take us on short side, trying to run us around the outside. Yeah, and against some of the weaker teams, they'll get through quite easily like that. So it's a surprise how well, when you just run hard, that you can just actually create a lot of momentum and get teams on the back foot.
So Cheetahs concede the ball there, and this is an opportunity here again, Joe, because you think from this position it's essentially a tap offset, isn't it?
Yeah, they've got 6 touches in the half, so they don't have to worry about getting up to the line because they know they've got the touches to do that quite easily. And then they should have 2 or 3 touches to actually attack the line out and try and score.
There is the try scorer, Keris Godwin. And we can give her a proper shout out now, because one of the Cheltenham Tigers team has kindly come round and sorted it out for us, so that's always good. So Keris Godwin with his first score, and unfortunately there's been a penalty given there.
Yeah, not straight. Yeah, she was sideways on when she rolled that ball.
So Chester probably just need to get something a little bit... that's a nice step.
Yeah.
There needs to be some... that's a nice step there that time from Sophia Lawton. And that's brought them into an attacking scenario here. Really good opportunity now. If they can get this ball quickly away. There's Sophie lapping.
Yeah, they need to have a good scoop here. Set it up and go.
Nice scoop there. Will they be able to get in there? And that'll be the 6th touch there, though. Good defence as Joanna Toy just couldn't quite get in there.
Yeah, it's quite common though when you kind of make good yards getting up the field, and then on the 4th and 5th touch it all kind of slows down a little bit and you just lose that momentum. Probably happened a little bit to Chester there, and they didn't set up on their 5th. They should have just got the ball down quick and someone there ready to pick up and just burst through the line. Yeah,
well, speaking of bursting through the line, that was decided there. That's a really good piece of skill. Not sure who that was on that far side. I think it might have been Alice Walker, who just drove through. And now a chance over the top. Not sure whether that passes forward or if there's going to be a touch called. There is. Jenny Horrett thought she might have had the second score there on this near side, but no.
Yeah, well, that's last touch now, so let's see what, if Cheltenham can do something special, or if they're just going to lose the ball on the far side to make it hard for Chester to drive out there.
Gemma Upton with the pass out. Doesn't look like anything's developing, but they're still keeping it alive. And now, speaking of being developing, now this time the pass, though, back towards Walker.
Yeah, they had a huge overlap there. If they could have got that pass to the winger there.
Excuse me, to Horrott. And the pass was almost there from Ellie Moss.
Yeah, I thought they were going to lose it there in the middle there and make it easy for Chester, but yeah, didn't work out that way. They kept trying to beat it, and it's a unfortunate mistake there from Chester. It's giving Cheltenham 6 on the line now.
And this will be really tough for Chester as well, because they've just had 6 on their own 7, so they're going to have to try and defend 6 again. It's very tough, making mistakes like this. And as I say, making mistakes like that can cost you. And we mentioned her name a couple of times, but Jenny Horrett finally goes in on this wing. And it is 2-0 now to Cheltenham.
Yeah, I think the pass there was from Gemma Upton, who kind of got into the Chester there. They were all a bit dog-legged there and got the pass away to the winger.
So 2-0. And Cheltenham look like they have come to play today.
Yeah, I think they're going to run away with this one, actually.
Well, only a couple of minutes till half-time, and if Chester can get the next score, as I say that, the pass just goes a little bit astray.
Yeah.
But if Chester can get the next score, then potentially this game's not over, because especially in these shorter games, not like the 15-minute games that we saw yesterday with the elite men's and women's national touch series, but with the 10-minute games, it does feel like if you go behind by 2 or 3 early on, you're really having to work hard to chase that game.
Yeah, you will. It's never nice to chase the games. But unfortunately, Chester are making it hard work for themselves. They keep making little mistakes, just handling errors, which is just costing them in key areas of the field, really. They just can't seem to get their game together.
And Cheltenham continue to take advantage. It is a score. Katrina Cotty goes straight through. It's a nice pass there out the back. Who was that made the pass? It looked like, I'm not sure if it was Rosie Kells potentially who made that pass out there, but whoever it was has assisted quite well. And Katrina Cotty goes 3-0 up, and we say they always seem so difficult at this time to try and get back into the game. Chester need this next score now.
Yeah, they need to get a score this half if they can.
I always feel if you're down by 2, you're in with a chance.
Yeah, it's 3 now though with that score. So see if, they're not really making any headway here. Chester, they need to really push forward, and they need a half there.
Ball goes.
Yeah, half's not really there, and it's a 5th touch and over.
Yep, good defence again there from Cheltenham.
Yeah, and now Cheltenham coming back and nearly on halfway on 2 touches. There's a great little sidestep there from I think it's Eleanor Moss.
Yeah, they're making a lot of metres at the minute.
Yeah, they are.
They're making a lot of metres at the minute. Keris Godwin there will play it off to Gemma Upton, and coming through there was Hennessy Vine. Now back to Upton through the middle. That's a nice pass. And it looks like it's going to be forwarded anyway. A touch pass it is, and it's going to be a turnover. So Cheltenham turn that over, but Chester have now got the opportunity to try and they've got to go the length of the field. And with 30 seconds time though, it looks like it might just
Cheltenham are closing them down quite well. So that's 3rd touch, and they're not even close to the halfway yet. Now they're going backwards, Chester. That's always a mistake. Sideways and backwards is never good, and that was forward, but the ref hasn't seen it.
I'm about to say that definitely looked forward.
Yeah,
from our vantage point.
Yeah, they got away with it there.
But look at the speed of Keris Godwin and Hennessy Vine coming up in that defence as well at the minute. The defensive quickness is amazing. Chance, that was almost away for Gemma Upton to go with the intercept. But at half-time, 3-0 Cheltenham lead, and you got to say good value for their lead.
Yeah, they're looking quite comfortable there. I think Chester need to start running forwards a bit more. They keep going sideways, especially when they're trying to get out their half. They really need to get that forward momentum going. And for Cheltenham, just keep doing what they're doing. Everything seems to be going through Gemma Upton at the moment, and she's just breezing through the Chester side.
We'll go through some scores from elsewhere around the pitches at half-time. So London Eagles beating London Vipers 3-1 in the women's pool competition. That was on pitch 4 first up. We finally got the result for that. As we saw here earlier on, Oxford 6, Camelot Jesters 3. Very good win for Joe Davis and the men's Oxford side. Very happy with that, I'm sure.
Yeah, definitely. I've never played against those guys, the Jesters. But they ran
first
hard.
Ever tournament. First ever tournament they're playing here for this weekend.
I think if they can keep coming down, they'll get a lot of experience and they'll get better very, very quickly. So they're already reasonably strong sides.
So in the men's Pool A competition, it was Thames Valley Vikings that beat the Titans 3-2. So that's a good result there for them. Chester Cheetahs beating Cheltenham Tigers 5-1 in the men's pool competition. And Revolution and St Albans. St Albans as well are new in the... they haven't really been involved as much in the men's national touch series at the development level. That was 5-5.
Yeah, that's a good score for St Albans. I remember playing them a few years back, and they were very much beginning. You could see that they were still learning the game, but we played them, I think, in the last tournament, and yeah, they're pretty strong actually. So that's a good result against Revolutions there.
Bristol Jets, Nottingham Hoods. We haven't got the score for that yet, unfortunately, but as soon as we do, we'll let you know. And the team that are going for 3 in a row, PFT, defeating the Exeter Eagle Owls 6-2 over on pitch 6. So there's that. So we'll keep you up to date with all the scores as best we can this afternoon and this morning, because it will be an interesting day. There's no doubt about that. As the development series comes to a conclusion, it's going to be very difficult to stop that PFT side from probably picking up the overall series, but anything can happen. Watch what happened yesterday with the NQ Rebels. They'd be undefeated in the women's series all the way through, but they had that one defeat to the Eagles yesterday, and that was that. Their first defeat at a elite level touch series throughout the competition, throughout the 3 weekends, and they had to share the title with the Eagles. It was a dramatic day, there's no doubt about that. But the Cheltenham Tigers get ourselves underway back again. And look at the speed already off the tap-off set that they're looking to go here. Can they go a little bit wider? No, that's really good defence there that time from Harriet Hebbs. And in fact, they're going to be called for an infringement there, and that'll be a turnover, and Chester now will have the ball.
Yeah, it's a shame there. You know, they did all that great forward momentum, and then they went sideways, and they didn't even have half there, even if they hadn't conceded that penalty there. But now Chester are coming back and driving a bit better this half. Maybe if they can keep that going this half, they might have a chance.
So here come Chester one more time, looking to try to get it out to the wing there, but unfortunately ball doesn't quite fall for Joanna Toy.
Yeah, but they got it out to this side, so make it a bit harder for Cheltenham to get to the sub box. But as we can see here, the difference between Cheltenham and Chester is that Chester are not getting their players up early to defend that when Cheltenham are coming forwards. Whereas when we see Chester driving, Cheltenham players are always running forwards to break, close them down.
Here's the ball out to this far side, looking for Leah Farrell, and it goes back inside there to Gemma Upton, playing through. Gemma Upton scores.
Yeah, a lovely little step there. Got around 2 players there.
I think Gemma Upton might be a name to watch out for this morning and into the afternoon, because she is absolutely doing the business for Cheltenham Tigers. It's a lovely step here, as we said, Joe, and a lovely step inside, outside, and down the middle in the end for the try.
Yeah, no, it's some lovely footwork there. Now let's see if Chester can get it back. They need to start scoring as early as they can if they want any chance of getting back into this game. So they're just running a 32 short here. They've fed it off.
Looking for Sophia Lawton. Now back to Ellen Lewin. Lawton is there again.
Now they need to set up a scoop or something. They just need to get it down and go. Here we go.
There's the chance. Lawton, or let's try and maybe go through the middle. And in fact, Hart gets caught. 6 touch, doesn't matter which one you want to go for there.
I'm sure it's a bit better there from Chester though, and their attacking plays. So almost got through.
Tell you what, actually, while we have a second, how important is that? How important as well for you? Is it like home advantage at this time? Because I appreciate you're not coming too far down to come down to Oxford for you yourself. Yeah. But like, how important do you think that is, that home advantage potentially for you and for your women's side as well?
Yeah, possibly. I'm actually down in Guildford, so I've still got an hour's drive.
That is a trek for you, to be fair.
yeah.
I'll give you
but
that.
I'm a bit closer than probably Chester, so yeah, and there's a great score there from Chester, I think.
Yeah, it is. Chester get the first score of their day, and it is Sophia Lawton who is celebrating as she comes through into the sub box, and it's the first score for the Chester Cheetahs, and they do get on the board 4-1.
Yeah, but I mean, you know, not having to get up early and, you know, having a bit of a better sleep is a bit more time to sleep is always good to stay fresh for the early mornings. When we went to the second development series, you know, I was having to
nice pass inside. That's excellent. That is a sensational pass. Yeah. There is Ellie Moss that makes the play, and Rosie Kells with just a lovely step. She was available there, And look at this pass here from Ellie Moss. Straight away, draws the defender out, and straight through the middle goes Rosie Kells. And no sooner had they got back to 3, it's back to 4 scores again.
They obviously weren't happy at conceding that last score.
Who have you got next up? Do you know? I can't remember. I don't know,
I have
unfortunately.
actually no idea. I'm sorry. But you see Chester there, third touch now. Let's see if they can set something up.
Who have you got? Let's have a quick look. Actually, you've got Nottingham Hoods over on pitch 6, so you've got a bit of a trek to make, actually. So if you do need to get off at any stage.
Yeah, it's all right. I'll get a few minutes between games, it should be okay.
Ball. Oh, well, to be fair, that's a really good catch there from Caitlin Allen.
Yeah.
No, they're going to call that loss of control, are they?
No, I think it was fifth touch already,
right.
So yeah.
Thought there for a second it was loss of control, but that was a bit harsh.
That was number Sophie Lepping getting up early there to try and close down Cheltenham.
Yep, and that's a nice pass back. They're going to play that through. And there is Ellie Moss again. Look at Des Gemma up to look at the speed that she's got through. She has got pace.
Wow, that was straight through there. I don't know what Chester were doing there, caught napping there.
That was a lovely run through, straight as a subbing move as well. And Gemma Upton just goes, yep, thank you very much, wide open. And another score for Cheltenham, 6-1.
Yeah, great score there from Upton. And I think this game's probably a bit beyond Chester now. They're trying to come back, trying to work Cheltenham, but you know they need to start getting some scores very, very quickly.
I'll tell you what, this Cheltenham Tigers side, they've held Wigan, who of course won the last event. They're now going to go 6-1 ahead, and they've already got a bye because one of the teams have had to pull out. So this is their last game of the morning session before we see them probably in the afternoon. I suspect we will be seeing a fair bit more of this Cheltenham Tigers side today if they continue to play like this.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, if they're going to top the group and have a bye as well to rest before the next game, they should be in a strong position for the tournament.
6 touch there. As you see, might just see in the background there on our shot, they're just coming into view there. They are, I believe, that's the Titans over there.
Chester working a bit harder now in defence, getting up and trying to close down Cheltenham. There's a good touch there from one of the Chester players, managed to stop the Cheltenham momentum as they're trying to sub on there. And that was Hennessy Vine getting through there, dodged a few players.
So 6 touch there, and that's an opportunity now for the Chester Cheetahs. But again, it's just little mistakes, I think, and I'm not sure whether that might be because it's the first game of the day for them. They're not expecting, they didn't expect the bye maybe or all the rest of it. But there's little mistakes at the minute are just costing Chester, and they'll have to improve that, I think, against Wigan.
Yeah, just they've had some handling areas and some key areas of the field, and there's a ball over the top there. Great score for Cheltenham Tigers.
Indeed, lovely pass over the top, and Emily Germany has just touched that one down. I'm not too sure exactly who that was that made the pass, but it's going to be a 7-1 lead now for Cheltenham. And as we were just alluding to there, Joe, I think that this side could go far today if they continue to play like this.
Yeah, it looks very promising for Cheltenham Tigers.
So here come the Cheetahs. One more set for them. Maybe a couple more before the end of this game. Remember, 10-minute halves. So when the clock hits 20 minutes, that'll be that. Remember, as always, though, our clock isn't necessarily in tune with a central timing system, but we'll endeavour to keep it up as best we can. Here they come once more.
They're struggling a bit there, Chester. They've got some good form momentum, then they started going backwards and sideways. Now they're going forwards again. I think it's going to be last touch soon.
That is, I think, the last touch. They knew that one was coming there, and Caitlin Allen has to turn that ball back over to Ellie Moss. If you're Cheltenham at this time, and obviously you now have a bit of an hour's break before they have to play again at probably around about 2 o'clock-ish, something like that. What would you be saying at this moment in time if you're part of that coaching staff? Because it's what a fantastic start for him as well, and also, as you said before, drawing against that Wigan side as well, which we know has done really well in the past.
Yeah, I think key thing is just to get some food on board, and we've got 52 Keris Goodwin going through there.
And Rosie Kells once again touching it down. So Keris Godwin gets through. Rosie Kells touches down. And that is an 8-1 lead now for the Tigers.
Yeah, so the key thing is to not allow yourself to relax too much in the hour that they're going to be resting, so that, you know, or at least if they do rest and relax, to kind of get themselves, you know, worked up for the next game, so they don't, you know, start slow, because that could like kill their next game if they start slow.
Nice touch on there, and here comes Lewin. Becky Illingworth gets that ball back.
But try and
pass
run a sweep there.
Sophia Lawton looking to go. That's a nice step. I don't think she was touched there. No, they're saying that she was.
Yeah, good touch from Rosie Kells.
Very much so. Oh, it looked like Sophia Lawton had avoided a touch there from our position.
Did look like she'd got through.
Yeah, Becky Illingworth had to try that back out now. Back out to Lewin. There's the touch on there. The ball goes dead anyway. And seconds remain in this one. I don't think Cheltenham will be needing to do anything further really at this time. But they started well, and they're finishing off well as well. And it's going to be a forward pass off the ruck. Referees are supposed to be quite hot on that in a minute. So they've got one more play. Lewin plays it out to Lawton. Can she use her pace? No, she can't. And that time it was Maddie Miles Kingston who makes the final touch, and a comprehensive victory, must say, Joe, for the Cheltenham Tigers.
Yeah, they looked very comfortable all the way through that. As soon as they got a few early scores there, never really looked back, and Chester never really challenged them, to be fair. Got one score through there, but and then Cheltenham just kept coming back at them, really.
Joe Davis, thank you very much indeed for your time, and best of luck for the rest of the day.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate your time, and we will hopefully be seeing you a bit later on, maybe in a men's cup semi-final or a men's final potentially, who knows.
Yeah, that'd be great if we can do that. Yeah, that'd be awesome.
Very good. Thank you, Joe. Go and get yourself ready, because you've got to get all the way out to pitch 6 over the bridge. So there you go. Our next game then here, though, is in the men's Pool A. We're going to be seeing the back-to-back men's champions, PFT. They're about to take on the Titans, and that game comes up to you at 11:30. Stay with us as day 2 of our weekend in Oxford continues. It's round 3 of the men's and women's development National Touch Series.
Hi! How was your drive? You took
You win that one. Steaming.
First of all, you've got to be incredibly passionate about the sport and put a lot of time and effort in to raise awareness and create enthusiasm and a buzz around your touch club. Number 2, it has to be fun. You get, one chance to make a first impression, and when people come, they've got to feel that they're having a good time, and it's all inclusive. And the third thing now, I would say, is you've always got to be promoting, and you've definitely got to look at social media. We are exploring Facebook ads, and we're promoting like mad all the time.
Get as many people involved as possible, give them the opportunity to play, and give them the opportunity to enjoy it. We started out and it was just all about having fun to begin with, and once been playing for a year or so, that's when we really decided to take things on to the next level.
I think it's just having patience. It's not going to come overnight. If you can keep your senior players engaged, as well as constantly looking to develop and introduce new players, because you're always going to get players who leave for one reason or another. Having that conveyor belt of talent to come through is really helpful. You just got to work hard, and it will pay off in time.
From a point of view of growing the sport, bringing as many children down with their parents and getting an all-inclusive, fun environment that anybody can have a go in, and focus on that of building the baseline of as many players as you can. Don't worry about trying to go through the ranks and put the best team out there. I think build from the base upwards.
So I'd say to keep your competitive side and your social side. Don't go too much down one avenue of having solely one or solely the other. With the social side, your performance side always sort of flourishes with this, and also vice versa. It's always good to have the competitive side and part a bit of knowledge on your social side.
Keep the player base interested. It's not all about, right, I want us to get from A to B and we're going to do it with these steps. We're going to coach this and then this and then that. Keep it a bit fluid. Like, you don't always have to start off with loads and loads of drills to get people into playing touch. I mean, you can just play rugby, netball, something simple. Just get people used to handling a rugby ball. Not everybody has come into this sport playing lots of rugby. They may not have the same hand-eye coordination that others have. Just get everyone onto a level with some more casual games.
So halfway through our morning session here at the Development National Touch Series Round 3. 3 more games to bring you. Men's Pool D. London Vipers against Crewe and Nantwich at 12 o'clock. The Cheltenham Tigers men's side will be playing against St Albans in the Pool B competition. That's at 12:30 in the men's competition. And we'll end our morning session, if you like, at 1 o'clock in the afternoon with Nottingham Hoods taking on Bristol Jets in Women's Pool C. But our focus is on the back-to-back Men's National Touch Development Series champions PFT as they take on the Titans. And Emma Petherbridge from Cheltenham Tigers joins us here on comms. Good morning, Emma. That's not a bad way to start your day. A draw against the Wigan Warriors and then a comfortable victory against the Chester Cheetahs.
Yeah, good morning. It's been fantastic. I think the girls have really come out fighting today, and the conditions are perfect for it, and they just have looked pretty slick to start.
Well, it's been great. We'll talk a bit more about that because it hasn't really been the best. It hasn't been what the series you would have wanted so far, but you are absolutely on it today, and an opportunity now, especially with a bit of a couple of hours rest now before the quarterfinals. I'd imagine you'll be there or thereabouts surely now in the quarterfinals.
Yeah, I think we're really, really hopeful today. We've been unlucky with some injuries and our availability so far, and this has been the first time we've been able to put out sort of a full team. And it's really showing, I think, in the start, and hoping that only continues into the afternoon.
Well, we are delighted for you, and we're delighted to have you with us here on comms for this one, which is could be good actually. This PFT side have really taken this Men's National Development Touch Series really by storm. They've beaten the Chester Cheetahs 7-4 as they come through, and they'll get the first score. That's a really nice way of going through that. And it looks like Mike Rice, who scored that winning try in round 2 in the extra time in the drop-off scenario in Burton, with that dramatic final. was a remarkable game. As look at Mike Rice there, just stepping through the middle, and the dummy there, no one there eventually, and an easy score for the try.
Yeah. Parted for him, didn't it?
I was just going to say, London Galaxy, I remember that game between themselves and the London Galaxy. Went to the drop-off, Mike Rice goes and scores, and then a moment for the Galaxy that they will be still kicking themselves with, I'm sure, at the moment. The winger dropping that ball 7 metres short, thinking it was the try line, thinking we're going to sudden death.
Devastating.
It was. I just remember being in shock at seeing that.
There's been a couple of those this morning, I think, actually, on ours. There was, I think, 3 tries not given because of running over the wrong, the dead ball line and not quite getting the line right. So it's, it's just as important as the move itself, knowing where the try line is.
Absolutely. But here's Peter Bow, and there's Jordan Cross, who I've been told to give a shout out to because he's apparently very proud that he's got a hickey on his neck this morning. So said he's quite proud
enjoyed
about
his Saturday.
But there again is Mike Rice through the middle, and an excellent score. And Jordan Cross, he might have got a hickey on his neck, but he's still assisting quite well there. That's a lovely little offload as well, actually, to be fair, from looks like Robert Crawford. And a lovely score there that time again. Mike Rice doing absolute bits there at this moment in time. And Robert Crawford, again, I've been told that Robert Crawford actually missed the first event for PFT, first victory, because he wanted to go and watch James Blunt.
Well, we all love a little bit of James Blunt, don't we?
Well,
guilty pleasure.
I'm about to say it's not 1973 anymore, but like he always sung about. But there we go.
Yeah.
There's a chance there. Nice touch on that time from Tom Overbury.
Yeah, they're really playing well on that kind of line. They're not quite getting through, are they? They're not quite taking the chances in the same way, but they are, trying to move the ball back. But like that, got to have the precision with it.
Yep. And that time Dale Bright there, that time just couldn't quite get through the gap, and eventually it's a turnover. But we always talk about this as well. You had the uphill sub-box this time as well, so it's actually quite nice for the Cheltenham Tigers, I imagine, to drive on, because you just saw, particularly through the middle, there was a play on, was there, or was there a touch? I think they got called a touch on that, from Dale Bright. Mike Rice will head back. I was just going to mention, actually, that last try from Gemma Upton, as you could see, tell you what, using the uphill sub-box downhill straight away, she used straight through the gap. It was an excellent score.
I mean, she just clicks into 6th gear. It's fantastic to watch, and she, she's got the flexibility with it. She's so dynamic when she gets the ball in hand and sees a gap. She's, hard to catch that.
Definitely. As Mike Rice gets caught again by Dale Bright. I think we're going to be saying that quite a fair bit in this game at this moment in time, through the middle. And here come the Titans one more time, and that's a nice driving through there, actually.
Yeah, they definitely will want to tighten up in that defence. I think they're getting through PFT in that middle section, and you really don't want to be seeing that. You want to be forcing those kind of longer passes, and that's not happening at all.
So that time a forward pass. And a turnover there that time as well. So ball gets back to the Titans, who basically now have a tap-off set, really, on their basically on the halfway line. It's a huge opportunity, really, you think, Emma, to try and score.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you really want to be making the most of having the ball in that mid-section and turned over. And also defensively, though, the PFT should be looking at what they're doing for that move and how they can be looking to prevent that if there's, if they're going to be scoring.
Oof, just like that? No. Forward pass. Pass. That's a shame, really, because the winger there, Phil King, received that ball. It was a nice, I thought, personally, from our angle here, it looked like it had been a flat pass, but the referees there call it forward. They've got a much better view than we do.
Yes. But no, it was nicely moved, though. That I think that was well worked from Titans, and they did absolutely make the most of that opportunity given to them, which is, that's the main thing, completing that 6 or getting a try-scoring opportunity.
And there's Peter Bowyer, who has to give that ball back. He will be, of course, in the England senior mixed squad for that European Championships, and be quite interesting, actually, that European Championships. I mean, we talk about it a lot, but that men's open will be really fun if that old Wesley side that we saw yesterday continue to be as excellent as they have been in the National Touch Series. That was definitely looked forward, but the referees are happy to let that go.
Yeah, those ones are funny, aren't they? They often don't get given. The little pop forward. It can be different sometimes when you're defending, you're thinking,
I can imagine. But it is a difficult job, there's no doubt about that refereeing. We had a lot of referees on this weekend, and always been interesting to get the insight of how difficult it can be to find everything.
Yeah, I'm going to be player reffing later this afternoon, so hopefully it's not on this pitch, otherwise I'll be having some kind thoughts on my decision making.
We won't mention it, I promise. As here comes Mike Rice again. That looked like a heavy touch, but the referees are fine with that. There's the fifth. Nice step, really nice step. Was there a touch on there? There was not. It's going to be given. That's a lovely step one more time there from Mike Rice. PFT are really into their stride now. 3-0 they lead. And I tell you what, if anyone's going to try and beat them and take this National Touch Series title away from them, they're going to have to be really, really good today.
Yeah, they've got tough going, and actually when you're looking at their sub box, they've not got a huge amount of players there, and they're still running everything really, really hard. That line was fantastic. I think it was Christian Garland from the Titans, and it was still fantastic defence, but just that pace to get through, even without as many people in your sub box. See if they can continue it through the day.
Yep, of course these are long days. There's no doubt about that. We've got. Everybody will have to play cup quarter-finals, semi-finals and finals, so there's a minimum still of 4 games left to play for each side. But the 10-minute halves I do think help, rather than the 15 or 20 minutes when you do get to Euros level, of course. So nice little move there from Andre Gans through the middle. And you can just see how quickly they're moving that ball forward again. Gans will look to try to go. In fact, there's a touch on there that time. There was. So this is the fourth. Will they set this up now? Here they come again. Here's Peter Bowyer looking to go long, and that is going to be. Are they going to say that ball down? Yes, they are. So that time there, Ken Pollard just couldn't quite.
Yeah, I think it's getting a bit of back chat there, but I think they were saying that as the pass was forward, they're just giving it as a turnover rather than a penalty with the interception. Well, attempted interception.
So here they come again, the Titans. Can they do here? Can they get that score before the half? Because if they can do, it'll give them a little bit of momentum going into the break. It's a nice little run through there, but Josh Bingley gets caught.
Yeah, it's hard with those when you get a bit of momentum, I think, and if you think you're through, sometimes the right decision is to preempt and take those touches, continue that movement rather than having to come back.
Looks like it's going to be a very comfortable victory this time for PFT at the moment, but there's still plenty of time left in this game. There's the pass out that time from Tom Overbury. And here is Overbury again, looking to drive forward, and time James Simons is there as well. Now there's the touch on there. Will that play? They'll play one more touch, and now back to Overbury. Big ball out of whack there to Rice, and Rice will go in for the score. That's why he played to the hooter, and that was a lovely score there from Mike Rice, and a lovely pass out the back as well from Tom Overbury.
Yeah, great stuff in that first half.
Half time indeed. 4-0 is the lead for PFT, and you've got to say at the minute they are good value for that.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's exciting to watch them play. They look really slick, and I think it's hard for any defence, but you can see they're really getting the movement through the middle. They've not had to do much work on the line. Most of their scores have really come from the positioning and the pace that they've been approaching it from the half.
So let's just go through some results then from around the pitches. Again, we'll try and bring you as many as we can. Bristol Jets scored 5 against Nottingham Hoods in the men's Pool C action, but we don't know how many Nottingham Hoods scored, if they did score at all. So we'll need to try and check that a little bit. But elsewhere around the pools, Chester Cheetahs won Cheltenham Tigers 8. Of course, Emma from Cheltenham Tigers, we'll talk about that in just a second a little bit more. London Vipers in the men's Pool D beating Wigan Warriors 6-1. Big result that for the Vipers. Oxford have beaten the London Vipers in women's Pool B action as well. We had Marnie Wills on comms with us earlier. 3-1. They beat the Vipers there. The London Eagles beating the Exeter Eagle Owls 2-0 in Pool B in the men's competition on pitch 4. Sorry, on the women's competition, excuse me. Men's Pool D action, London Eagles 4, Crewe and Nantwich 3. That's a big result there, actually. Surprised about that. And Wigan Warriors getting the bye in that pool there because unfortunately one of the teams cannot be here on pitch 6. So let's have a look at the tables actually a little bit here. And well, Cheltenham Tigers are top of the tree at the minute. The 10 points in that pool. They have won both. They have drawn one of the games and won one of them. Or 2 of them actually, because of course he's got the bye. So Wigan Warriors against Cheetahs will be quite interesting there actually, because if Wigan don't beat Chester by a decent scoreline, Cheltenham, Emma, will top the pool, which would be a massive, fantastic achievement for you.
Yeah, absolutely. I think they'll be really, really happy with the 8 scores, and really just hoping that Wigan doesn't make that same kind of impact.
Well, Oxford and London Eagles are both tied on 8 points at the minute in Pool B, which would be great. A bit of drama. We love a bit of drama. That's a shootout there to determine who finishes top of that pool. And Revolution and the Bristol Jets have all won both of their games yet, so that game is still going on across the day. That game currently going on right now, in fact, actually, so we will keep you up to date with that as soon as we possibly can. And that's going to be going on in Pool C at 12 o'clock, so that's our next feature. But we are focusing here then on PFT against the Titans. That's a lovely step there from Jay Simons out the back, and I don't know if the ball was dropped. It was.
Well, that's
forward pass as well there, unfortunately, as well. So as Chadwick almost scoring.
You almost want to see a replay of that to see whether he was in himself.
Yeah, I think it was a forward pass anyway. I think what was called there by the officials. But Chadwick, quite interesting. This is his first competition back from injury, is what we've been told. In fact, actually, no, they're giving it. They've given that, have they? No, they haven't. No, I thought it was a tap-off scenario. Then I was about to go, what? Looked like a tap-off that they're just bringing forward there, but no. But in fact, actually, it is going to be a sort of a tap-off set now for PFT because they will have the ball back just away from the halfway line, and it's always good when you do have this sort of a tap-off set here, Emma, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you'll know that the teams will be practicing this. They'll know exactly what their game plan is and what and how they want to best make use of this opportunity.
Nice step there from Cross, going to try and get it back out. They're going to be saying that was being played at. So nope, they're going to also say it's a forward pass.
Yeah, interesting. And yeah, so it's often the time when you see some of the best pieces of set play from that half of what the teams are capable of.
They're at halfway now, then the Titans. What can they do here? This men's 45 squad, a lot of them will be, of course, at that Euros, which will be an excellent event in the beginning of August. You'll be able to watch that, I'm sure, around the Touch Rugby YouTube channels. Don't forget as well, you've got the mixed National Touch Series starting in a couple of weeks' time as well. Yes. And don't forget, late August, the Nationals are back on the bank holiday weekend. It's going to be a fun season to touch, and it's great to be back to normal after 2 years, or we couldn't be.
Yeah, it is fantastic. I think so many people have missed this level of competition and knowing what's happening with things like Euros and being able to really push for the nationals. I think it gives a lot of people a lot of drive, and looking at the setups and who's in some of the training squads for the regional teams is really exciting. And I think it's going to be difficult to cut some of that down because of the quality of play.
Titans now looking to try and see if they can make the step and make forward again. There's the ball back inside there, looking. Chance here, there's a touch on there unfortunately, but it's going to be a forward pass anyway. And fortunately Brian Sibthorpe just couldn't clip that ball with the ball going backwards.
Yeah, there's been a lot of the forward passes in this game, actually. I think that's something that both teams will want to be kind of working on going through the day, because you're missing out on, really key opportunities on that line.
The referees are quite hot on that, though, this weekend, aren't they? They have been all weekend, again, not just at the development, yesterday as well at the Elite. Bowyer, nice little pass out there. Mike Rice looking to get the step, and that would have been excellent from James Simons on that wing. But that would have been one of the really great tries, but no, not that time. So here come the Titans one final time. Don't forget that we're next up with men's pool action. London Vipers against Crewe Nantwich, and there was a nice touch there that time as breaking through the middle of that was Josh Bingley. But that's the 5th, and it's always difficult to try and score, particularly when you've got a static setup here. They're going to try and make a best of it. Oh, well, just couldn't quite get there. It was going to be interesting there, but didn't quite make it, and that's going to be a turnover.
Yeah, they've given that as a touch pass from that. Trying to make the most of the winger, but not quite able to get it off fast enough.
As a few of the London Vipers have actually just made their way over to the right-hand side in front of us to warm up for their next game. Here come PFT again, though. And one opportunity. Here comes the balls go out the back. Are they going to be able to find anybody there? Cross. Simons is there to help them. And now there's a ball back over to Bowyer. Are they going to try and set up here, or are they going to try and drive? They will try and drive. Nice pass out the back. Are they going to be able to beat them on the pace? That is excellently done. And then that's going to be the 5th touch. That would have been a brilliant score from Andre Garnett, but I think Paul Bunce on that over on that far side may have got the touch there. He was diving and sliding, and he didn't mind getting himself some grass burn on that.
No, I think some people are absolutely fearless with the way that they just launch themselves, both in terms of attack on the line and then, at people's boots and things. I have attempted it once and dislocated my shoulder, so
Ow.
Not for me to completely full length.
You're quite injury prone then in that sense. I mean, unfortunately for you, of course, you broke your hand before the weekend before of our second development National Touch Series. Yes. That's a shame. That's a shame for you. Is that why you're having to ref today instead?
Yes, it is why I'm having to ref. Yes, I actually got injured at the first one of this series here as well, so I am quite accident prone. But anyway, to be involved, it's nice. It's great way watching touch. You can't really complain to be here, and it's great to support the girls and see what we've hopefully been able to achieve today. Obviously wish I was playing, but strapping up the fingers and hoping for the best in the coming weeks.
You're here in spirit, and that's all that matters, I'm sure, as well. And you're going to be here. You're going to be supporting and helping out, and that's part of the massive appeal about touch rugby, because it's just one big family, really, isn't it? And everyone seems to be so friendly with everybody here.
Yeah, I think it's really nice. I think so many of the teams are so welcoming and so warm, and I went on a sort of mixed tour team a couple of years ago now, but with people from Exeter, Bristol, Guildford, and now some of those people that you see. It's fantastic how social it can all be and how welcoming everyone is, and I always recommend it to people when they move into new areas, because it's such a good way to meet men and women of varying ages and but all kind of with a similar interest. It's great.
Just to say, actually, I'll give a shout out to Rich Bulmer on that far side in the Titans sub box, because it was him who made the diving touch on that one. Like I say, he's absolutely fearless, as Emma rightly pointed out. But it is 4-0, and PFT again. It just seems another comfortable win. They've already beaten the Hoods today as well in Pool A, and they're going to go 2 from 2. And as I say, they're going for 3 in a row development National Touch Series titles, Emma. And from what we've seen this morning, if anyone's going to be able to take them away from it, they're going to have to play really well. That's a long pass out from Simons. Oh, that is sensational. But is there a touch on there? Oh, there is.
Excellent defence there, really, and that shows just not giving up. That really was from both attack and defence. Just so you have to play to that last moment before that ball's put down. You just can't give up an opportunity.
It was an excellent pass out there from James Simons, and I'm just trying to work out who that was on that wing who made the touch. And fortunately, we can't see from our point of view who that might be. But there is Rich Bulmer getting it back in now. Now we'll drive this forward. Here comes PFT, and there's the score. Is there? No touch, unfortunately. That's the 6th. Thought that Titans might have got the score there, but unfortunately not to be the case.
Yeah, you can actually tell that his body positioning is so good that we can't see his number from here. That's he's doing exactly, as you'd hope.
He's making sure that he's available in the line there, and that one's going to be taken away. That's going to be a penalty. Gives Wigan Wigan PFT, excuse me, the touch here on the set, on the tap off set. Peter Bowyer looking to make this ball out wide, and that's a really good touch on there, but Bowyer will get it back inside, and that's going to be deliberately played out, so that'll be 6 again. That time Lee Thompson, who is also the top M45's international try scorer, according to the Federation of International Touch.
Yeah, he's played a little bit at Cheltenham, and he's been come to some training sessions for us, and he's always got lots of wise words to help with the team, and I think he's a really positive player on the pitch. Just a great energy, and obviously the skills to go alongside it.
Seconds to go of this third match here, or that we've fourth match, excuse me, that we've brought you here in the morning. 3 more to bring you before we have a little bit of a lunch break. And then we've got 7 more matches to bring you, 14 in all today. But I think at 4:55, when this men's cup final takes place, Emma, one of the teams involved will be PFT, because that was a very, very straightforward win against the Titans there.
Yeah, they look so slick out there. Every play, they were making the most of their opportunities, and really minimal errors across the board. And I think they'll be really pleased with that, performance.
Emma, appreciate your time here on Comms. Thank you very much indeed, and you are welcome back anytime.
Thanks, Vin. Good to be here.
Thank you very much indeed. So PFT continue to dominate this men's national touch series. They are still in with a shout of winning all 3 men's development national touch series titles. We may be seeing them a bit later on, around about 5-5 in that men's cup final, but if that is to be the case, it'll be a very good day for them indeed. London Vipers and Crewe and Nantwich will also be wanting to join them later on in the cup competition. Who will it be from Pool D, and who will win that game between Vipers and Crewe and Nantwich? We will find out at 12 o'clock. We're back in a few moments' time.
Here at Pershall, we've started a third age touch section, which folks that are retired or got limited fitness, they can come and play, and it's just been so popular, really popular.
Never stop learning, Sammy.
When you get there, ball on the floor, and either step round it or just roll it gently with your fingers. Don't heel it back. Won't be the moment of heeling it back. You don't need to. Okay? The idea is inclusivity. We want to make sure that anybody, no matter what the problems are, can play. So we've got ladies who've never played before, we've got people with medical ailments, we've got people who are not very mobile. We want to include them all. So we've tried to amend the rules, adjust the rules, to make it possible for everybody to play. We don't expect everybody to be a wonderful player. We just try to ref it to everybody's abilities.
Didn't know anybody to start with, and then I've got to know lots of people. It's very inclusive. I like the fact that it's mixed, men and women. It's very active, it's good fun, and I just like being part of a proper game that we're actually running.
We seem to just run around and have a great chat, great fun, and then afterwards nice coffee and a chat, makes it nice. And I don't know if you enjoyed the meal, but everyone just got to it, put the plates out, picked it all up. Yeah, it's a nice feeling.
it hadn't picked a rugby ball up for over 57 years. So decided that to give it a go and gave myself a surprise.
Well, I've got 3 older brothers and 3 sons, so I didn't like the idea of joining the WI, and touch rugby sounded a good alternative. And Di suggested it to me.
I always wanted to play rugby, but they wouldn't let me at school.
I'm hoping that will be kind of like rolled out across other clubs as well. You know, the model here, you seem to be really useful and good, get lots more people playing. We've got little ones literally playing touch here as well, and you know, we've got a really big junior touch section, so I just think it's going to grow more and more with more people seeing that this is a great way to run about with a rugby ball out in the fresh air and have fun.
So our men's pool action continues then here at the Development National Touch Series Round 3. London Vipers and Crewe and Nantwich meeting in Pool D. I should stress off the back that unfortunately we haven't got numbers for the Vikings names that we've, so the Vipers names that we've got, unfortunately, but we'll hopefully try and sort that out for you throughout commentary. Although I can't promise anything, but what I can promise is an excellent co-commentator. Peter Bowyer joins us here alongside us in the commentary position. Pete, very good. Well, I was going to say morning. It's afternoon now. I suppose it is midday. We were just watching, obviously, yourself against the Titans, and it looked like you were in reasonable control of that game. I'd say is probably the right way of putting it.
Yeah, afternoon, mate. Thanks for having me. Yeah, so. It's a tough one, really, because as you've seen, we've only got 2 subs at the moment, so there's 8 of us in total. So we're just trying to balance how much energy we put into each game. But it was a nice game to play that, because even though we've got a bit tired, we're still able to back our defence, and all our policies and all our trainings are coming into hand, which is good.
And there's Crewe going straight through. Crewe are going through there. There's Joe Tyne, who will take that ball up for them, and Oliver Holmes. We'll talk a bit more about PFT a little bit second, Pete. We'll let's see this attack play out, and that'll be the 6th touch, and that'll be the turnover. And are they going to give that 10 metre? I'm not sure on that one. I don't think he was throwing it away deliberately there, but the referee's given that, and his decision is final.
It's great to see that the refs are being a bit more strict and being a bit more tight on the rules as well, so it stops I suppose people taking the mick. But yeah, I think that was a tough call, that.
So here come the London Vipers, who have been all right so far today. They've been in with an opportunity here again. They're looking at their overall series so far. They've been too bad, of course. Won the plate competition in round 1, and in round 2 lost to the London Eagles in the 5th and 6th place playoff. But you are going for something, Pete, that is very difficult to do. You're going for the undefeated season this year in the Men's Development National Touch Series. We saw NQ Rebels get very close yesterday. The final hurdle is always the biggest one, I know that much, and it's always difficult. But what do you think your chances are? I appreciate you don't want to say definitely we're going to go undefeated, but the way that you've been playing and the fact that you, like you say, you've only been playing with 8 or 9 potentially on days just shows just how good of a team that you are.
I'll be honest with you, there's a few of us in round 1 who didn't think we'd win it. So for us to come this far, it's well, we've actually outdone all our expectations. So I mean, we want to win it. I don't think we expect to win it, but I mean the desire is still there, and the passion is still to go through undefeated as well.
Well, the Vipers are coming forward with this ball now. There's number 35 moving this ball across the middle. They're trying to see if they can get the ball out wide. They can, and they will get a touch on there, I think. But it doesn't matter anyway because it's a forward pass. Jack Bampson there on the wing there, looking to save that there for Crewe, and he did. But the pass had been a bit flatter. I reckon he could have been in business there.
Yeah, it was a nice diving touch there from the Crewe winger there. It was brilliant. Crewe's another Northwest team. We know quite a lot of the players here. London Vipers, we played them a few times, so I think a bit familiar with both teams.
You might be able to help us then with some of the names for the Vipers, because unfortunately, as I said, if you are just joining us, unfortunately we haven't got numbers to go with the names to go with them. So it's unfortunate, but it's going to be a turnover, loss of control, and the Vipers will come forward with the ball now.
Oh, I haven't got a clue what their names are. I'm sure they don't know who I am as well. So
that makes 2 of us. As here they come again, the Vipers. It's always a good chance to come through. Number 8, and number 35 there in the middle of the park.
So the Vipers are in a similar position to us, but they've only got 3 subs at the moment, so you can tell by they play at the moment. They're just doing a few jogging, taking it slow.
So here come Crewe Nantwich one more time. So still 0-0, about 4 minutes gone. But it seems like at the moment, Peter, I think these teams are very, very well matched. They're working themselves out a little bit here in the defensive sets.
Yeah, it looks like Crewe's got a few new players in the team as well. There's a few faces I don't recognise, but Joe right there took and I recognise them. Ollie Holmes with the scoop, attacking the offside players. See if they get 6 more. Yeah, Crewe's got 6 more there.
So here come a chance for the Crewe and Nantwich side to try and get the opening score of this game. 4 minutes and 40 seconds gone. According to our clock, nearly halfway through, still tied up at 0-0. Here's the chance to go over the top there. And there's the opportunity, and this time they will score.
Nice ball there from Ollie Holmes, running off a hammer play or an ML. Winger stayed nice and wide out there, and Ollie's had his Weetabix this morning.
I've had 3 of mine as well. And I tell you what, that's a nice celebration there from who was that? Number 33, Lloyd Owen, over on this near side as he has to go back on. Unfortunately, we missed that one because we were watching the replay, but he gave himself a nice little pat on the back there. We always love a bit of celebrations on the stream.
Yeah,
it's great.
Celebration, yeah.
So here come the Vipers again, looking to try and level this game up. 5.5 gone. And the first score of the game goes to Crewe Nantwich, but instantly looking to respond. There's the pass out wide. There's the score, and it's all clear on the far side.
Yeah, lovely 32 shot.
Yeah, Elliot Gent has just scored that one for the Vipers. Appreciate the team for the Vipers who are coming over at the minute and helping us out with the names and numbers. Really do appreciate it. But that's a lovely little score there from Elliot Gent. No sooner had Crewe Nantwich taken the lead, it's now level apiece at 1-1.
Yeah, it was a lovely 32 short play there. The strike runner passing that ball to the link. I don't know his name, but he's quite important to the Vipers team. Every time I've played him, he always seems to be the man on the ball.
So here come the Crewe Nantwich side. Is there a pass out there? Is he just going to go and dive himself? He will. They're looking to call the touch. Well, I think it's going to be clear. It is. Richard Barningham has just gone over that time, and Anish Phillips was looking to try and get the touch on. He didn't quite get there in time. It looked quite low there, and I think that was really key there, in fact, actually, from Barningham, getting low really early.
Yeah, Richard, I've seen him play a few times. He's always got a lovely dive with him. He gets really low. He's basically eating the grass when he's diving there.
Tom Bottomley now in the middle of the park, looking to try and spot that. Well, we've got a few numbers now, so that always helps. So thank you again to the team from the Vipers to helping us sort that out. Haven't got the number of this one though, but there's number 43. Chance to get through the middle again, and Maskin Lambert gets caught. And you can hear the Crewe sub-box very happy with that decision there, and very happy with that defensive set.
Yeah, good defensive set. It always gets a bigger chair than a score. So I think because defence is so hard, well, I find it hard. So I'm always cheering when there's good defensive play.
Oh, lost the control. They're looking to try to get in the ruck there. And yeah, it will be just loose foot in the ruck there. Did look like that. Wasn't anything malicious in there from Bottomley, but it will be a big set this now for Crewe and Nantwich. It gives them a set on their own, basically a tap-off set right in the middle of the park.
Yeah, you always want an extra set of 6 or a turnover ball within your own half, because yeah, like you said, you can go back to your tap-off moves. I don't think he was onside.
Yeah, I think he was. Oh well, it was actually an aggressive touch supposedly. So a chance here for the Vipers to strike back. Here's Phillips. Ball goes back inside. No touch on there. Phillips will go down the outside. Nice little run there to gain a bit of metres. And here come the Vipers again. As we head towards half-time, Pete, this is a crucial set now.
Yeah, for sure. But you can see the Vipers are just saving their energy. They're not. Well, now they're going for the scoop. See if the ref gave the touch. Joe Wright's pretty confident he's touched him.
Nice little kick up there from Anish Phillips, and he'd be proven correct because it's a touch pass.
Yeah, that was great defence there by Joe Wright. It's always difficult when you're chasing players, especially when you're running backwards, but he did well there. Just goes through.
Nice run there that time from, I'm sure that might be Patrick Malcolm. Could hear a scream of go on Pat, so I think it might be him as he'll roll off here next door to the sub box. Chance here though for Crewe with seconds remaining in this first half. Lovely little step there that time from Dylan Fletcher. Fletcher will take this ball back. And, the ball gets dropped there, that's the last. Fletcher will set it up. There is some space on there, that looked forward. Looks like a bit of volleyball anyway, but I think the referee's going to throw that, for a forward pass. And that's half-time of what's been an entertaining first half. No, in fact, they're going to be able to play one more play. They're going to take one more play. Phillips, and I think both sides just happy just to take the touch. And that will be that. So half-time of what's been an entertaining game, Pete, must be said.
Yeah, very good. It's very close. You don't really want to see teams running away with it, but it's more entertaining to watch it when it's back and forth.
So I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll go through scores from around the pitches, and we'll see whether that game between Bristol and Nottingham, yes, it was 5-0, unfortunately, for Nottingham Hoods. And they'll be hoping, I'm sure, Nottingham, the red part of Nottingham today, they'll be hoping for that scoreline maybe the other way around as they play Huddersfield in the playoff final in the Championship. Yeah. So let's just go through some games. Men's Pool A, of course, PFT beating Titans 4-0. Thames Valley 6, Exeter Eagle Owls 4 in Men's Pool A. Appreciate your next game, I think, is going to be against Thames Valley, so that'll be a good game for you. Chester Cheetahs beating St Albans 6-3 in Pool B. We're going to be seeing St Albans in shortly because they are also they are playing the Cheltenham Tigers. Now, we haven't got the scoreline from pitch 4 on that one, I'm afraid, just yet, between Revolution and the Cheltenham Tigers. Bristol Jets 7-5 victors over the Camelot Jesters, and the Camelot Jesters have been excellent so far, really, on their first competition as well. It's been brilliant to see, and we had Joe Davis earlier on as watching the game between the Chester Cheetahs and the Cheltenham Tigers from Oxford Touch Men's. They beat Nottingham Hoods 6-3. So some interesting scores there. And we'll go around the pool tables at the moment. I think PFT will be again in the quarterfinals, which is which is the biggest unsurprise of the day. And Thames Valley Vikings, so that will be a shootout to see who qualifies as the top seed there. That'll be later on. And Chester Cheetahs also are through. St Albans and Revolution. We don't know yet about Revolution Cheltenham Tigers, because it could be if St Albans have got a chance on that. They could still qualify, but we will hopefully get some scores from there. And that's in Pool B. Pool C, Bristol Jets and Oxford have also made it through, so they're going to be in battle to determine who will be the main winner of that and who comes second. And the Vipers and the Eagles, of course, the Vipers here will qualify with a win. Crewe and Nantwich are looking to go back towards the top of that table. So, yeah, if the Vipers win here, they will be into the quarterfinals, but they're not doing so right now as we reach this second half. And another quarterfinal appearance for you, Peter, and obviously the fact that you have already come through two of those quarterfinals and then semi-finals and finals surely could give you a little bit of an advantage as well.
Yeah, so we're not 100% sure on where we need to finish to actually win it overall, which is good because we're just going to take it that we need to win the final again to actually win it overall, so that's our main aim.
Well, you'd have to say the NQ Rebels yesterday thought they had it, but one defeat all season and they have to share the title, so it can happen.
Yeah, I was gutted for the girls there. There's a few of our PFT girls who are helping out the NQ girls, so yeah, we're pretty gutted for all of them lot. It's good that they won overall, but you don't really want to share the trophy, do you?
No, I totally agree with you on that. So thank you again to the Vipers team that have come across, and now here come the Vipers. Remember, they can qualify for the next with a win, and they're going to say a touch pass, are they? Or are they going to say, yes, they are? So the score was in the right hand, it was over on that far side, but not to be the case for the Vipers, and it remains 2-1.
Yeah, nice try save in touch there by Oliver Holmes there.
I mean, that looks like a sort of a heavy touch. Referees there just telling them to calm it down a little bit there, I think. Let's have a look on the replay. Was that a heavy touch there? Well, it was an interesting one. We've seen him given.
Yeah, I think Vipers just lost his footing there, being sort of tired and all that. Maybe just saving a bit of time, really.
Nice there from Maskin Lambert, who had the problem there that time with the touch, and he was, just a little bit of a touch on there and a little high five there with the player involved. So I think nothing too sinister involved in that.
Yeah, it was a nice little play there, but unfortunately Crewe have lost the ball 10 minutes from their halfway line.
It's a big opportunity here now for the Vipers as they come on now. This is a chance to roll on the subs.
Yeah, number one there, he's the one to watch for London Vipers there, bossing everyone about. That's what you need.
Yeah, Zane Nell has been excellent so far, but here's the opportunity. Now through it goes back to Nell. Oh, there's a little bit of a dancing through. Again, they wanted to try and get a touch. They're going to call a touch pass. They are. Another good defensive set there from Crewe and Nantwich, and you just wonder whether the Vipers might start to get a little bit nervous as we head towards the final 7 minutes of this game.
Yeah, I agree with you there. I think you can see that the Vipers have definitely picked up the intensity, especially in attack. I think they've realised that they're one score down and they kind of need to win this.
Chance here going through, and it was a great defensive set there and a great defensive touch from Peter Madden. He's that time looking for Lloyd Owen. He was looking for his second score of the game, but it's not going to be the case, and a big defensive set that.
Yeah, lovely there by London Vipers there. We'll see if they can get up the pitch and hopefully have another chance to strike at the scoreline.
Cheltenham Tigers walking in front of us here as they get themselves ready to get set up for their next game against St Albans, which we'll have here for you on our stream before our final pool game of the day. Will be Nottingham Hoods against Bristol Jets. That'll be at 1 o'clock, and then it will all be straight away knockout rugby from there. It's the best kind of touch.
Yeah,
no second chance. No second chances, Pete. No second chances.
That's definitely the excitement happens. But with knockout rugby comes the dreaded drop-offs, which no one likes.
I'm about to say, do we want to talk? Oh, there's a loss of control. They're going to call that a loss of control there against Richard Barningham. Have you got over that drop-off from 2 weeks ago? That was one of the most insane moments I've ever seen in my life.
It was, yeah. I still wake up in cold sweats during the night, thinking the guy put it on the right line or not. But I'm sorry for bringing that up. Whoever that was.
No, it was one of the most incredible moments. I don't think the Galaxy here today. No, they're not. So they won't be doing that again.
Yeah.
Maybe they're still scarred. I don't know. But so here come Crewe and Nantwich with 5 minutes to go. You just feel the next score could be absolutely crucial in this game.
Definitely. Whoever scores next is just going to give them that massive boost of confidence that both of these teams need.
Through the gap, and I think that was deliberately played at, but they're going to call that for an offside, are they?
Yeah, I think Ollie played that well. He was attacking the offside player there and suckered him in to make that touch.
Ollie Holmes. You've been calling out his name quite a fair bit today, Pete, and there's a reason for that. There's Joe Tyne. Bucket goes to Holmes. Tyne will just try and set up here from the ruck.
Yeah, he's definitely the playmaker in the team. You need that. You don't want all 6 players on the pitch yelling and screaming moves, but you just need that one voice, and Oliver's definitely that one voice on Crewe.
Pass just goes astray there again. Lloyd Owen was looking. He was lurking, but not to be the case. And you just think, at this moment, if the Vipers can find something, we could go into this game a little bit level. 3.5 to go. Second touch then on the 10. That's a really good piece of skill there. Oh, that looks again quite heavy, but he's falling forward, so maybe not. Now back out to Zaynel. And it's going to be a penalty for a forward pass. And I tell you what, if they go quickly here, there's a bit of room here. Maybe need to go a little bit quicker than that to Patrick Malcolm, but Malcolm will just set the play up there. I think Crewe might just be in the knowledge at the moment that they know that there's not long to go, and this could be a huge result for them. Here's Malcolm again, back to Ollie Holmes. Holmes will try and step through the middle. Now, scoop play from Malcolm. I think there was a touch on there. It doesn't matter anyway because it's going to get intercepted, but they're going to give the penalty. Peter Madden with the intercept, but a huge moment in this game there, Pete.
At least Crewe still has them in their own half, so as long as they can D this out, they might run away with us.
Phillips there, not particularly happy with the way that this is going there, but Phillips, you can hear Danny Hampson just shouting and barking the instructions for the sub-box at the moment. That's a sensational touch there again from Malcolm. It's the 4th. They've got to try and move this ball quickly, and there's the last. It's just static at the minute. They know how important this set can be. And nice sets across. Now, chance to go, but that's an excellent touch. It's an excellent touch there from Lloyd Owen, and it will be a turnover. And now with 2 minutes to go, Crewe have just got to complete this set And even if they don't score, you think they're going to be on that 7 metre line for the Vipers, and it'll be tough for them to get all the way down the field.
That's definitely, yeah, it was an amazing defensive set there by Crewe. Managed to kill Vipers' momentum just after the halfway line there.
Good touch. Now, here comes Tal Nurse there. Now, young player there that time, number 38, Joe Wright. Wright will move it across here. Nurse will look to try and go again, but it is the fifth. It is the last. Are they going to call that 10 metres forward? No, they're not. But this is the last chance for the Vipers. They know with a win they'll qualify. But look at how quickly Crewe and Nantwich are getting up in defence. Phillips. There's Elliot again, the try scorer for Vipers. It's been so tight. It's been so tense between these two teams. They have worked out each other really well. Phillips will play the ball back inside to Nell. That's the fourth. Nell sets up. Last play. They're going to have to go quickly here. Nell will go out the back now, looking, and that's an excellent touch again. Ridley and Dayton Jones just couldn't quite get there, and I think that might be the moment that Crewe take a massive, massive win in this pool match here in the Men's Development National Touch Series.
Yeah, that was definitely a match-winning defensive set there. You could hear the entire Crewe sub-box cheering for their team.
So here they come again. Crewe looking to finish it off with a flourish, maybe, and just secure any doubt on there. Lovely pass inside! But what a touch! What a touch there that time from Ridley and Dayton Jones. Danny Hampson thought he'd scored, but it didn't matter anyway. We almost had some drama at the end of that, but an excellent touch on that in what's been a it's been a tight game, but Crewe win 2-1.
Yeah, Crewe, you could hear the cheering again. They really wanted that. It was nice to see. It was good to see that.
What an excellent touch there that was from Ridley Dayton Jones. If that had been a tie game or anything like that, it would have been excellent, but my goodness, what a game that was. Pete Bowyer, thank you very much for your time, and best of luck for the undefeated season attempt as well coming up.
Cheers, mate. Thank you very much for having me. Thank you.
We'll see you. We will see you hopefully later on this afternoon. Really do appreciate it. As the Crewe and Nantwich team get themselves a huge win against the London Vipers, 2-1. The result that is there. And now it is time for the Cheltenham Tigers men's teams and the St Albans men's teams to make their way over to pitch one, because it's them that we'll be seeing next. Do stay with us as the pool stages of the Development National Touch Series Round 3 continue.
First of all, you've got to be incredibly passionate about the sport and put a lot of time and effort in to raise awareness and create enthusiasm and a buzz around your touch club. Number two, it has to be fun. You get, one chance to make a first impression, and when people come, they've got to feel that they're having a good time, and it's all inclusive. And the third thing now, I would say, is you've always got to be promoting, and you've definitely got to look at social media. We are exploring Facebook ads, and we're promoting like mad all the time.
Get as many people involved as possible, give them the opportunity to play, and give them the opportunity to enjoy it. We started out and it was just all about having fun to begin with, and once been playing for a year or so, that's when we really decided to take things on to the next level.
I think it's just having patience. It's not going to come overnight. If you can keep your senior players engaged, as well as constantly looking to develop and introduce new players, because you're always going to get players who leave for one reason or another. Having that conveyor belt of talent to come through is really helpful. You just got to work hard, and it will pay off in time.
From a point of view of growing the sport, bringing as many children down with their parents and getting an all-inclusive, fun environment that anybody can have a go in, and focus on that, of building the baseline of as many players as you can. Don't worry about trying to go through the ranks and put the best team out there. I think build from the base upwards.
So I'd say to keep your competitive side and your social side, don't go too much down one avenue of having solely one or solely the other. With the social side, your performance side always sort of flourishes with this, and also vice versa. It's always good to have the competitive side and part of it knowledge on your social side.
Keep the player base interested. It's not all about, right, I want us to get from A to B and we're going to do it with these steps. We're going to coach this and then this and then that. Keep it a bit fluid. Like, you don't always have to start off with loads and loads of drills to get people into playing touch. I mean, you can just play rugby, netball, something simple. Just get people used to handling a rugby ball. Not everybody has come into this sport playing lots of rugby. They may not have the same hand-eye coordination that others have. Just get everyone onto a level with some more casual games.
So 2 more games then of our opening session of the day here in this Men's and Women's Development National Touch Series. And you can hear there the dulcet tones of our PA announcer potentially, who is just letting them know that we're 30 seconds out from the match that's restarting. So our next game will be Nottingham Hoods against Bristol Jets in the Women's Pool C. That's at 1 o'clock. But right now we are focusing on Men's Pool B. Cheltenham Tigers against St Albans. The Cheltenham Tigers women we saw win earlier today on this string. What can the men do as they take on St Albans? Delighted to say that from Crewe and Nantwich, the victorious Crewe and Nantwich against the London Vipers, Joe Wright joins us on comms. Joe, very warm welcome into what I'm calling the cool-off area at this moment in time in comparison to everything else.
It's a lot cooler than being out there. That was a really, really well-run game. Really competitive.
About to say, how was that for you? Because you were mentioning off air that you probably a year ago you probably wouldn't have won that game.
Yeah, well,
quite a lot of the players that we've got are relative. Oh, that's a lovely score. That's a 32 short, 32 open side.
Yeah.
Just going through the mid hole. That is lovely.
We're trying to have a look at the number there, and trying to get the assist, but we'll have a look in that in a second. But it's a lovely little play on this replay here. As you mentioned there, Joe, really good work there inside, and an excellent score there. I think that was from Matthew Chapman.
Yeah. Mid's just overcommitting there on the chase and has left that hole. Link hasn't shut in time. It's a really hard one to react to if you're the Link there. But really well spotted from St Albans. That's a lovely start.
I think it was Will Coombs potentially as well that made the assist on that one. But a really good start there for St Albans. And now what can Cheltenham do? Can they respond straight away? They're looking to. Nice little play there. I'll take it back to the 7. That's Aflokatui. Aflokatui in the middle of that part. That part there. James Mears as well.
Oh,
and I think
a little bit of a butchered play, but they've got the penalty
for not moving forward. We will come on to talk about your game in a second, actually.
Yeah, this is a fast start.
Yeah, Joe, but we'll let this play out and see where we go. That ball taken up there into contact by Ian Spencer.
Pressure from the St Albans defence is really putting Cheltenham in a tight spot. They've got to find a way to get some structure here.
Spencer again looking to try and take this on, as is Lokatui. Back it goes to Lokatui. Now at the back, and he just couldn't quite find Dave Galazin, excuse me, who can't quite get a hold of that. And Cheltenham and St Albans survive 1-0. So I tell you what, while they're on a bit of a defensive set at this moment in time, we'll talk about your performance in that. In fact, no, we won't, because it's an over-the-mark penalty.
So some sustained pressure here from Cheltenham. This will be. You really want to make this pay here. You had a repeat set. Now you've got a fresh set off their attempted sub. You really want to make this pay here. They're bringing on their big guns now.
Spencer continues to take this ball forward, and now looking for a nice step there. That's a really good step, but really good defending there that time. Alan Bird was in there as well, making the touch. Marcus Evans will take that ball up there from the
lovely fire up.
Nice pass, and then Lokatui couldn't get through, but they've still got one more opportunity before the last. Evans.
All counties play. Great shot, great shot. Nice phase here. Can they react?
Back out.
Great ball.
Looking for the intercept. Now an opportunity. I don't think he's quick enough. I don't think he's quick enough. He's not. In fact, they're coming back. I thought for a second there we might have seen James Watson going all the way, but I think there was a touch on straight away. I think actually they're going to call a touch on that play there. They're actually going to call a touch in the air.
Oh, another repeat set. Off the mark again. St Albans are really struggling with this ruck here. They really need to get some momentum to go forward to try and get off the pitch. I think this is their fourth set?
Third straight set. They're defending after scoring the opening try in the first minute, but that was almost given away there. Evans will make the step, and Evans will come back, and that'll be touched on again. Back it goes to Evans, looking to try and drive it forward. I think there's a touch on there. There is. It's either, I think that might be
another penalty for offside there.
That's might be James Atkins in the middle there. Not quite sure.
Quickie play.
Yeah.
Great shot there.
Look how quick they're coming off their line at this moment in time, St Albans.
It's really impressive considering the amount of defending that they've had to do. They're really putting Cheltenham under some pressure. This is a great battle here on the line. Oh, unlucky from Cheltenham there.
Des Kite there looking to try and move that ball, and you have to think that if St Albans can actually get through this set and complete it, you've got to say that's a massive win for them. Halfway through the game, 1-0.
This will be a big psychological win if they can get this clean set. Denying Cheltenham on numerous occasions. It looks like they've got a better sub here. And now fresh legs on.
It was James Atkins there in the middle of that defensive set there for the St Albans side, and now they're looking to squeeze through there, and now I think there was the court there, I think, but the ball went dead anyway, as Will Coombs looking to try to make that through, and it didn't quite happen. So it will be a turnover, and again Cheltenham will have another set of 6 as Coombs just scoops through the middle there, lovely little scoop, but the half gets caught, and it's a turnover. But then the Cheltenham Tigers turn it over as well.
St Albans time to put the pressure on, get some repeat sets.
Tell you what, the Skies around Oxford Rugby Union Football Club are looking very menacing. It's looking like very grey.
If you want to play expansive rugby, now's the time to do it.
If I wouldn't mind a bit of water on the pitches, I'll be honest.
Save my knees.
Yep,
oh, lovely play. Great chopping line from 44.
Yeah, that's James Hockey. He's saying I might be hooky, but his touch rugby skills are brilliant. And that's a lovely little step inside there. Great pass off the top. In fact, actually, excuse me, it's Paul Foster, actually. Look at the wrong team sheet there. It's Paul Foster that scores. And Matthew Chapman with the assist for St Albans. And for all the pressure from Cheltenham, Joe, they haven't been able to take it through yet.
This is a real big psychological win for St Albans. They had 3-4 minutes defending their line really competently, always putting Cheltenham under pressure. They go at the other end. Oh, here's an opportunity now. Great cover there by the wing.
Did the pass need to go a bit quicker there from Ryan Atwood? If the pass went quicker, I don't think the winger would have been caught. Lovely little play out the back there. Now here comes Cheltenham again. That's a nice touch there that time, though.
St Albans they're doing really well at just defending channels rather than biting on the moving players. What you don't want to do on fifth is bite on all of the moving players when they're trying to chop and change lines, because then you expose your channels. What St Albans are doing is they're just saying to Cheltenham, go on, you have it, you move, you do all of that running around, we're just going to hold our channels and defend this space. You've got to come to us, we don't have to come to you.
Well, at the moment St Albans are coming up to the Oxford line. And again, they've already gone over it twice, and in fact, they're going to call that a forward pass off the ruck.
Ooh.
Tight that.
Very tight, very tight.
But the referees look really hot on that this weekend.
They have. We had a couple in our first game that, last round maybe wouldn't have been given, maybe a year ago probably wouldn't have been given. But it is really good to see. There's clear consistency among all the refs here.
Quick ball out the back now. What can Cheltenham do with this as they try to drive it forward, and it's almost a loss of not a loss of control there that time from Marcus Evans, but
if you just look at some of the body language from the Cheltenham players, when those things aren't going to hand, they aren't sticking, it does really look like it's taken a toll. St Albans are constantly moving forward, even though they've done the vast majority of defending this half.
2 to go. 2 to the good. St Albans, but now looking.
Ooh,
that's a chance. Intercept.
What a poach!
I don't
stop him.
To say, I do not think that's going to be caught. Marcus Evans. Goodbye. 2-1.
Game on. Game on, big time.
Lovely touch on that. Lovely little scoop away on the intercept, and the referees give it. Marcus Evans. That was some pace on that. 2-1.
If you can't score from repeat sets, go and get an interception.
2-1 indeed. We're just having a quick look on the replay here, and I tell you what, that is an interesting one, because he just goes away, and the speed of Marcus Evans, it turns on the afterburners. It was like watching a 100-metre sprinter there.
Oh, they nearly got another one there.
Yeah, they
nearly got another one, but that's 6 more to St Albans.
It is. As I say, the skies are looking menacingly more grey than they were this morning. So, do you know what, though? This might probably be the ideal touch conditions. We'll come back to that in a second. There's a touch on there that time from Ryan Atwood. Big set this, though, for St Albans, you think, just before the break.
If you're the attacking team, you'd love to get one here. If you're defending, you just want to see it out. Good hole there as well.
Yep. But, I think Will Coombs was caught, and he was.
It seems like there's quite a fair bit of separation between the Cheltenham link and wing. Those holes are where they're attacking. We'll see if they run it again. I think they will. Yeah.
Chance here. Coombs looking to go. I think there was a touch there again. They're going to say there was an offside involved in that. There's Kite, I think that was, who was the offender. So seconds remaining. But I think they won't mind that. They won't mind giving away the penalty if they can hold on here.
Play.
Last play coming up. Another chance for an interception. Oh, that would have been brilliant. Again, that time from Ryan Atwood.
Unlucky.
But it's St Albans who are leading 2-1 in what's been a interesting first half so far.
Really interesting. It's been very juxtaposed, but it's a very entertaining watch. The dynamic of the Cheltenham side is very, very, very uncommon. We are having numerous repeat sets, really struggling to get over that line. But they actually look more threatening in defence, getting up in those channels, trying to get the intercept, trying to put pressure on. It's a really, really well-worked game here.
So we've finally got the result then of the Revolution and Cheltenham Tigers game from men's Pool B. And that was a Revolution 6, Cheltenham Tigers 3 win. So what that actually means is, we'll tell you what, we'll find the men's pool stages in just a moment. Where are we? Where's men's Pool B? So Cheltenham are at the bottom of the pool, and St Albans can still qualify with the win. They can still qualify as long as Revolution lose to Chester Cheetahs by a considerable margin. It's a 6-point swing at the moment, so Chester Cheetahs, it's going to go really tight to see whether they'll go through on that one. But let's just go through some other scores from around the pitches then, from our last round of games. So obviously, Joe, Team Crewe Nantwich beating London Vipers 2-1. Wigan Warriors, though, seem to be back in business after drawing with the Cheltenham Tigers last time out. They've just beaten Chester Cheetahs 10-0, and Wigan will still top that pool. But Chester could still qualify as one of the best third places. We don't know yet. Women's Pool C, Revolution continue to do well. They beat the Bristol Jets 4-2. And also in Pool C, Thames Valley Vikings have just beaten Nottingham Hoods 5-2. And the London Eagles have just beaten Wigan Warriors 7-0. So that's in the men's competition in Pool on pitch 5. So in the men's comp, we know that PFT and Thames Valley Vikings are definitely through. We also know that Bristol Jets and Oxford are also through. Now this is where it all gets a bit interesting. Here in Pool B, St Albans will be looking to try and make sure that they beat the Cheltenham Tigers and hope that Revolution lose by a decent margin to the Chester Cheetahs, because they can still qualify on try difference. After that, in Pool D, London Eagles are on 8 points. They are through, because Crewe and Nantwich and the London Vipers are about to play each other. And that is... Sorry, you've drawn with them, haven't you, actually,
Yeah,
Joe?
we've got Wigan next.
So London Eagles against them. So London Eagles and London Vipers is quite interesting, because London Eagles aren't necessarily through then yet.
No.
And if you beat the Wigan Warriors, you're going to be going through to that cup quarter-final.
Yeah, it'll be nice. Like I was saying before, we've this is the first competition of this round, like this series, that we've had a full squad come down. First round was a very mix and match squad. There was quite a lot of our social players there. Second round, similarly, other people like commitments. Now we've got our full squad down. We're going to really try and make a stake a claim for that cup spot, 100%.
Speaking of making a claim for the cup spot, St Albans are doing their bit. They're winning. They would like to be winning by a couple more if they can help it. But here come the Tigers again. Nice little pass out the back there. And that time, Marcus Evans, who we've already seen score the intercept try earlier on, just can't get the try there. Now back out again, it goes to Matthew Janes. There's Janes again, looking to try and get it back. A bit of volleyball, we love to see that. Nice little pass out the back. Don't think they're going. The fact they're going backwards is not a good sign. And there's the sixth.
No, you've given St Albans an easy sub off there. You've sacrificed all that space. Could have killed it for sub box. Made it really hard for St Albans to get off. Now St Albans can take one touch. They now have an extra touch going into their transition.
Chance here again now, looking for St Albans. Can they get the first score of the half? If they were to do that, their try difference is currently -2. They're looking to try to at least get it back to a positive one.
Short come in, looks like an open play.
Yeah, chance, it just drops the hands.
Unlucky.
It was close there, I think, for George Edis.
Oh,
looking on the winger there. I think he thought, right, I'm just going to take the sub off there and have a good one.
Oh, that looks like a roll ball infringement. Yes, it is. That's a reprieve there for St Albans. Cheltenham really need to get some sustained pressure here.
Hello.
So, chance here for them, and there's going to be a penalty for overstepping the mark. Each team at the minute are just making a couple of really big errors on their sets at the moment. And you think if they can have the sets completion rate go up, then it could be a really interesting game.
Yeah, I think what people are really struggling with is they're struggling with the physicality in the ruck. They're not getting low enough. They're staying quite upright, so they're getting held up. If you were either Cheltenham or St Albans, I'd be really drilling in, guys. We need to bend at the hips, get low, really try and roll through that ruck and gain on momentum. But here comes Cheltenham. That's a great step there. Looks like a good touch. Touch and pass given.
Yeah.
Unlucky there from Cheltenham.
Cheltenham fans there thought they were going to get Cheltenham, the Tigers, women over on this near side to us, just out of shot. They thought that was going to be a try given there. And I think Ryan Atwood thought it was going to be a try, but not to be the case. So, like I say, I think we continue on.
Nice. Well played around the shooter there.
Yeah, that'll be the 5. That'll be the last. And again, referee's just looking to see, making sure that was the right one. Over the top. Oh, that's a brilliant pass. And the winger goes in on that far side.
That's a pill. That is an absolute pill.
Do you know what that is? That's Matthew Sandler. We saw him yesterday on the Elite Men's National Touch Series, and that is why he's being played for St Albans. That is a sensational pass over the top, and the winger goes in on that far side. It's 3-1.
He has no right to make that pass from there. The winger, Cheltenham winger's in a really good position to make that. Just goes to the intercept, just misses it. Really beautiful line from the St Albans winger to get on the outside. Lovely score.
James Watson gets the score. It's 3-1, and a huge moment in this game because, again, it goes back to -1 now, that try difference. We don't know what's going on between Chester Cheetahs and Revolution. We don't know, unfortunately. If we did, we'd let you know. But here's Lokatui. Nice pass
Really
out the back,
shot.
and that'll be 6, though. Good defensive set again from St Albans.
St Albans defensively, like I say, they are just sticking to their channels. If you're Cheltenham, you'd maybe want to introduce some more dynamic setups. Try and move. Oh, that's another unforced error there. St Albans giving the ball away. That's a Cheltenham roll ball. This will be a fresh set of 6.
So remember, you get 4 points for a win, you get 1 point for a loss, 2 for a draw. So a draw for Revolution would be good enough.
Oh, nice step.
Nice step. That's a really good score.
Oh, brilliant covering touch.
No.
Brilliant covering touch.
No, absolutely. How on earth did he make that? He had no right to make that touch.
I'm glad I'm not playing this game. This looks intense.
That is a sensational touch. It really is. I think that time, not sure if that is James Mears who thought he must have scored. That was an excellent score, an excellent touch, excuse me. And now here's Mears again. 5 to go. And what's been a really entertaining game. There's no doubt about that. There's James Hockey as well on that far side, looking to see if James will be giving him. No, it will go to Mears.
Both middles of St Albans are really working. They're working really, really, really hard to make sure this Cheltenham team can't get in. That's a nice long ball over there. Oh, unlucky. It's a repeated penalty though. Another offside set. This is the issue though, when you defend so often, you're going to get tired. You're going to start to get stuck in the mud. If you just miss that line by a foot, that's a penalty. This looks like their 2nd or 3rd in a row now. They've got to be really careful.
Dave Galazin again on that near side to us. Really good opportunity, just gone there. But
another sweeper play.
Yeah, here's the opportunity
again.
Good
step back.
Oh wow!
That's a nightmare.
Lokatui had the line begging at his mercy. You just wonder, is it going to be St Albans' day?
It's looking like it. They're getting the rub of the green at the moment. Cheltenham are really struggling in their setups.
Another couple of tries, and I tell you what, this St Albans side may not be out of this cup competition yet. They know that all they can do is try and go
Great
through.
scoop. You've got a mirror now. Wingers open.
There's
Lovely
the score.
finish.
Lovely work through there by Will Coombs. And Edward Coburn goes in over on that far side. And as you said there, Joe, really good mirrors play. Will Coombs just stepping straight through. 4-1. St Albans are doing their bit.
It's really impressive from St Albans. They just get an isolated middle. The middle is too square. He goes the wrong way. Just picks up, goes through. Mirrors falls apart. Winger shuts on the half. Doesn't need to. Leaves his winger open. It's a brilliant score.
St Albans, remember, have to win and hope that the Chester Cheetahs defeat the Revolution by enough points. And there's a good score. It has to be. Yes. Another good score. Cheltenham goes straight back up the other end, and this does no favours for St Albans' try difference.
No, it's a brilliant play. So they've conditioned the short, which is perfect, and then Marcus runs the long, gets on the outside of his middle, and then that's just the game of wheels. You've just got to have the clean pair.
We've already seen that he's got the pace to burn Marcus Evans. We saw him with the intercept.
Not someone you want to defend one-on-one. Not someone.
You about to say, you're talking that from experience there, Joe?
Unfortunately so, yes. I'm glad none of my games against Cheltenham are on the live stream, put it that way.
Chance here again, looking to go out. In fact, actually, there's a touch on there.
Hey, it's a shootout now.
Yeah, touch on there, though, I think.
Ooh.
Yes.
Very unlucky. That's a low pass. Great hands. Good setup.
Leonard Mullane with the touch on now, looking to drive on again. There's the pass. What a cut!
Brilliant
What a
hands! That is phenomenal.
What a take!
Well done.
What a pass!
Wow, gotta have another look at this. The hands there are impressive. And then the Swinger play is open. How does he get...
How does he adjust his body?
Someone check his hands for glue.
Matthew Sandland, that is sensational. And don't forget as well, Liam Halpenny, who made that run initially. How does he manage to make that catch? That's incredible.
This really is turning into a shootout. Now Cheltenham are up in the pace.
Lokasui with a great ball over the top. And that's a score as well. That is James Hockey. We mentioned his surname, and we talked about it earlier. His touch rugby skills are better, definitely, than the surname that he's been given potentially. But it's 5-3, and this is, like you say, turning into a shootout, which is bad for St Albans, but this is great for the neutral.
Yeah, great for us. Great for us. This is a really impressive game. Let's see if St Albans can go down the other end and return the favour.
Sandland. Can they at least get that try to back to go to 3 try difference? Because it would take them to 0 on their try difference, which would be huge for them.
Oh,
here's the chance again. Halpenny back towards Sandland. We saw that move just a moment ago. Really good take there that time again. That's the 4th. Back again it comes to Sandland, who's already seen him make that one move. That is a brilliant pass over to James Watson.
Brilliant.
And that is 6-3. And with just seconds remaining, St Albans are going to get the win, but again, this is huge for their try difference.
One of the things that's really impressed me is St Albans in this second half is their ability to recycle the play. Even when it looks like that initial play has gone and nothing's going to come from it, they find a way to work the ball back in the middle, get a half there, run an improvised play. Numerous times it's come off here. It's really hard to defend against when you're playing off the cuff rugby.
This is a big set though, huge set. Marcus Evans will get the touch, and that he will take the static touch there. This is such a huge set in the context of the pool.
10 to go.
Big moment. Evans looking to try and make a move and step. That's a nice step there, but again, that's a great touch. Back out the back there.
Away.
Lokatui over the ball, goes dead, and that is that. That's the end of the game. St Albans have done what they can, Joe Wright. And more importantly, they've increased that try difference back to 0. So now, all they need to hope is that Chester Cheetahs have beaten the Revolution by more than 4 tries, and they could still be in with a chance of getting in that cup competition. 6-3, what a game though at the end.
Oh,
Shootout
brilliant.
Central.
Brilliant game, brilliant game. If we had the full 20 minutes like that last 5, I think every single person out there would be dying. That was really fast-paced towards the end. They really brought it on. Brilliant game to watch. I am going to have to shoot because I am on now.
Best of luck, Joe. Thank you so much.
Cheers.
You're welcome back at any time. And we wish you best of luck against the Wigan Warriors to see if you can make it into that cup competition. But St Albans will be hoping that they have done enough to make it into that cup competition. What a second half and what a few minutes that was towards the end of that game. 6-3, they beat the Cheltenham Tigers. They keep their hopes alive. What has happened between Revolution and the Chester Cheetahs? As soon as we find out, we will let you know. But our final game of the pool stages on this stream will be Nottingham Hoods against Bristol Jets. That's coming up in just a second. Stay with us.
Here at Pershall, we've started a third age touch section, which folks that are retired or got limited fitness, they can come and play, and it's just been so popular, really popular.
Never stop learning, Sammy.
around it, or just roll it gently with your fingers. Don't heel it back. Look for you the moment of heeling it back. You don't need to. Okay? The idea is inclusivity. We want to make sure that anybody, no matter what the problems are, can play. So we've got ladies who've never played before, we've got people with medical ailments, we've got people who are not very mobile. We want to include them all. So we've tried to amend the rules, adjust the rules, to make it possible for everybody to play. We don't expect everybody to be a wonderful player. We just try to ref it to everybody's abilities.
Didn't know anybody to start with, and then I've got to know lots of people. It's very inclusive. I like the fact that it's mixed, men and women. It's very active, it's good fun, and I just like being part of a proper game that we're actually running.
We seem to just run around and have a great chat, great fun, and then afterwards, nice coffee and a chat. Yeah, makes it nice. And I don't know if you enjoyed the meal, but everyone just got to it, put the plates out, picked it all up. Yeah, it's a nice feeling.
Yeah, I hadn't picked a rugby ball up for over 57 years, so decided that to give it a go and gave myself a surprise.
Well, I've got 3 older brothers and 3 sons, so I didn't like the idea of joining the WI, and touch rugby sounded a good alternative, and Di suggested it to me.
I always wanted to play rugby, but they wouldn't let me at school.
I'm hoping that will be kind of like rolled out across other clubs as well. The model here, you seem to be really useful and good, get lots more people playing. We've got little ones literally playing touch here as well, and we've got a really big junior touch section, so I just think it's going to grow more and more with more people seeing that this is a great way to run about with a rugby ball out in the fresh air and have fun.
So, what a story that has just unfolded here on pitch 1. We were talking about that St Albans versus Cheltenham Tigers game just a moment or two ago. We'll talk about this game as well, the Nottingham Hoods against Bristol Jets, in just a second. But thankfully, Max Shenstone, the coach for St Albans, has joined us, and he was in a bit of shock because the score line here was 6-3. Revolution lost 6-2 to the Chester Cheetahs, and St Albans, Max, your team are going to be in the quarter-finals of the Men's Cup competition. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Yeah, we looked at the pool this morning and we were like, that is 3 very, very tough teams. Chester obviously coming 3rd in the last 2 rounds. Yes, Revs are always a tough game, and we lost to Cheltenham last time. We were here in our 5th, 6th playoff by 1 score, so we knew they were going to be tough games. But we sorted a few things out from our previous game against Chester and got a result. So we're looking forward to the quarter-final now.
Yeah, it'll either be against Oxford or Bristol. But I think if I remember says me correctly. So hope we might see you a bit later on, potentially in a semi-final or a quarter-final. We will have a look at that stream there. But what we are seeing now is the final round of pool fixtures in the women's competition on our stream, and Nottingham Hoods against the Bristol Jets. And this is going to be an intriguing one, I think.
Yeah, two experienced clubs. Bristol obviously have got a couple of their England players. You've got Liz Walker and Jen Palmer playing today, so they'll be looking to sort of be leading from the front, guiding their team around in the mids. But they've got a number of uni players from sort of Bath and Bristol, so younger legs out there who will be all doing lots of the running, I'm sure. But yeah, it should be a good game.
Here come Bristol though to start us off then with their opportunity. What can they do here at this moment in time?
Jen through on the scoop there.
Or
was he called back?
Yeah, I think was there a touch on there? I'm not sure. I think there was, half got caught.
Jen likes to set that scoop. She's got good speed going through, makes good reads. She should be looking to do that all game and then hopefully get her wingers on scores for that.
Jen Palmer there, as you say there, Max. And this Nottingham side actually have been very good recently. I think in the Women's Development Series they've been always been there or thereabouts. I think there's Gaynor Sewell there who is trying to move that ball forward. Sewell.
Yeah, I mean that's what you would expect from a Nottingham team. They're going to be well drilled. They're a well coached team. There's lots of good coaches there. So you're never going to get them unorganised. So you know you're always going to get a tough game against them.
Yeah, they won the bowl last time out, and they've beaten Chester Cheetahs in the 9th, 10th place playoff in round 1 in the plate. But they were the bowl winners last time out, so they know how to win games to this Nottingham side. We will try and bring you as many of the results as we possibly can from around the pitches before we have our little lunch break at 1:30, so we will let you know exactly what is going on. But here come Bristol. They're through the middle. Big opportunity here. Can she get it back out to the left-hand side? No, she can't. And I think that time there it was Josie Parr, I think that might have been, who was trying to drive through there, Max.
Yeah, they're looking to set a 33 scoop on that last touch. Try and get one player offside, see if they can get through there, and then hopefully find someone running a cut line. Not finding it there, but they're making good yards, so they're not turning the ball over around halfway, so they're giving themselves a good position to defend on.
Maddie Thomas taking that ball up, and now here's Joe Simon. Ball coming through the middle again. Now an opportunity. Will they take the touch on there? They will, and that'll be the 6th.
Really nice cover on the scoop there, just protecting their short side, making sure they're not getting through there, and then hopefully they're trying to force the play back into the midfield. But they cover that nicely.
Good work there that time. And Vic Stevens there just taking that ball up and now getting subbed off.
Just a little slow in that roll ball. Just want to preempt that touch. Just initiate instead of letting the touch come to you.
Ball gets down there. Ball gets dropped. It will be a turnover. The 6 again, which Joe Simon will look to receive from the at half. Opening 4 minutes of this game, it's been tight, it's been tense. I think both teams are just trying to still work each other out at this moment in time.
Yeah, it's a little bit of figuring out, trying to see what the other teams are running. But there's some good aggressive defence going on. They're pushing up hard. See Liz Walker there, pushing up nice and hard, trying to prevent any momentum happening. And again as well there with Jen Palmer, they're really pushing hard here, Bristol, trying to make sure that they're not getting a good platform for that scoop.
Chance here now. Lovely step through the middle there. Can she be able to find it? No, that'll be the 6, and that'll be the touch on there. I think that might be Ella Fleming there. That was almost there. In fact, actually, that's a drop ball.
Right. That's not what you want when you've worked hard, done a good defensive set, and then to give it away on touch one. That's really not what you want. That's a coach killer.
Well, I was to say, how difficult is it, Max, when you're in that sub box? Things maybe aren't going the right way. You know you can't influence much of it. Is it very difficult for you to try and be a bit helpful or be a bit more encouraging when you're thinking, I don't know really what I can do at this moment in time?
It is frustrating. What you try and do is make sure that the message you're giving is nice and simple. you only want to give one thing. If you try and give too much information, you tend to cloud the picture even more. So just trying to keep it simple and trying to be controlled in what you're saying. You don't want to be too amped up and you don't want to get too low. You want to make sure you're keeping it even on the field. Although then things happen and you get excited and you tend to start screaming on the sidelines going, yes! So, you know, as much as you want to be like, yeah, well done guys, that's really good, you tends to bottle out of you occasionally.
Anthea Newton there almost getting caught. So we're turnover again. I think at the moment Nottingham just seem to be a little bit slower rolling the subs on and off. They're just not making as many metres as they would be, as say Bristol are at this moment in time. But there's a big opportunity. That's a penalty, and it essentially gives them now a tap-off set.
It is. Bristol are what they're trying to do is piston, so they're sending 2 players up really, really hard to try and delay any momentum. But when you do that, you do run the risk, because you're trying to get out of the blocks so hard, you do run the risk of being offside, and that's what they've given there. And you don't. That's the last thing you want to do. You don't want to give away tap-off sets. You don't want to give away fresh sets of 6. You know, pistoning is hard. It's hard on your body. It's hard on your legs, and it's a long day. You want to make the effort worth it. You don't want to be having to do it again and again and again.
It's a turnover again, though, from Bristol, and here's the opportunity for them if they can speed their way through that, and they're going to call that offside against Maddie Thomas. She actually set up and runs Nottingham Trent University's team. Maddie does. At Touch Rugby, it's great to see that it's not just the usual suspects down in the southwest that are doing the business down there. Chance going back out there. There's an opportunity.
Lovely pass.
And it's all clear.
Yeah.
That's a lovely pass there, as you say. I think that might be Alyssa Grant-Walker, or it might be Jen Palmer. Or in fact, actually, no, they're not going to give that. They're not giving it.
It was Liz Walker. It was a lovely pass. They're using that fresh set and just wrapping hard on that short. I think they'll probably look to get that same play again. It worked quite nicely. See if they go again. Yeah, they're going to go to it again. They're going short side.
Yeah, this time.
Yeah, she's in this time. Just beaten Gaynor Sewell for pace there.
Yeah, she has. And it is a score. And it is Liz Grant-Walker that scores the opening point for Bristol.
Yeah,
it's taken them 7.5 minutes, but they are now on the board, 1-0.
No, that's a really nice setup. So on the previous play, they ran the short, but they hit the wrapper. That's got everyone thinking they're going to go open side. This time she's just gone straight for the short side, beating her for pace. It's the 1-2 set, and they've done it really, really well there. Good execution.
Keep it simple. Has always been said in touch. Oh, that's a nice little run there from
nice.
Joe Simon. Nice little step through there.
Nice pressure from Jen Palmer though.
Yeah, absolutely.
Killed the momentum.
Now it's a tap off set here. Simon, can she develop something out here potentially?
So here comes a sweeper play. She's coming around on the back.
Oh, that looks like a heavy touch. I think
that's going to be
no,
not given. He looked like he was going to blow his whistle there. But
I thought that, but
pulled away.
We were speaking with referees the other day, and they were saying that sometimes if the player does go fall forwards, then it wouldn't be a heavy touch. But I'll have a quick check of that on the replay in a second, because here's Joe Simon, and unfortunately she's just fallen over.
Hopefully that's nothing too serious.
I hope that isn't anything too serious. I think she's getting up all right. I think she's okay. Let's just have a quick look here on this. Does she just fall? Yeah,
just a slip.
Yeah, just a slip. As long as she's okay.
Can happen on this ground. This field is a bit cut up.
Yeah.
And if you get your footing a little bit wrong, it can slide from underneath you. So that's something players will be sort of looking out for, especially as the day wears on and more games are played on this pitch.
And the big thing is as well at the moment is that it feels like granite underneath it. It's not conducive to be slipping, sliding, riding and diving that we like to see.
No, I'm very glad I'm not out there today. I think my hip with its injury would be complaining a lot.
But it's great to have you here with us though, instead in the box. And that's a lovely pass over the top. Just couldn't quite get a hold of that, could Mo Adebayo.
Just a little too high, unfortunately. And when you're running at pace, when those high balls are the hardest to catch, if they're low, you can kind of sort of fall on them and gather them. But running at pace and jumping at the same time and then getting the ball down, that's probably the toughest skill for a winger in attack. Oh, got away with some non-straight hips there, but that's a nice little step.
Yeah,
She's
nice.
Recovered well from her little slip there.
Yeah.
Got confidence in her step still.
She said that there as she walked into the sub box. She said that makes up for the slip. As the siren does go, and I think they're both happy to just take it on there, and that'll be half time. And that'll be 1-0. It's been, I say, a tight, tense affair, but Bristol are in the lead.
Yeah, they seem to have figured a few things out right at the end of that half, but they're gonna need to keep putting the pressure on. If they leave it at 1-0, Nottingham are going to think they're really in this game, and they're gonna push to get that score level, and then hopefully take the lead.
So let's just talk through those other results then. As we've mentioned, in Pool B, it means that Chester Cheetahs 6-2 winners against Revolution. And it means that Max's team, St Albans, are 6-3 winners over Cheltenham Tigers and will qualify. They will join Chester Cheetahs in the quarter-finals. Exeter Eagle Owls beat the Titans 5-4 in a sort of a, realistically, it was a dead rubber affair because PFT and Thames Valley Vikings had already qualified. PFT winning 5-1 against Thames Valley Vikings, and they are going for that undefeated season, 3 games away from an undefeated season.
Yeah, they're a very, very, very strong side. Lots of experienced players, but also some newer players who've really come on. We obviously saw them, their first year was last year, and they sort of came out of nowhere in the DTS season, but you knew when you saw their squad list that they were going to be good, and they didn't disappoint in many ways.
Not yet, anyway.
But yeah, I played with Bristol last week and playing them in the semi-final, and they just keep running. There's no let up from them, no matter which pod is coming on, which players are on, and that's really hard. When a team just doesn't let up, there's no chance to catch your breath. There's no chance to sort of gather yourselves and think, okay, what are we doing? You're constantly reacting to them. And that's the toughest thing on a touch pitch. If you haven't got the time to react, that's when it really struggles.
We're just going to say quickly as well, great result for the Camelot Jesters. They do beat Nottingham Hoods 5-3, and that's a fantastic result for the Jesters. It's their first ever Development National Touch Series tournament, and we saw them earlier on, and they do look a really well-drilled side, and they look like they could, if they continue to get this experience, they could continue to really push well in this Development Series maybe next year.
Yeah, it's an interesting one. Obviously Camelot up from Hemel, so they're sort of near to St Albans, and they sort of haven't had that much sort of structured training. As far as I know, it's more sort of a bit more social, but there's a lot of talented rugby players in and around that area, and if they can sort of get some structure added into their sort of core skills, then yeah, most definitely they could go places. And they're obviously led very well by Brett McDougall, who's a senior mixed player. Look forward to seeing him at the Euros, lighting up with his long passes that
definitely
bruise the fingers if you're on the wing. But you've got to catch him or he doesn't like it.
We can't tell you any quarter-final lineups just yet, but what we can tell you is that PFT will play the second side in Pool D in the men's competition. St Albans, who of course we're delighted to have Matt Shempston, their coach, with us here, they will play the first team in Pool C. That game between Revolution and Oxford, I think, has finished. So we will check that. Hopefully the result comes through very, very shortly. Chester Cheetahs will play the loser of that game between Revolution and Oxford. And the quarter-final 4 will be the first in Pool D against Thames Valley Vikings.
That's a lovely finish there from Vic Stevens.
Yeah, Vic Stevens, as you say, go through really well. That's the first score, 2-0.
So once again, they've just run shorts all the way down the field, and they've just been hitting the wrapper each time. But then here, Jen runs a really nice, hard short line and a beautiful chop on the inside, which is exactly what you want from that splitter, to get hard, pull that link away, and then chop straight back in. That's pretty much how you would draw it up on the whiteboard. That's what you want to see. So as coach, Jen will be going tick.
Well, what I was going to say though, Max, is that obviously as a coaching yourself, how important is that from those tap-off sets to make sure that you really do score, because you're getting yourself only half the distance to go, and in particular when you get a penalty around that 10-metre line or around there, it must be so important for you as a coach to go, right, we have to score off this set of 6.
You obviously do want to score. You want to score any time you get the ball. I think the biggest thing is you want to make sure you get a really good strike play on either 3 or 4. If you get that, that's what you're hoping for. You've got to allow for good defence. If teams, defend it well, you just say well played. But what you really don't want is poor platform, poor setup. If you burn all 4 of your 5 touches and you don't get a good strike play on at least one of the touches, then you feel you've really missed out. That's the big thing, and that's where you really get annoyed and going, because you've got so much time to get up and set a good platform. If you then mess around with it in the middles, which you sometimes see, you see teams go, I'm not getting quite what I want, so I'm going to throw it back out, and you just let teams apply pressure and push up on you, and that's where you don't like it.
I think Jem Palmer, that is on that far side, just couldn't quite get it out there to the wing. Might be Anthony Newton. And it will be a turnover, and Nottingham will have possession. And as we say, just a quick reminder that we do have our little lunch break after this. I'm quite excited myself, actually. Very much looking forward to heading into the Oxford bar in a few moments' time. Not for anything alcoholic, of course, but you know, we need some hot food to keep us warm on this cool day down here in the Midlands.
Good pressure again from Bristol.
Madeline Thomas going straight through the middle there. I think she'll just take the touch and set herself up again.
But again, Bristol will be happy with that. Its fourth touch has only just gone over halfway, so they should be able to hold Nottingham out here.
Yeah, that's the last, and
big snipe
forward
from Jen Palmer.
And
gone too early though.
Penalty. So a big opportunity this now for the Hoods. If they can find themselves a score here, this game might not be over yet.
No, there's still plenty of time. You think these short games do tend to creep up on you. 10-minute halves, you do worry when you get a couple of scores behind that there isn't time, but touch games are always longer than you think.
Definitely. Jo Simon will take it up. She's got Mel Jolly on her. Well, did have Mel Jolly on her inside shoulder. Now it's the other way round, and Simon just couldn't quite hold on to it.
Just a bit of confusion. They weren't quite sure what they were doing there. One person was running a short, and another person was just playing a little step back, and they got each other's way, unfortunately.
6.5 to go then of this final game, the pool stages of the Women's Development National Touch Series. Don't forget that we've got 7 more games to bring you. We brought you 7 games this morning, 7 games to bring you again. Action from the men's plate, the women's bowl round robin. We've also got quarter-final action as well to bring you. That's a nice touch there that time from Simon.
Oh, it's going to be offside. Yeah.
But as you say, we've got men's plate, women's bowl action. We'll also have cup semi-finals to bring you from the men's and women's, and then the cup finals as well at the end of the day. And that's a nice touch on there, I think, by Simon. It was.
Yeah, nice touch on the wing. Really good decision to shut in there. Taking a bit of a gamble that you're giving the wing an option, but you've got to gamble sometimes.
Vic Stevens thought she had the score again. She's already scored once, and now she's trying to get it out of the back there.
Nice.
And there's the intercept. Now out to Madeline Thomas. I think there was a touch on there.
Yeah, there was a touch. I think she was trying to play it early, but unfortunately, it's got to be the wing who plays the roll ball.
Now look at how look at the quickness of that Bristol. You talked about the Pistons format there, Max. They are really just influencing and getting on quickly at the minute.
Yeah, and the difference between their defence and Nottingham is Nottingham are only sending in a single shooter. Bristol are making sure they're sending 2. So even if Nottingham look to check off, there is another player ready to make the touch, and they're getting caught without a half too often, and that's what's losing them the momentum.
Well, Rhea Plunkett's on this far side. She's already made through a little bit of work there. Now we'll go on to the wing, and I think Adebayo will get there. She will. And over on the opposite wing there, and it will be another turnover. Bristol receive the ball again.
But unfortunately, again, they've killed it on the Bristol side. So Bristol can now just drive really nice and hard up the box. A couple of touches and then get wide, and they'll hopefully set themselves up for a nice platform.
So 4.5 to go of this pool stages. Tell you what we'll do. We'll come back around about 10:05 to 2 and let you know all the games that we'll be bringing you, and also what we'll do is go through all the permutations that we'll have in the cup quarter-finals for both the men's and the women's. But don't forget, 5 to 5 UK time, as we'll come back actually as Vic Stevens. I think that is maybe it might be brought back. No, it's not.
Jen Palmer trying to get through, but really good defence. They got their mirrors right there, so when someone scoops through, you try and cover man on, and the player who was initially making the touch has to cover the scooper. They did that really well. Jen didn't really have any options there, and so eventually got caught. But again, Bristol are still flying up in defence. This is going to be really hard on their legs. I think they're going to be glad for lunchtime after this one. They're going to need it.
Them and me both. As Plunkett will take this forward, and now looking for Gaynor Sewell. Sewell will take this ball on. I don't think she'll be able to get through there. No, she can. And there is a penalty anyway, I think, for offside.
Yeah, definitely offside.
So big opportunity here for Nottingham to try and score.
Sophie's not happy about that. She definitely thought she was onside by the time she made the touch.
Yeah, Sophie Twin Nam.
She probably was when she made the touch at the end, but I think the penalty was more against Jen, her mid, for being offside initially.
So here come Nottingham. Just to say a quick reminder, 5 to 5 is the men's cup final. 5:30 is the Women's Cup final. We'll have them both for you here on stream as we get towards the end of the Development National Touch Series as Gaynor Sewell loses control in the ruck, and that'll be a turnover for Bristol. And
that's really hard. They really needed to score there. That was a golden opportunity, a penalty on sort of the 10-metre line. Got to get your strike. That's where you need to get your platform right and get a strike play, and they didn't manage that, and that's going to worry them. They haven't really been able to have many plays on the line. It's all been sort of stuck in midfield, but they've got another chance here for the turnover, so they need to make this one count.
Drop ball now on the 10-metre line. They have to score here, you think, to try and stay in this game?
I think they just don't need to overcomplicate. They just need to say, we're running this play, let's run it well and see what happens. I think they're just sort of getting a bit caught up in what Bristol are doing. They just need to do their own game and just say, if we're going to run a short, let's run it, and let's run it well.
Let's see what they decide to try and do here. Here's Gaynor Sewell. She will take this up again from the mid. We'll try and set up maybe one more strike play. There's the touch, there's the last. Now quickly, a bit more injection of pace. Sewell at the back, and that's a lovely ball. Oh, and it just lost the handle.
It was just a fraction behind her. You saw her reaching back behind her head to try and catch it. If that had been, couple of few inches in front of her, that was down. That was a really nice pass from Gaynor.
I was quite sure who the winger is on that far side, unfortunately for Nottingham, but fortunately the numbers don't really. The numbers do clash, I must say, with the kit.
Yeah, if they've got the white numbers, it's all right. It's the darker numbers you struggle with this Nottingham kit. Yeah, it's, especially when you're refereeing them, you're just going, oh,
pass out the back. There's the score, and there is Kira Costello, who goes through and gets the touchdown, and any lingering doubts about this game are gone. That's a really nice pass, and Kira Costello is there to take it, and really good play there, 3-0, and Bristol have probably deserved it on the balance of play.
Yeah, they have. I think their experience has shown through. I think the likes of Jen, Liz, Vix, these are players who've been playing for a very long time. They've seen sort of every kind of defence. They know what their reads are. And they made a really good. Jen made a really good one there. Just saw everyone pulling really hard to one side. Picked up against the grain, and she had the link in Kira, but she also had the wing. She had so many options. She could have passed to anyone. She probably could have gone for herself if she really wanted, but unselfish, which is what you want.
You'd love to see it. So final embers of this game.
You can still see Bristol are still working really, really hard in defence.
Simon looking to go out the back. This time, is there going to be a score? There might be. Yes, there is.
That's what you want to see.
That's a great way to score. And Joe Simon makes the assist there. Not quite sure who the winger is again on that far side, but we will have a look in a minute.
But Nottingham have deserved that. They've had a couple of scores that have just slipped away, but they definitely deserve. They didn't deserve to be blanked. So that score at the end will make them feel good, I think, and they should take some heart into the afternoon. They can get some more good results, I think, if they keep playing like that.
You can also take some heart yourself, Max, because you're going to be involved in that cup competition. We've loved having you on comms. You're welcome back anytime.
Cheers. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed, Max. We'll let you get away because appreciate you might have to go and start training your team up and getting yourself ready. So, but a great result there for the Bristol Jets. Late try for Nottingham, consolation with a really nice score there, in fact, actually. We'll be back in around about half an hour's time or so, maybe 25 minutes, just to give you all the permutations and all the games that we'll be bringing you today. But a big result that for the Bristol Jets. They come through 3-1 against the Nottingham Hoods. And we'll be back in around about 25 minutes after a quick lunch break. We will see you in 25 minutes or so.
First of all, you've got to be incredibly passionate about the sport and put a lot of time and effort in to raise awareness and create enthusiasm and a buzz around your touch club. Number two, it has to be fun. You get, one chance to make a first impression, and when people come, they've got to feel that they're having a good time, and it's all inclusive. And the third thing now, I would say, is you've always got to be promoting, and you've definitely got to look at social media. We are exploring Facebook ads, and we're promoting like mad all the time.
Get as many people involved as possible, give them the opportunity to play, and give them the opportunity to enjoy it. We started out and it was just all about having fun to begin with, and once been playing for a year or so, that's when we really decided to take things on to the next level.
I think it's just having patience. It's not going to come overnight. If you can keep your senior players engaged, as well as constantly looking to develop and introduce new players, because you're always going to get players who leave for one reason or another. Having that conveyor belt of talent to come through is really helpful. You just got to work hard, and it will pay off in time.
From a point of view of growing the sport, bringing as many children down with their parents and getting an all-inclusive, fun environment that anybody can have a go in, and focus on that of building the baseline of as many players as you can. Don't worry about trying to go through the ranks and put the best team out there. I think build from the base upwards.
So I'd say to keep your competitive side and your social side, don't go too much down one avenue of having solely one or solely the other. With the social side, your performance side always sort of flourishes with this, and also vice versa. It's always good to have the competitive side and part of it knowledge on your social side.
Keep the player base interested. It's not all about, right, I want us to get from A to B and we're going to do it with these steps. We're going to coach this and then this and then that. Keep it a bit fluid. Like, you don't always have to start off with loads and loads of drills, get people into playing touch, and you can just play rugby, netball, something simple. Just get people used to handling a rugby ball. Not everybody has come into this sport playing lots of rugby. They may not have the same hand-eye coordination that others have. Just get everyone onto a level with some more casual games.
Here at Pershall, we've started a third age touch section, which folks that are retired or got limited fitness, they can come and play, and it's just been so popular, really popular.
Never stop learning, Sammy.
The idea is inclusivity. We want to make sure that anybody, no matter what the problems are, can play. So we've got ladies who've never played before, we've got people with medical ailments, we've got people who are not very mobile. We want to include them all. So we've tried to amend the rules, just the rules, to make it possible for everybody to play. We don't expect everybody to be a wonderful player. We just try to ref it to everybody's abilities.
Didn't know anybody to start with, and then I've got to know lots of people. It's very inclusive. I like the fact that it's mixed, men and women. It's very active, it's good fun, and I just like being part of a proper game that we're actually running.
We seem to just run around and have a great chat, great fun, and then afterwards, nice coffee and a chat. Yeah, makes it nice. And I don't know if you enjoyed the meal, but everyone just got to it, put the plates out, picked it all up. Yeah, it's a nice feeling.
Yeah, I hadn't picked a rugby ball up for over 57 years, so decided that to give it a go and gave myself a surprise.
Well, I've got 3 older brothers and 3 sons, so I didn't like the idea of joining the WI, and touch rugby sounded a good alternative. And Di suggested it to me.
I always wanted to play rugby, but they wouldn't let me at school.
I'm hoping that will be kind of like rolled out across other clubs as well. You know, the model here, you seem to be really useful and good, get lots more people playing. We've got little ones literally playing touch here as well, and you know, we've got a really big junior touch section, so I just think it's going to grow more and more with more people seeing that this is a great way to run about with a rugby ball out in the fresh air and have fun.
Great play, well done.
So our pool stages are complete, and it is now time to move into knockout rugby. Knockout touch. We have seen some drama over the past 6 weeks or so across the last streams here on both the Elite and our Development National Touch Series, and this is where we are. It is time for the quarterfinals of each competition to get going. Let's tell you where each team finished in the pools to start off with. So we'll start with the men's competition, as that's what we're going to be focusing on in a moment. PFT topping Pool A with 12 points, Thames Valley Vikings on 9 points, Exeter Eagle Owls on 6 points, and Titans on 3 points. Chester Cheetahs on 12 points, top Pool B. St Albans get through by virtue of 1 try difference better than Revolution. Real hard on Revolution, you've got a feel for it. As Cheltenham Tigers finish bottom of the pool. On Pool C, it is Oxford, who, look, we saw them earlier on this morning on the stream. They beat Bristol Jets in that playoff, essentially, for the top spot. So Camelot Jesters finishing third, a debut appearance on the National Touch Series. Nottingham Hoods finishing fourth. And London Eagles top that pool in Pool D. And with Crewe and Nantwich, they did beat the Wigan Warriors, so they will be in the second round. They'll be in the quarterfinals. London Vipers will have to drop to the plate competition alongside the Wigan Warriors, who are in 3 points in at the finish at the bottom of the pool. Exeter versus Wigan is our first game here of the day of this plate competition. Let's just go through the women's competitions again. Wigan Warriors will top the Pool A, and Cheltenham Tigers also on 10 points, but better try difference to Wigan sees them go through as group winners. Chester Cheetahs will be finishing third on 6 points with a bye, of course, with the byes. Oxford and the London Eagles finishing with 10 points each in their pool, but London Vipers and the Exeter Eagle Owls finishing on 4 points in Pool B. But Oxford will go through as top, and Revolution are the only side to win every game this time round. Bristol Jets finishing second, Thames Valley Vikings finishing third, and Nottingham Hoods finishing fourth. So the London Vipers, the Exeter Eagle Owls and the Nottingham Hoods will drop into the Women's Bowl. Of course, there'll be a bye involved for everybody else as well in that. But here are the quarter-final lineup then. We'll start off with the Men's Cup competition. PFT will take on Crewe and Nantwich. That is a local rivalry from the northwest. And Oxford will take on St Albans. That'll be a good game, that. I'm really jealous that we're not actually having this on our stream, to be honest. Chester Cheetahs will take on Bristol Jets in quarter-final 3. And quarter-final 4, London Eagles will take on the Thames Valley Vikings. Those games being played across the next couple, so around about 2 o'clock and 2:35. All four Women's Cup quarter-finals will be taking place at 2:35 as well. We will have Wigan Warriors against Thames Valley Vikings on this stream. Cheltenham Tigers will take on the London Eagles. That'll be a good game. Revolution will place the Chester Cheetahs in quarter-final 1. And in quarter-final 4, Oxford will take on the Bristol Jets, which will be a very good game in that as well. So that'll be a great game to watch. The plate competition for the men, this is what it's going to look like. Camelot Jesters will take on the Cheltenham Tigers. Revolution will take on the Nottingham Hoods. And London Vipers will take on the Titans. But this is where our focus is. The other men's plate quarter-final. One of the 4 of them, Exeter Eagle Owls and Wigan Warriors. We will keep you up to date with all the scores as they happen. But as Chris Wearmouth slides his way into the box and increases the brightness on his laptop so we can make sure that we all see the teams, a very good morning's work, I think, and some very interesting matchups in the quarterfinals across all the competitions.
Yeah, very good afternoon to you, Jarlath, and good afternoon to everybody at home, or wherever you happen to be watching, down the pub, hopefully, in a beer garden, enjoying a beverage or two. On this,
I wish I was there. No, I don't actually, that's a lie.
On this lovely early summer's Sunday. Yeah, it is. I think this is where the matchups, we'll start to see matches which are now a lot more even than they were before this morning. And Wigan, they struggled in the pool stages this morning, but expect them to be able to come a little bit more structured this afternoon.
Still caught, but it doesn't matter anyway. There's a touch on there anyway, as that was a shame. But this is the thing. Even though, of course, you're struggling in the pool stages, you still have that opportunity now in order to try and get yourself back into some contention and also some big results here. Knockout rugby now, no mistakes needed.
Yeah, and that's kind of what these tournaments are all about. You will end up having some lopsided results in the morning. That's just the nature of sport, particularly at a development level. The elite level, it's less, as we see Exeter going through. What a lovely pass over the top there.
Yeah, Jack Limmer with a great piece of skill there to get there, and it is James Webber who goes over for that first score. A really good score, in fact, actually there over the top. We look on the replay here, really does. In fact, actually, it's Webber that makes the step first of all, and unfortunately for the mid there, just gets over the top of him, and James Webber. Perfect, 1-0.
Yeah, so David Sharp, the Wigan 6, made the touch as he was supposed to, but then was a little bit slow in getting back the 7, and 7 metres is a long way. And that was textbook then attacking off the scoop from the Wigan player, just to attack that space where the defender was trying to cover, and he had more acceleration, and that just created the score.
Trying to go down low to avoid the touch there.
I love the
Ian Widows.
Sorry, I love the age difference in the Wigan team. It's absolutely what this level of competition is all about.
Ooh, and a chance of an intercept. We've seen a couple of them already, but not to be that time there. That might have been Dan Guest out there on that far side.
And the other thing, it's that it reflects the work that's being done up in Wigan at the minute. They've got the partnership with Wigan Warriors. They're now formally under the Warriors umbrella. I know a lot of these players would have been at Tottenham Hotspur Stadium yesterday afternoon, and a few, and I'm not going to classify, if the likes of young Noah Wheatley if he's carrying one or two hangovers, then I'd be very surprised. Ian Widows, on the other hand, he would be more likely to be having a hangover after yesterday's Challenge Cup, and that's a lovely finish there.
It is, it's absolutely. You talk about Noah Wheatley there. He unfortunately had the ball go over his head for the first try, but he more than makes up for it there. Lovely little pass inside, and as you say, Ian Widows takes the ball, and we are level at 1 apiece.
Yeah, it was a lovely constructed try there from Wigan. As I say, they're doing a lot of work, both in terms of developing the size, both in terms of developing the club itself to grow it, and we've seen how much they've come in and leaps and bounds in the elite men's yesterday, and also in terms of how their development women's team's coming along. And there, of course, they are the mixed NTS champions at elite level from last year.
Good touch there from one of those elite players, Sam. He's actually Finley hated, but it's going to be given. I think the player wasn't correctly onside there, unfortunately, and Hayton, despite the touch, gets the score, 2-1.
Yeah, you've got to get both of your feet to the whitewash in order to do that, and as you've seen that. Yeah, so that's the
it's Mike Holland who makes the score.
Yeah, and I think that's number 8 Robert Byrne, who was he didn't make back that full 7 metres, didn't make it back to the whitewash. He's offside. The attacker dives at his feet, and that's that. There's no question over that score. And just finally, just in terms of Wigan, is that they're also using their partnership with with Wigan Warriors Foundation to really give older and slightly larger gentlemen, should we say, the opportunity to
essentially,
and me for that matter.
Well, I wasn't trying to go down that.
No, the opportunity to to get some fitness, to to have that fun environment that comes from being part of a team and getting an oval ball in your hand. So they've got a really good multifaceted growth program with Wigan Warriors Foundation, and and doing fantastic work up there. And they've also got some really good stash.
They do have some really good stash, actually. If Wigan are listening, don't mind sending it my way, please. But unfortunately, the only thing that Wigan are sending away is the ball, because that's a turnover, and that will be a chance here for the Eagles to try and make some moves here. We haven't seen the men's team. We saw the women's team earlier on against Oxford Touch, and they were giving them a decent game, to be fair, the Exeter Eagle Owls women. But coming straight through the middle, there was a touch on there, was there? The answer is no. Absolutely not. I think it's going to be given, but there's going to be a discussion. And no, they are. They're going to rule that one out. So James Webber almost had his second of the game.
Yeah, the defenders just got back in time just to make the touch, but that was a lovely bit of acceleration there from James Webber.
Chance here, they talk about acceleration. There's a tap ball there away from Dylan Sharp as the ball went away there from Josh Chappell. So a chance here again for the Eagles. And I always say, when you get to this stage of the contest and you get to only 10-minute halves, if you get to 2 or 3 ahead, like that is what Exeter have just got to, as that time there is Andrew Smurden that gets the touchdown. And I was just about to say, and hopefully Exeter have just made my point for me, when you get to 2 ahead at this time, you automatically think we're in a really strong position here.
Yeah, so so he's just run Andrew Smurden's just run a link wrap on that. So he started off on the right. They've played a short play popping it off to the left. He's just wrapped around, made the extra player, and then he's just got in underneath that final touch. And Wigan thought they'd made the touch there. I think that was David Sharp, but wasn't to be. Referee's the final arbiter of whether a touch has been made before the ball's put down or not, and an Exeter going in front or just extending the lead.
Yeah, so here's David Sharp and Dylan Sharp, rather than David.
If they are father and son, it just shows what touch is. It's an opportunity for parents to play in the same team as their kids, and that's as much a case of mothers and sons and fathers and daughters.
Well, the big thing is as well, there's so many people involved who are, they've been passed down through the generations. I mean, we look at Joe Simon from Nottingham Hoods, and 3 kids that also play alongside her as well in Nottingham. Ollie as well, Ollie Simon, who's becoming a really good referee at the moment, and what's been coming through, and I'm not sure whether the referee's just going to call a touch on there.
That should be a touch and pass.
Yes, it will be.
But they're not. They're giving that as a 6-touch turnover, and that's one of those kind of, as a referee, that's one of those kind of a little bit infuriating things when it's an easy option to give a 6-touch. But realistically, all it is now is it means the defenders are 7 metres away as opposed to 10 metres away, which is a penalty. But
so here they come. Nice little pass out there. Really good take there that time from Noah Wheatley. There is a chance here for him to move that ball again, Wheatley. And it's a nice little pass back inside there to Hayton. And, what can they do there? There was a touch, but it doesn't matter anyway, because could have been a 6-touch, could have been a touch pass, could have been a drop ball, whichever one you want to take your pick on. And that one's going to be turned over, and Exeter will have the ball again.
Yeah, I was really impressed by Noah Wheatley there. It was a lovely pirouette earlier in the play, and then they've got some. This is the thing in terms of the players in that part of the world, they grow up playing rugby league, so playing touch is not a million miles away from that.
Because it's all about making sure, as we always said, both rugby league and also touch, it's essentially don't break the line, don't let them break through that line, make sure you're staying in that line. And it's the same with rugby league with the 6 touches and the 6 tackles that you get in that scenario. But say what, who has just broken through the line there? That's Jack Limmer, and it almost came off again for James Webber. Limmer and Webber combining already for a try, and they almost combined for a second, Chris.
Yeah, that's the concern for Wigan, is that Exeter are that's good hands there from the Wigan players, good alertness there from Finley Hayton just to catch the ball that was bouncing in his direction, just flew off the hands there, and to collect it on the second. Exeter are attacking that defending player, and Wigan at the moment are not shutting in to stop that happening. So Wigan in those. One thing to work on in attack, one thing to work on in defence. In defence, they just need to tighten up that gap behind there, and that will stop that scoop play going through from Exeter, because at the moment it's caused a fair bit of damage. It's got the potential to be a wrecking ball in the second half.
Ball goes out, couldn't quite get it to Wheatley there, could Ian Widows. Remember, this is the first plate quarter-final. There are already 4 of them going across the pitches. 2 men's cup quarter-finals also going on around us. But we do have Wigan Warriors against Thames Valley Vikings next up. That looked like, I'm not sure whether I think it was 7 there, but referees fine with that. Here come Exeter, and they're going to call that for a heavy touch against Finley Hayton. Oh, and I tell you what, there's a bit of a discussion there, and it's going to be 10 metres, and I'm not too sure whether he's just got to be careful here, Finley Hayton. The referee might be enforcing the sub there.
Yeah, it's a forced sub for back chat for the youngster, and it's one thing that the referees are really tight on, and and as Exeter punished that in the corner with some lovely handling. The other thing that would need to be is that Wigan were a little bit you need to wait until the player who's been 4 subs has got back to the sub box before you send the other player on. They had sent that 6th player back on there. That's at this level, it's it's an easy mistake to make, but regardless, Exeter just capitalised on that extra player there just to send the ball through the hands to touchdown, and I think 4-1's going to be a little bit too far for Wigan to come back from.
Half time then here in this one. As soon as the player turns around, the number will give him a name check. Unfortunately, he hasn't done so right now. But let's just go through the final results actually from the pool stages. Bristol Jets, of course, beating Nottingham Hoods here on pitch 1 earlier on 3-1. Exeter Eagle Owls and the Vipers 2-2 in that women's Pool B matchup. That's a great result for them. Revs beating Thames Valley Vikings 6-2 as they and Oxford look to try and stay on each other's heels. Them two are fighting about each other for the national touch title in the women's competition, but the Wigan Warriors aren't far off either. And Oxford, in fact, actually drawing 1-1 with the London Eagles. So that's a huge results there. And we'll just have a quick look in a second on pitches 5 and 6 in just a couple of moments' time, as London Eagles have beaten London Vipers 3-0. And Crewe and Nantwich, we talked about that game against the Wigan Warriors. They had to win, and they did. They win 4-2, so that's why they're currently going to be in a quarter-final. They're currently going on with PFT on pitch 5. And I tell you what, it's going to be quite interesting, this, between the winner of the cup in the cup semi-finals, because that cup semi-final, say for instance if it is Revolution against Wigan, let's have a quick look what it actually would be. It would actually be Wigan Warriors and Oxford are in the same half of the draw, whereas Revolution have I wouldn't say the easier of the two options, but the other sides haven't won a national touch series event, and Oxford have always come close and winning second on the time. So Wigan could play spoiler, but they have to hope, in order to still win this title, they're going to have to hope that either that Revolution fall in this quarter final against the Chester Cheetahs, because if they do that, we can still have a shot at winning this title.
Yeah, and then we have a drama to rival what happened yesterday. Oh, yeah, that was fantastic. The one thing, I can't see Revs losing to Chester. I think they've just, they train a lot together. I'm not saying Chester don't, but Revolution draw players from across, the West Midlands, and and we've seen all the way through this competition just how cohesive they are as a unit. If it is going to be a Wigan versus Oxford semi-final, that is going to be an absolute peach.
Yeah, we hope to have that on our stream for you.
Oh, I don't know. It depends how much you're going to pay me.
A lot of money, Chris. A lot of money. Or I might just pay you in chips. Who knows? As the ball goes out, and that's deflected away there by the Wigan winger. And again, Josh Chappell is making things happen there for Exeter as he comes through the middle there.
Yeah, they've got a few more weapons than Wigan do, Exeter, and I know part of this is numbers. They've got, they brought 11 players with them, and Wigan have got 9 or 10. But that's going to start paying in the second half, as that little bit of fitness. But we've seen it particularly on the scoop, as I say, attacking that player in behind, and it's one of those things where at the minute it's they might look to run a short play, as they've done just here, short play on the wrap.
And again, they're trying to call for the touch, but it's not going to happen. And once again, it's Josh Chappell. We're saying he was making things happen, and Chappell may have just scored that one there for Exeter, and he has done. It is 5-1.
Yeah, that was just a lovely little wrap play, just coming in from that left to right, creating that extra player. There's a little bit more space in that Wigan rear guard, and a nice finish as well under pressure from Josh Chappell, because the defender was coming across really, really quickly. So he got down low, got down fast, and hey ho, it's try time.
We love the tries on this stream. We've seen a lot of good tries already today. A couple of intercept tries as well, which is always good. Noah Wheatley has drawn the man across there. This is opportunity. It just does not fall the way of Thomas Davis. The pass out there from Widows was almost brilliant, but unfortunately Thomas Davis couldn't grab it. Remains 5-1.
Yeah, that pass just held on to that for that millisecond too long before it went. If that had gone early and you'd had a bit of a clearer sight line to the supporting runner, then I suspect that would have been a try time for the Warriors.
And also as well, that little step there from Noah Wheatley It's always good to have those young players in there because they can be quite elusive, but also can be quite elusive is this player here for the Exeter Eagles, Howells, Mike Holland. But unfortunately for him it doesn't matter, but fortunately for him they'll have a chance now for a set of 6.
Yeah,
penalty given.
Yeah, Wigan were just offside in that midfield. But that was a lovely bit of play there from Exeter. I love the way they're mixing and matching what they're doing. You know, they're stretching the Wigan defenders left and right. They've got these little short, another short play coming up.
Chance to go out wide, looking for the step there from the winger, but really good work there out there on the wing. I think that's Peter Davis.
Yeah, and there's another offside from the Warriors.
I think the referee, Davis is just wondering what was given. And that's the second penalty around that 7 now, so they've got to be careful. The third one, and they'll be playing 6-on-5 until after the possession. Here's Mark Westlake, who will take that ball up. There's a touch on there.
Good patience in the D, really good tracking, working hard to get back to the line, not sprinting off, just making sure that you're in the place to make the touch where you need to.
It's quite good to see people like Alex Jopling, who doesn't really mind getting a few grass burns. As we've said all weekend, these pitches are rock hard. You definitely have a bat on it first if you were playing the cricket. That's a nice ball over the top there. Ball needs to get maybe a little bit quicker, but a great step. It didn't matter from Mike Holland as Chris Turner just sends the Wigan player there for a sandwich. And that is 6-1, and that is a sensational score there from Chris Turner.
That swerve just for that finish, that is a proper, really frustrating one as a defender, because the defender's there, he slammed on the brakes and they flew right by.
Sensational, that's the only word for it. And Exeter now are 6-1 in front, and as you said at half-time, Chris, it looked difficult then, it looks like a mountain now. This is an Everest comeback if anything was to happen on this for Wigan.
Yeah, there's definitely nothing maverick about that Exeter play just to create that there. I think Wigan, you can tell they're a little bit frustrated because I think, they know that they could be doing a bit better, or they think they could be doing a bit better. And, but to be fair, they're not doing badly. It's just that there's that little bit of difference in potentially an experience in terms of playing as teams at this level. Exeter are now increasingly used to playing at this level, and for these Wigan players, this will be, some of them, it'll be their first tournament at this level, and you can't overstate actually the difference between throwing the ball about on a weeknight and on a social thing. Even if you're blowing a bit, this is always going to be a step up.
You're right, and almost falling away there I think was the Exeter Eagles Owls women's team that we are supporting, and as we always say, it's great that each club supports their other team when they're not playing. And now an opportunity, nice little step inside, and Finley Hayton makes the touch on there.
Yeah, needed to go that was Exeter did everything in terms of exploiting the dog legs in the Wigan defence, and they look like they're going to score here. And yeah, that's a lovely time pass that. We've seen him score a couple, James Webber, but on that one, that is just classic. Running on a loop, straightening up when he needs to straighten up, fix that final defender, and then the ball goes wide out to the winger just to dot it down.
Dan Guest is the one there who does score, and I think might have been a bit of an injury potentially there to Noah Wheatley, not really sure, but looks to be all right. Maybe he might have just got caught there on the foot as it was diving, but I think he's okay. And Wigan, you can see there, the Wigan Warriors girls, they are going to be cheering on their men, but they were the winners last time out in round 2. And that's going to be one hell of a quarter-final between them and the Thames Valley Vikings, as they still hold hopes of potentially winning this series.
Yeah, they just need to keep on winning as far as Wigan's women are concerned. And they have come on in leaps. But again, there's a range of experiences, should I say, within that group. They've got a couple of England senior players. Megan Clayton, I think, she's in the mixed open.
Yep,
was a very good model, I have to say, at last week. So when we did their headshots last week and unveiling the New England kit from EV2 Sportswear.
Can I just say really, really quickly, that stuff is beautiful. That is absolutely stunning. That I don't like normally asking for freebies, but however, wouldn't mind a few of that supporters kit. If you want to have a look at it, go to England Touch Rugby. Just search any one of the platforms, and you'll be able to find photos of it because it is beautiful. And I tell you what's also beautiful is running through the middle like that and scoring.
There's a touch being called.
His half's going to get caught there that time. And Alex Joplin going through the middle, but getting caught, and Wigan will take possession of the ball.
Yeah, Dylan Sharp made the touch there, and it's a good example for players to watch if you're new to it. Is don't expect the referee to spot a touch. Make sure if you make a touch, you call it, and then in that situation, you stand your ground in terms of where that was, especially if the player's the half, which is what happened. That would have
been nice. That would have been nice.
The other thing that's impressed me about this Exeter team is just how they're driving up on their subbing plays. They're coming up, and we talked. If anybody was listening this morning, is that we're talking about the importance of using the whole 20 metres, and what they're doing is they're accelerating up to halfway. We see now, that's that's a classic example there from the number 6 Giles Southwell. He's taken the ball at pace. He's coming off anyway. He's taken it a couple of metres inside his own half. He's gone 5 metres into the opposition half, and then stepped out, and it's given the momentum for Exeter to then go and score in that left-hand corner.
That's what they should have done a couple of minutes ago. They do it this time. It's Andrew Smurden with the assist as the ball goes out wide again, and Smurden this time says, do you know what, I don't need the try. And in fact, I think over on that far side it's number 39, I think it's Alistair Freeman who may have just gone and scored there, but no matter what, it's 8-1, and Exeter look good value for this. They've got half a chance here maybe of making some real noise in this plate competition, Chris.
Yeah, I think that where Wigan will have to, one thing to look on is that when they look back at this competition and look back at today, is just maybe trusting the wingers a little bit more. There's just on between the link and the wing defence on both sides, is that there's not that cohesion, and in that situation, the winger ideally would be leaving the link to make that.
I'm not sure whether they've got enough touch on.
No, that's been given.
Oh, it's been given, give it, and deservedly so. It's a nice little play that, and it's going to be 8-2. And I think it's actually
Dylan Sharp.
I think it's Sharp to Sharp. I think actually. I've got to look. I think it is David Sharp who makes the ball up straight away. It is, and then he gives that there to Dylan Sharp, and as sharp as you like, we'll go and score that 8-2.
And that's one of those rare things. You saw the touch made before he caught the ball. So the touch was made, hand came off, he caught the ball and scored. But no, that was a lovely finish there from Sharp on Sharp.
Yep, and but we'll tell you who were sharp, and that were the Exeter Eagle Owls. They have made their way through to the men's plate semi-finals, and more importantly, and it's for the last time, they usually are in the 11th and 12th place playoffs. They have been for the last 2 rounds. They're going to be better than that this time. So we say thank you very much to Chris Wearmouth for his coverage and for his help. But our next game will be featuring the Wigan Warriors again. They will be taking on the Thames Valley Vikings in one of the Women's Cup quarter-finals. Who will prevail and make the semi-finals? Will Wigan be able to continue their winning streak? Or will the Thames Valley Vikings produce a bit of an upset and beat the last time out winners from this competition? Stay with us. Women's Cup quarter-final action next.
Herschel, we've started a third age touch section, which folks that are retired or got limited fitness, they can come and play, and it's just been so popular, really popular.
Never stop learning, Sammy.
When you get there, roll on the floor, and either step round it or just roll it gently with your fingers. Don't heel it back. Look for the moment of heeling it back. You don't need to. Okay? The idea is inclusivity. We want to make sure that anybody, no matter what the problems are, can play. So we've got ladies who've never played before, we've got people with medical ailments, we've got people who are not very mobile. We want to include them all. So we've tried to amend the rules, just the rules, to make it possible for everybody to play. We don't expect everybody to be a wonderful player. We just try to ref it to everybody's abilities.
Didn't know anybody to start with, and then I've got to know lots of people. It's very inclusive. I like the fact that it's mixed, men and women. It's very active, it's good fun, and I just like being part of a proper game that we're actually running.
We seem to just run around and have a great chat, great fun, and then afterwards, nice coffee and a chat. Yeah, makes it nice. And I don't know if you enjoyed the meal, but everyone just got to it, put the plates out, picked it all up. Yeah, it's a nice feeling.
I hadn't picked a rugby ball up for over 57 years, so decided that to give it a go and gave myself a surprise.
Well, I've got 3 older brothers and 3 sons, so I didn't like the idea of joining the WI, and touch rugby sounded a good alternative, and Di suggested it to me.
I always wanted to play rugby, but they wouldn't let me at school.
I'm hoping that will be kind of like rolled out across other clubs as well. The model here, you seem to be really useful and good, get lots more people playing. We've got little ones literally playing touch here as well, and we've got a really big junior touch section, so I just think it's going to grow more and more with more people seeing that this is a great way to run about with a rugby ball out in the fresh air and have fun.
First of all, you've got to be incredibly passionate about the sport and put a lot of time and effort in to raise awareness and create enthusiasm and a buzz around your touch club. Number 2 it has to be fun. You get one chance to make a first impression, and when people come, they've got to feel that they're having a good time, and it's all inclusive. And the third thing now, I would say, is you've always got to be promoting, and you've definitely got to look at social media. We are exploring Facebook ads, and we're promoting like mad all the time.
Get as many people involved as possible, give them the opportunity to play, and give them the opportunity to enjoy it. We started out and it was just all about having fun to begin with, and once been playing for a year or so, that's when we really decided to take things on to the next level.
I think it's just having patience. It's not going to come overnight. If you can keep your senior players engaged, as well as constantly looking to develop and introduce new players, because you're always going to get players who leave for one reason or another. Having that conveyor belt of talent to come through is really helpful. You just got to work hard, and it will pay off in time.
From a point of view of growing the sport, bringing as many children down with their parents and getting an all-inclusive, fun environment that anybody can have a go in, and focus on that of building the baseline of as many players as you can. Don't worry about trying to go through the ranks and put the best team out there. I think build from the base upwards.
So I'd say to keep your competitive side and your social side, don't go too much down one avenue of having solely one or solely the other. With the social side, your performance side always sort of flourishes with this, and also vice versa. It's always good to have the competitive side and part of it knowledge on your social side.
Keep the player base interested. It's not all about, right, I want us to get from A to B and we're going to do it with these steps. We're going to coach this and then this and then that. Keep it a bit fluid. Like, you don't always have to start off with loads and loads of drills, get people into playing touch, when you can just play rugby, netball, something simple. Just get people used to handling a rugby ball. Not everybody has come into this sport playing lots of rugby. They may not have the same hand-eye coordination that others have. Just get everyone onto a level with some more casual games.
Everywhere I go.
So some big results that have just come through here in the men's cup competitions and the men's plate competitions. A slightly surprising scoreline, but St Albans have beaten Oxford 7-5. St Albans haven't necessarily been towards the top of the men's National Touch Series ranking in the development. And let's just have a quick look at the scores. Yes, St Albans are normally 13th, so they're doing a fantastic day at the moment. Oxford will have to go into the cup playoffs. But PFT, their bid to try and remain undefeated this season continues. They win 6-3 against Crewe in Nantwich. So the first semi-final of the men's cup competition at 3:45 will be PFT against St Albans. I'm not sure whether we'll have that game for you on the stream, but we'll hope. Well, we'll confirm that as soon as we can. Elsewhere in the plate competitions, Cheltenham Tigers defeating Camelot Jesters 6-5. Camelot Jesters have been brilliant additions to their first game, first tournament. 3-1, Nottingham Hoods lose to Revolution in the men's plate quarter-final, and London Vipers beat the Titans by the same scoreline. So what that means is that the plate competitions look like this. Wigan Warriors and Camelot Jesters play off for the first playoff. The second playoff will be Nottingham Hoods against the Titans. In the actual semi-finals, it will be where are we? Exeter Eagles against Cheltenham Tigers in the men's plate semi-final 1, and that will be that. We'll try and find the men's semi-final 2, but we believe it will be London Vipers against Revolution. The reason why we say that is because Exeter Eagle Owls beating Wigan Warriors 8-2, and joining us for commentary on this one is Andrew Smurden. Andrew, a very good afternoon to you. Oh, well, it's been an interesting afternoon. There's no doubt about that, and a really good opportunity there. Andrew, now we can hear you. How are you?
I'm good, thanks. Yourself?
Yeah, not too. Yeah. So It was a great performance there for you against the Wigan Warriors, and a really good start there, because you've been around the 11th and 12th playoff a lot quite recently, and now you're going to be in a plate semi-final. That's a fantastic achievement for you.
It's definitely a good step up from the last couple of tournaments we've been in. We've had kind of tough selection last tournament. We brought like 8 or 9 players. It's kind of tough when you come to a tournament with that many players. So this tournament we've got pretty much a full squad out, and it's obviously showing that we're getting into a plate semi-final.
Well, you're watching this Cup quarter-final with us as Wigan Warriors will take on the Thames Valley Vikings, and Wigan will come through there straight away with Molly Jones, and Molly Jones has got speed.
Nice.
Molly Jones just stepping through the middle of that Thames Valley Vikings defence, and an excellent start there for the Wigan Warriors. They lead 1-0. Excellent run there from Jones through the middle.
That was really good. You can see that the winger held her width, so that made that gap, and she just went straight through, which was really nice.
Perfect start there for the Wigan Warriors, who are looking to go back-to-back. They still harbour very small hopes of winning the overall series this year.
That's a good effort, that is.
Yeah.
That's a good effort.
And Revolution and Oxford, though, are in quarter-final action as well across the pitches. So we will try and keep you up to date with that as best we can. But what we can tell you is that the winner of this will play the winner of Oxford Touch, I believe. They would play the winner of Oxford and Bristol Jets. That's what would happen. So that would be a big game, that, between the two of them. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah, it was a bit of a wayward pass there, but some good pressure from the Vikings.
So this is an opportunity here then for the Thames Valley Vikings to level straight away.
Yeah.
And like we've always said, a 6-set, a tap-off set is always important, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. To have 6 attacking sets on the line is very important. It's very key to take your time a little bit and just don't always chuck it away on the first or second set. Try and condition their defence and go from there, basically. So see what they're doing here. She's gone.
Katie Phillips looking to try and zip through the middle. Was there a touch pass on there? I think there was.
Yeah, it looks like a touch pass.
Yeah. Ollie Simon there, one of the young up-and-coming officials.
Yeah. He's a good official, he is. Really good.
So here come the Warriors again then, looking to try and get themselves a second score. That's a nice pass out the back.
That's good defending.
See that they really are like Pistons, aren't they? At the minute, they are playing Pistons. They're trying to take only one though there that time, but they are still trying to really get up close and stop the contact and stop the touch as quickly as possible. But here's Ainscough. Mia Ainscough is going to be trying to get through there. Goes to the half, and there's the chance. But there's a touch on. I'm pretty sure there's a touch on there as Catherine Brown-Williams looked like she'd scored, but I think the half got caught. It will be still 1-0.
Oh, is it?
I think the referee, from what I saw there, the referee signalled on the arm that there was a touch on.
Oh, that was close.
Look at that there. Look at how quick that Wigan defence is straight away.
Yeah. That is rapid. It's great defending. It keeps them in their own half, and they've got 3 or 4 touches gone. Oh, we 6 again. Yeah.
It's an interesting thing there, actually. That's not bad, as Maeve Ahern will take the tap there, and there's Kat Sprink. Using all her experience there to take Thames Valley into this semi-final. This quarter-final, looking to take her into the semi-finals. There you go, what a pass that is from Spring as she continues to drive on. And now, back out it'll go to Lisa Brodie. Nice step. 5th touch though, last. Spring will try and drive. And is there a touch on? I think there might be, because I'm not sure if there's going to be a forward pass called. There is.
That was good though. That was still a good attack and play. Let's see if they can keep him in their own half.
She drove there quite well at the half there. At the mid, who was offside there, didn't she though? So she knew exactly what she was doing, Kat Spring. From your point of view, Andrew, as well, for Exeter, for you, how big is it for you to be able to get into that semi-final of the plate competition? Because you've not been there a lot this year.
No, it's really good. It's really big for us. Obviously, it's the development touch. We've got a fairly new team. We've got a lot of new players in our setup. Oh, it's a great scoop. That was just a throw to the face. So it's really good. Like I said, we've got a lot of new players. We've had a few injuries, missing some key players, but other than that, we're really trying hard today to target to get to that plate final. That was kind of a big emphasis on our day. It's going really well for us. We're part of the elite mixed this year for the first time, so obviously that's a big thing for the club.
See you down there in a couple of weeks. Can't wait for that.
Yeah,
It'll be good.
No, it'll be good fun. So we're just building towards that now. So using this to condition everything, get our plays right, and then have a big push for the mixed elite.
Tell you what, we're making a big push there. There's in the middle of that Wigan Warriors attacking set. Megan Clayton, of course, senior England player, gets it back there.
Good,
now lies past, but just could not find Anna Dennis. And it's still 1-0. And even if, though, Wigan are creating chances, things aren't going their way. But you think, though, every time, even if it's just 1-0, you think we're still in this
close.
game at this moment in time.
Definitely. Anything can happen when it's that close.
Here's Maeve Ahern. There's, again, Kat Spring in the middle of that attacking set. Now Lisa Brody. Back it goes to Spring. There's a little bit of a play there. That's the last touch.
Go, scoop through, pass.
Was there a touch on there? Yes, there was. Touch pass called.
That was close. It was a good setup.
It's also not too bad in terms of the setup there for Wigan, because although they're on near their own line, it's not too far away to run uphill and sub off.
No, exactly. It's always good to get over their half on a sub and off play. Give your other subs a good platform to come on. That's a brilliant sub off.
It is, and now look at this Warriors team now, as there's Annie Ainscough. We saw her last week giving it out to her sister Mia. Ainscough. The two Ainscoughs looking to try and work together, but Kat Spring will get the touch on there.
Unlucky.
They're driving well, this Wigan Warriors side. They're just not being able to finish at the minute.
Yeah, I know. There's some good defence from the Vikings.
Look how quickly up again. That time it's Catherine Brown-Williams making the touch. And the ball just goes through Katie Phillips' hand, unfortunately. So this is an attacking set here for the Warriors, and this is a great opportunity in a platform.
Yeah.
Back out it goes to Mia Ainscough. Now back to Sarah Hatton there.
They're just setting themselves.
Just going to set themselves, as you say. Ainscough, the ball gets
lost control.
Are they going to call that lost control? They're going to say that was an accidental foot in the ruck.
Here we go. They got 6 again.
Ainscough will take it. Back inside it goes to Brown-Williams. The two Ainscoughs linking well together, and they've got women over and they'll just go and score.
Good pace. That's great pace from
Annie Ainscough. We saw 2 weeks ago the pace that she has, and she shows it that way again. A lovely play in there, and she draws the 2 defenders over on this replay.
Yeah, that's a great play there. She just draws him, and she's got so much pace. And the winger of Thames Valley does her job and keeps with the other winger, but I think too much pace there for the link to try and get her.
Big score that right on the break as well.
I know, yeah. That's what you want, isn't it? Like to take a 2-0 lead into the half, if they can try and defend this out. They seem to be defending quite well, sending those Pistons up.
Ahern gets the touch on. There's Kat.
There we go.
Excuse me. There's Brody.
And again.
But look how they're not getting any sort of movement at all. They're trying to set themselves up, but they're not being able to really get far. There's Molly Jones. There's the fourth.
This is a bit of pace onto it now.
Kat Spring over to Ahern, and still moving forward, and that's going to be the 6th touch. Yeah.
There we go. That's good defence again from Wigan.
If anybody wants to try and get Catherine Brown-Williams, that looked like a.
That was a great out.
Yeah, it was a great curl. It was great hands, but
put a body on the line.
Yeah. But to say these pitches aren't necessarily the best for sliding and diving, as we've said all weekend.
No, my knees are taking a batter in there.
I've just seen that actually. We won't show that.
Yeah.
But they're happy to take the half-time hooter, and Wigan lead 2-0. So we'll come back to this game in just a second as we talk you around the grounds, as it were. But other games going on right now. Cheltenham Tigers against the London Eagles. That's on pitch 2. That's next door to us. You might see the odd shot of it as we move over towards the left-hand side as you look. The Cup quarter-final one currently going on right now is Revolution against Chester Cheetahs. And there's Oxford against Bristol Jets is on pitch 4. And as you might be able to see now, there's pitch 2 just over the far side. So we're just coming out of the replay there. As the replays of the half time. So I'll tell you what, we'll wait until that happens there. So they're just going through the final score. And there you go, that over there's pitch 2. So over at half time there is Cheltenham Tigers against London Eagles, excuse me. You'll also can see maybe in the background even further, don't worry about zooming in though to our camera person, is pitch 3 as well, where we can see the game between Revolution and the Chester Cheetahs. Over the back is pitch 4. And the other cup quarterfinals in the men's competition are also going on over the back. Pitch 5, Chester Cheetahs against Bristol Jets, and London Eagles against Thames Valley Vikings on pitch 6. So it is one great setup here at Oxford, and we come back to this place every single year for the reasons that you can see there. The amount of space we've got pitches on is fantastic, and it's great to have the support of the Oxford Rugby Football Club, and their facilities are among the very best in the business, and it is great to have their approval and their support watching this every single year. So we'll go through a couple of more games that we've got for you. London Vipers will take on Nottingham Hoods in the Women's Bowl. That comes up next at 3:10. And then after that, it is all about the cups for us here on Stream 1 and on the main stream and here on Pitch 1. PFT against St Albans is the first men's cup semi-final. Dependent on the result of semi-final 2, we will see whether we'll have that game for you, but that could still be moved across. One of the Women's Cup semi-finals as well will be here at 4:20. It could be Wigan against Oxford. We don't know just yet, but that'll be a huge game in the race for the overall title, if it is that one. And then at 5:05, it'll be the Men's Cup final, and then the Women's Cup final finishes off at 5:30. Will the Wigan Warriors be in that cup final? Well, they're currently 2-0 up, Andrew Smith, and they're looking good value for the lead, Andrew, at the moment.
They definitely are. They're attacking well. Oh, unlucky. They're attacking well and obviously defending very well. They've kept a clean sheet so far, so if they can keep that up, then I think they can run out this game. But the Vikings don't write them off just yet.
No, only a 2-score game.
Yeah.
Plenty of time yet.
Definitely.
But to do that, they'll need to try and complete the sets. That look forward, but referee says that that's fine.
Yes.
As, here they come with Kamina Harrod. There's Katie Phillips over the top. Back to Harrod. There's a nice little touch on there, but the ball gets dropped anyway in the contact, and that'll be the turnover there.
This is subbing off now.
As the sun starts to come out here in Oxford.
Let's put some sun cream on again.
I will have to at this point. I've burnt like a crisp by the end of yesterday.
Yeah, I bet. It's the Irish complexion, is it?
Well, you're not wrong there. Absolutely. I presume you know the drill then, really.
Yeah.
So here they come, one final time. Here come the Wigan Warriors, looking to try to make sure that they're not on the receiving end of getting burnt themselves.
Go through.
And Katie Phillips was saying that she touched Mia Rainscoff.
Yeah.
And I think Mia knew that had happened.
Yeah.
2-0 still.
Oh,
the pass wasn't the most sympathetic.
Wasn't that? Yeah, she wasn't square.
In fact, it wasn't just sympathetic, it was forward.
Yeah, no, I think of the hips. It was the hips not square.
Oh, right, hips not square.
Hips not square.
Okay, interesting.
Yeah. He's a good ref, this little...
Yeah. Ollie Simon will be going places, there's no doubt about that.
Yeah, definitely.
Ainscough now back inside there that time.
Go.
It's India Holsall taking up that ball. Back to Brown Williams. Now Ainscough
the quickie
again.
at the corner there.
Brown Williams will try and drive. Back inside.
Down.
And there's the touch. Oh, yes. All clear.
Yeah, nice. That was a great try.
Lovely try there between Catherine Brown Williams and Mia Ainscough.
It's a great quickie on the...
It's the number 3 for Wigan that goes over to seal Wigan's third try. The 3-0 upper Wigan, and they could be going to another cup semi-final at this rate.
That was great play. Just stretched the defence and managed to score in the corner.
Here we go. She's all right, taking the bumps and bruises, as are you, actually, Angela. I keep coming back to that leg of yours. That is,
it looks
my goodness,
looks a bit dodgy, doesn't it?
You've had to you've been diving for your team, and that's all that matters.
That is it. Yeah, putting my body on the line.
A loss of control. Referee says no. Back inside goes Cat Spring towards Severe. Strakowski.
That's good pace to sub off. That's what you need. Just need to drive up the pitch hard.
Quick sub on again for Wigan. Here they come again. Opportunity for Brown, Williams and Ainscough to link in the middle.
Using the sweeper. I see the coach say shout sweeper, so they're doing the sweeper. There we go.
And look at this there. They've got 3 on 2 at this time. They're going to go out wide, but the ball needed to go quicker.
She shut down her space. Shut down the space a bit. She needed to run a bit more direct there, and she would have probably had that. Oh, good pressure though. Good pressure and defence. They got a fresh set of 6. We'll see what they do now. Are they conditioning?
Here they come again.
It's
Catherine Brown, Williams
Just
and the
keep hold
Ainscough
of
linking
it,
together. It is Mia!
Yes.
But did Ahern get the touch on there?
Yes. Got a touch. It's good direct running though from Wigan.
Extremely.
Yeah.
Look at those. You know what? It's those 3 mids, isn't it?
Yeah.
Catherine Brown, Williams,
that's good.
Mia
Direct
Ainscough.
on the link, on the mid, sorry. There we go.
They think they got a score on there.
Oh.
Did they say there was a touch, or was someone offside? Referees are just having a little discussion. Brown, Williams and Ainscough believe that they're going to have to go again.
Are they going again? Yeah. That's good though. Good direct running. That's what you need. You want. Here we go again. They go quickie.
Ainscough.
Go.
Oh,
unlucky. Unlucky.
Nice shut down of the space there, actually, from Ahern.
Is this the last touch? Is it? You want to get away from the opposition sub box as possible.
And not done too badly.
Not too bad.
But here they go again. And it's a chance here for the Vikings to try and move this ball forward. Ahern will drive this up, and Cat Spring will take this ball away. There's Esme Ashley taking this ball up again, and now Katrina Katie Phillips.
Oh, that's a good touch though. Good touch from the winger.
Wigan Warriors defence is.
It's really good, isn't it?
That's the 5th and last. Here's Phillips looking to try and go wide. Maybe the ball needs to go out one more time, but that's really good work over there. Joanna Egerton, has just come in a little bit there, and she decided to try and shut down the space and got there just in time before the pass went out wide.
That's brilliant. Let's see how they set this up now. This
4 minutes to go.
Yeah.
Jones, who scored the first try. There's Megan Clayton, who was taking that ball back up 5th and last.
That's a great scoop.
Is there going to be a mirrors play called? There is, but it's a nice little play there. There's a chance. I don't think there was enough.
Yeah, I think there was a touch.
I don't think there was enough downward pressure.
I think Molly Jones might have been free there, but
yeah, it was close.
Yeah,
don't get me wrong about that. But Catherine Brown Williams, the ball just goes dead.
It's happened a few times on their defensive line.
In fact, actually, it was India Holsall who almost scored there, and Holsall will concede that ball back to Clayton. It's Sadie Rahari behind Clayton, so they're just going to set up.
All they got to do is take their time now.
There's Rahari.
There we go. Quickie there.
Quick ball back to Rahari.
That's a great,
I don't think anyone
that's a great try.
Got it. No.
Nah.
Sadie Rahari does score. And no one got it. And it is a 4-0 lead now for Wigan. And any lingering doubts of them going through to another cup semi-final have definitely gone.
Yeah, that was a very good try. That was a very good quickie and a very good dive. It's very hard to defend against things like that.
Appreciate you might have to head off very, very shortly because you've got to go and run all the way over to pitch 5.
Pitch 5 and play against Cheltenham.
Yes.
Which isn't going to be an easy game.
No, but the best of luck to you.
Thank you very much.
As always.
Thank you.
And We'll obviously keep everyone up to date in a second, but will Thames Valley go over for their score here? Cat Spring. Referee saying there was a touch on there.
Oh,
it was close.
That was close, wasn't it?
Very unfortunate for Cat Spring. That's the fifth and last. Now chance here, Spring, and there's a touch on there from Ainscough. I think the ball went loose anyway. And you've got to say, we're going to have been very good value for their win.
Yeah, definitely.
And again, that semi-final between whoever they play will be very good fun to watch.
Yeah, it'll be very good, wouldn't it? Yeah, it'll be really good. I don't know who the other teams are in the other quarters.
Well, if memory serves me correctly, it's either going to be, well, it's definitely going to be Oxford, and it will either be Bristol Jets, and that'll be quite interesting.
That'll be quite interesting, yeah.
Because 2 weeks ago, they played each other.
Did they?
In the final, and Wigan won that 4-3.
Was that Bristol, did you say? Or?
No, Oxford.
Oxford, yeah. Well,
who were going for that National Touch Series title as well.
They've been very dangerous.
Could be a great game. Rahari out of the back, lovely pass.
That's a great
Perfect pass.
Yeah.
And going over there.
Yeah, no, that's really good.
Is the score for Wigan.
Yeah.
That's just excellent, that is.
But that'd be good. I think Bristol Jets got quite a strong team out today as well, so I think they'll be fighting for that place as well for the semi-final. So that would be interesting to see what goes on.
Warriors won the plate first time round. They're now looking to try and win the cup for the second straight weekend.
Looking very strong.
Phillips will receive the ball back.
You can tell the difference in this is their defence. I think the defence has won Wigan the game, really. Touch pass?
Touch pass, yes.
Yeah. Just last 15 seconds. As my godfather just walked past. He lives in Oxford, a professor of history at Oxford University.
Not a bad life, is it?
No, not a bad life.
And it's not been a bad day so far for the Wigan Warriors. They were tested early on in the day, but after a 10-0 victory over the Chester Cheetahs, they haven't conceded any more tries. And there is a touch on there from Jones. They're still going to go. I'm not sure whether the referee's happy to say there's a touch pass. And there is, I think the referees are going to have to say there is a penalty, so I think they have to go for one final play. But Andrew, I think you need to get head off.
Yeah, definitely need to go off and play, but
thank you very much indeed for your time. And good luck to you in the plate semi-final.
Thank you very much.
There goes our co-com, Andrew. So they're going to have one final play. Phillips will play the ball out wide. And still goes dead. And that will be that. Wasn't any real danger at all for the Wigan Warriors. Plate winners in round one, cup winners in round two. And they are now into another semi-final in the cup as the siren goes, just in case there are other extra time bits that need to be played. But no extra time needed here. Wigan win 5-0. And this Women's Cup competition could be extremely good fun in the semi-finals. We'll find out a little bit more when we come back in a few moments' time. But next up for us is the Women's Bowl. Round-robin action back towards the Nottingham Hoods to see them again. And the London Vipers are their opponents this time. Stay with us.
Herschel, we've started a third age touch section, which folks that are retired or got limited fitness, they can come and play, and it's just been so popular, really popular.
Never stop learning, Sammy.
When you get there, roll on the floor and either step round it or just roll it gently with your fingers. Don't heel it back. It won't be the moment of heeling it back. You don't need to. Okay? The idea is inclusivity. We want to make sure that anybody, no matter what the problems are, can play. So we've got ladies who've never played before, we've got people with medical ailments, we've got people who are not very mobile. We want to include them all. So we've tried to amend the rules, just the rules, to make it possible for everybody to play. We don't expect everybody to be a wonderful player. We just try to ref it to everybody's abilities.
Didn't know anybody to start with, and then I've got to know lots of people. It's very inclusive. I like the fact that it's mixed, men and women. It's very active, it's good fun, and I just like being part of a proper game that we're actually running.
We seem to just run around and have a great chat, great fun, and then afterwards, nice coffee and a chat. Yeah, makes it nice. And I don't know if you enjoyed the meal, but everyone just got to it, put the plates out, picked it all up. Yeah, it's a nice feeling.
I hadn't picked a rugby ball up for over 57 years, so decided that to give it a go and gave myself a surprise.
Well, I've got 3 older brothers and 3 sons, so I didn't like the idea of joining the WI, and touch rugby sounded a good alternative, and Di suggested it to me.
I always wanted to play rugby, but they wouldn't let me at school.
I'm hoping that will be kind of like rolled out across other clubs as well. The model here, you seem to be really useful and good, get lots more people playing. We've got little ones literally playing touch here as well, and we've got a really big junior touch section, so I just think it's going to grow more and more with more people seeing that this is a great way to run about with a rugby ball out in the fresh air and have fun.
First of all, you've got to be incredibly passionate about the sport and put a lot of time and effort in to raise awareness and create enthusiasm and a buzz around your touch club. Number 2 it has to be fun. You get one chance to make a first impression, and when people come, they've got to feel that they're having a good time, and it's all inclusive. And the third thing now, I would say, is you've always got to be promoting, and you've definitely got to look at social media. We are exploring Facebook ads, and we're promoting like mad all the time.
Get as many people involved as possible, give them the opportunity to play, and give them the opportunity to enjoy it. We started out and it was just all about having fun to begin with, and once been playing for a year or so, that's when we really decided to take things on to the next level.
I think it's just having patience. It's not going to come overnight. If you can keep your senior players engaged, as well as constantly looking to develop and introduce new players, because you're always going to get players who leave for one reason or another. Having that conveyor belt of talent to come through is really helpful. You just got to work hard and it will pay off in time.
From a point of view of growing the sport, bringing as many children down with their parents and getting an all-inclusive, fun environment that anybody can have a go in, and focus on that of building the baseline of as many players as you can. Don't worry about trying to go through the ranks and put the best team out there. I think build from the base upwards.
So I'd say to keep your competitive side and your social side, don't go too much down one avenue of having solely one or solely the other. With the social side, your performance side always sort of flourishes with this, and also vice versa. It's always good to have the competitive side and impart a bit of knowledge on your social side.
Keep the player base interested. It's not all about, right, I want us to get from A to B and we're going to do it with these steps. We're going to coach this and then this and then that. Keep it a bit fluid. Like, you don't always have to start off with loads and loads of drills, get people into playing touch, when you can just play rugby, netball, something simple. Just get people used to handling a rugby ball. Not everybody has come into this sport playing lots of rugby. They may not have the same hand-eye coordination that others have. Just get everyone onto a level with some more casual games.
So some big stories then coming around at this moment in time as the Women's National Touch Series continues, and also the men's as well, Development National Touch Series. Let's start off with the Men's Cup quarter-finals, where Chester Cheetahs have beaten Bristol Jets 9-6 and the London Eagles have beaten Thames Valley Vikings 5-3. So our next semi-final that you'll see, our next matchup will be the Men's Cup semi-final between the Chester Cheetahs and the London Eagles. PFT against St Albans will be on pitch 2. We'll try and keep an eye on that as best we can. That's at 3:45. The winners of those, of course, will meet in the Men's Cup final at 16:55 this afternoon. The other scores, well, this is going to be quite interesting. Other scores in the Women's Cup quarter-finals then. Cheltenham Tigers lose 2-1 to the London Eagles, which is a bit of a surprise considering the way Cheltenham have been playing today. Revolution, though, continue to do bits. They beat Chester Cheetahs 6-1. And Oxford just get through 3-2 against Bristol Jets, which means the semi-finals of the Women's Cup, goodness me, they are fantastic. Revolution against London Eagles next up over on pitches. So pitch 3, that'll be at 4:20. And for us, it will be Wigan Warriors against Oxford, and it is a huge game for that in the race for the Women's Development National Touch Series, because if Revolution lose their semi-final, Wigan win that semi-final as well, and as well as beat Oxford, Wigan still have the opportunity to be crowned Development National Touch Series champions, which will please our guest on comms, I'm sure. Said Rahari, a very good afternoon to you. A very comfortable performance, if I may say, against Thames Valley Vikings for you in that last game, and you got a score as well.
Yeah. Hey, Jar, thanks for having me. No, that was a really good game. The girls performed well, and yeah, on to the semi-finals.
We're very excited, and it's all right, don't need to thank us. We're delighted to have you here,
Aww,
as always.
Thank you.
So here we go. London Vipers against Nottingham, though. This is the women's bowl round robin contest. It's quite interesting, this, because the Vipers seem to be really starting to develop well, as do Nottingham as well. Both of them I seem to be getting on that right track, and this should be a really good game between two very evenly matched sides.
Yeah, for sure. We've played Vipers, all tournament, and they've just improved every time. So this will be a really close game.
Let's hope so. So here they come through the gap straight away there with Hannah Zafaris. In fact, there's going to be a 6 touch, and it's going to be a turnover here.
Unlucky.
So Maddie Thomas will take this ball up then for the Nottingham Hoods.
Oh, that's some good D there.
I'd say they got Pistons format there, haven't they? Flying 2 defenders up.
Yep. They want to keep them in that half.
There's Maddie Thomas again, just taking that ball further up. There's Gaynor Sewell for the Hoods. They've got a real good mix, I think, actually, the Hoods, actually. A lot of youth, but also a lot of experience in there as well.
Yeah, that's so important, especially to teach the young ones as they come up. Here we go, 6 again for the Hoods.
What will happen here? There's Sewell again. They're on that wing. Short pass out the back there to Maisie Pollard. Pollard will play that ball back inside. Sewell, there's Pollard, it's available here. If it goes wide, it has to go one more. That should have gone a little bit wide.
Yep.
But there's the touch on there. I think it was a forward pass anyway, or a touch. It could have been anything really, but it's going to be the 5th.
Yep.
It's always so difficult here, isn't it, Sadie, to try and get from a static position to get it on the 7 and then go over, isn't it?
It is, especially when you've got, the defence flying up at you. It's a lot of pressure. So here we go, Vipers ball.
I tell you what, it's always quite interesting getting it here down on pitch level, because hearing the people from the sub box, hearing the conversations that you all have on the pitches is really quite interesting.
It is, yeah.
Tell you what, while I appreciate this is a defensive set a little bit for the Vipers, so we'll talk about yourselves and about the Wigan Warriors.
Yeah.
We saw you last time out over in Burton beating Oxford, and that's going to be a very interesting rematch, there's no doubt about that.
No.
But you've come through, you've been plate winners, and now you're cup winners, and now you're going for a 2nd straight cup competition.
Yeah.
It was a difficult start to the morning, but you seem to have really kicked into gear a little bit.
Yeah, we've got a few more numbers today, and we're just trying to get the girls used to, what we've been working on. So, yeah, we'll only improve each game, and we have so far, so we just have to take one game at a time.
Oh, I wanted to see if we could get you some secrets from you about your game against Oxford.
No,
unfortunately not.
I'm looking forward to that game. It's going to be a good one.
I'm looking forward to it as well. But this shouldn't be discounted. This is a great game as well between Vipers and the Hoods, and that'll be the 5th touch, and that'll be the last. And that'll be Rosie Blackie.
Yeah, that's good position there. So they're going into their half now. So let's see if they can get a point.
When you get this opportunity here from a tap-off, essentially, it's a tap-off set, really.
Yeah.
So you feel like when you haven't got as short a longer distance to go, it must feel really important for you to try and get that first score.
Of course, and it's all about just possession, holding on to it, because just like then, some girls want to sub and come on, so fresh legs. Let's see if they set something up.
But like they will do, and here's the opportunity going out the back there
unlucky.
from. He has been kind of match up, but couldn't quite grab that ball there. Could the Vipers number 44, I think that
good
might be.
step there. Here we go. Let's get out of it. Great drive.
They're getting up some real pace here.
They are.
There's Thomas back inside again. Oh, that's a nice move there.
So Vipers ball. Back at the tap-off.
Aisling Musgrove just trying to make the defensive play. Big shout out to her, by the way. She's also been organising the development touch series as well as playing in it. So it just goes to show you this is one big family. Doesn't matter if you're organising it, you can also be involved in the game as well, which is great to see. And that'll be the 6th touch there. Good defence again from the Hoods.
Yeah, great defence. I just think they didn't realise they were in the 7 there, Vipers, so unlucky.
It's always difficult though, but if you want to, as we've always said on the stream, check 101. If you want to turn the ball over as far away from the opposite sub box as possible and on the 7.
That's the one. Right in the corner.
Pass going out the back. Doesn't quite fall there for Sophie Bosworth. And this is a really big attacking set now for the Vipers. Blackie will take that ball on, and also being involved in that there as well was Juliet Elmgren. Elmgren now with the pass out the back. It wasn't the most sympathetic of passes.
No. Hard luck. So the Hoods here, they're trying to get out, get out of the red zone and hopefully get some fresh legs on.
It's got to be a very interesting defensive set though here.
Yeah. Vipers defense though, they're
loss of control, unfortunately, and this is a big opportunity now for the Vipers.
Yep. Number 48, Julia Elmgren, seems like she's the middle, trying to set everything up. So
yeah, everything seems to be going through her at the moment. Here comes Elmgren now with the pass, surely out wide. I think there's a score. There is, it's all clear.
Yep.
First score of the game, and we mentioned her just then said it was Julia Elmgren that got through there, and the right winger there on that far side just goes and scores 1-0 Vipers.
Great work, Vipers.
Try and work out who that was there on that far side. It might be. In fact, I just heard
Beth Pindock.
There you go. You can do my job for me, Sade.
Yeah. Sign me up, England. Good work. That was just a simple backdoor, 2-on-1. Put the ball down.
So it is the Vipers who do get that first score, and that's a really good bit of work there from Annabelle Faulkner, getting out the blocks there with Pistons. As Sewell thinks there was a touch on there wasn't.
Yep.
So Musgrove's available there if she wants to take that ball at the half, and she doesn't. There's Gator Sewell. Thought there might have been a gap there, and it just did not quite get to hand. It's a shame, really, for the Hoods, because that was their best opportunity by a long, long way.
Subbing set for Vipers, great yards there.
Annabelle Faulkner again continuing on.
Yeah. Oh, good yards. Fresh legs on, so they'll be setting something up now.
Here come
5th coming.
Yep, that's to tell you what, this is a great set. And she's going to go down the short side as well, and why not?
Oh, did she get that?
There's a touch on there, I think. Yes.
Great touch.
So it's the last touch then of the set. We'll see if they can do anything very special here. Luckily, there's the 5th.
5 and last.
Now, chance goes out the back door. The ball just goes behind Sophie Walker.
So close, Vipers. They'll be looking to keep them here.
Nice touch on there.
Great drive.
Bosworth will pick it up. There's a bit of speed there now from this Hoods attack. They know this is potentially the final set of the half.
Yep.
There's now Bosworth looking to try to go down the outside. This is the last touch, and there's Imogen Loveridge. And unfortunately, the ball goes dead, and at half time, and it has been tight, it has been tense, but it's also been very interesting. It seems that both teams have been really feeling each other out.
Yeah, Vipers will be going into that second half with a bit of confidence from that first try, but no, Hoods they're staying in the game, and 1-0, be a close one.
So I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll go around the grounds if we can. We'll go around the pitches. Currently going on the plate games. Revolution taking on the London Vipers on the plate semi-final. That one there. The men's plate playoff semi-final 1 is the Wigan Warriors against the Camelot Jesters. As I think actually I can hear a little bit of a rain shower hitting the Oxford at the moment. So there's that. Also playing in the men's plate playoff semi-final 2, Nottingham Hoods against the Titans. And men's plate semi-final 1 currently going on right now. It's Exeter Eagle Owls against the Cheltenham Tigers. Winners that will go into the 5th and 6th place playoff. And I tell you what, I don't think, apart from our camera operator today, Danny, I should give him a shout out because he's been excellent all weekend. I think he might be the only person that might not be happy about the fact there's a bit of rain coming down on this pitch. And it's just a short, sharp shower. And let's just hope that the rain doesn't get much heavier. But, though, I'll say this now to you, though, Said, it probably is a lot easier, isn't it, if it does get a bit of rain, because we like a bit of slipping and sliding and diving.
These fields are so hard as well, so any rain will help, honestly. Before we start, Joe, I just want to give a big shout out to the Wigan Rugby League team for winning in Tottenham yesterday. That was a great match up against Huddersfield Giants. And to Lee, my partner plays for Lee, so big ups to them for winning as well in the 1895 Cup. Woo.
Fantastic. I mean, more than anything as well, like it just feels so great in order for you.
Yeah.
It must feel so great to be a part of that club at the minute, where it's just fantastic. So
Awesome. Yeah. So much support from everyone. So
I'm just hoping.
Here we go, ready for second half. And I am cramping up.
Stretching out, ready for your semi-final coming up against Oxford, which we will see on this stream.
Oh, yep, the rain's coming in now.
I'll tell you what, it is now starting to get really heavy. Short, sharp shower, and I don't think, as I say, I only think Danny's the only person who will be disappointed about that. Because what we do want is a bit more slipping and sliding.
Yeah.
But there's Anna Zifras taking that ball up for Vipers. Camacho almost there as well.
Yeah,
now back
she's been impressive.
She has, you're right.
54. Here we go, she's looking set up again on the link.
Now here's the opportunity. Zifras looking to try and slide in, and already she doesn't mind going a little bit now with this rain coming down, and oh dearie me, I'm very glad we're undercover.
Oh yeah.
In this position.
Great drive by Hoods getting out of their out of that half.
I've heard that, excuse me. As here comes Maddie Thomas driving forward, as is Bosworth.
Great run.
Tell you what, I don't know what it is, by the way. This is a random thing here, but I love the smell of a wet grass.
Oh yeah. You'll have to get out there, Jar, and have a game soon.
So it's 1-0 still then here to the Vipers as the wind and rain start to come down a little bit. People are joining us here in our commentary just to keep a little bit of shelter. I can understand that. Hopefully this is just a passing shower. I'm just very glad that we're not at, no disrespect to Nottingham, our team here, but Nottingham Hoods main ground, Nottingham Rugby Club, not the most conducive for the rain if it comes in sideways. But that ball could be a bit slippy now as Blackie takes this up for the Vipers. Shears again. Chance to try and move this ball forward one more time, and in fact there's actually a lot of bit of a chance here. Now back inside it goes, looking for Walker.
So Julia again be looking to set up here on the 7, sorry.
Chance here then for Blackie. Blackie comes to Walker, and that'll be a 6-touch turnover.
And the rain has stopped.
Everyone, yeah, I said, I think the rain is. I think this short, sharp shower might have actually just been that.
Yeah.
It's just a bit of drizzle now, but you know, you're always going to get a little bit of rain on a touch rugby weekend. Oh, that was a bit of a high touch on
bit of
on Musgrove. I think the referees know that there wasn't anything malicious in it. It was just a high touch. Sophie Walker, the guilty party on that one.
Yeah.
And let's have a look at that replay. Yeah, that's.
Yeah, she was going down, so she didn't.
Trying to take the hat off. But 6 again.
Here we go. This is a good position for Hoods. Hopefully they can.
Isul now looking to try and see if they can maybe level this game up. Here is Musgrove again.
Is that him?
Chance here. And that ball gets dropped, unfortunately, there for Maisie Pollard, and that'll be a turnover again, and the Vipers will have it back as we said. Short, sharp shower, a little bit of rain, but you know, it won't improve much of the pitch quality, I don't think.
We'll take that though. Here we go, Vipers, great yards.
How important is that, especially when you're subbing off? Because you had the upper sub box actually, because it is a bit of a slope, so it must be difficult to try and sub off. But subbing on feels like it feels a lot easier for you.
It does, yeah. Here we go, just coming over halfway. Oh, she's a great runner. 54. Oh.
Thomas was trying to get out of the way, as was Walker. Everybody was trying to get out of the way of that one. Yeah, that's going to be the 5th. As that ball drops there from Camacho.
The refs are just discussing something, I think. I don't think she meant that, but ref's decision in the end, so they get 6 again, Vipers.
Here's the opportunity then for Hannah Zifras. Back it will come to Camacho. There's Annabelle Faulkner taking this ball up. Comes back again to Camacho. In the middle of the... she's been very busy in the middle of the Vipers. She's everything that the Vipers have done, it's gone through her today.
We've played them twice, like I've said, and she definitely has been one of their key players, so yeah, good on her. Oh, great line.
Zifras trying to do that, but it'll be the 5th and last on the 7th. You just feel like another score here for the Vipers might be enough to win it. Now will the ball go wide? It will, but I think there was a touch on. No, they're going to say all clear.
Yep, great try.
Try scored there on the far side. And the Vipers, we said another score might be enough to give them the victory. That's just been found. Excellent pass out there from Hayley Flower. And the winger there, I think that might be Beth Pendock on that far side, has just gone over. 2-0.
That's just great eyes up footy. 2-on-1. Good work, Vipers.
Plenty still to come here on this stream. We should stress that there's now, after this one, it's all about the cups for us. Men's Cup semi-final. We're going to have a huge game. It's going to be Chester Cheetahs and London Eagles, and then the Wigan Warriors, Sadie's Wigan Warriors, will be taking on Oxford. That'll be at 4:20 here. 2-0 the score to the Vipers. But can Nottingham, find a way through? No, they can't. It's over the mark. Forward pass, anything you want to call it, 2-0.
You know what, I give it up to these young girls that come into this competition and give it a go. You know, this is the only way you're going to learn. And yeah, good on them.
So what was all the fuss about, by the way, with the weather? It's just turned sunny again. So like we say, Chester Cheetahs against London Eagles is our next fixture. That's coming up at 4:45 UK time. And then at 4:20, Wigan against Oxford in the women's semi-final. A huge game in the context of this series.
That'll be a massive game.
As I say, you're starting to get a little bit nervous, excited now, Said?
Mate, I'm always nervous. I'm always nervous right till the tap off.
That's because you want to do your best, though, I
assume. Of course, yes, you do. And you know, we know what Oxford's like, and they're going to come out hungry and wanting to get that one up on us. So yeah.
But the fact that you beat them last time out, does that give you a little bit of an advantage over them because you already know that you can already go and beat them?
I always say what's in the past is in the past. You know, it's a new weekend, it's a new day. So yeah, they'll be coming out strong today.
5:30 is the Women's Cup final, with potentially a
great drives there by the
Women's National
Hoods.
Touch Series could be on the line at that point. That's a nice little touch there from Sewell, and now comes out the back. It just doesn't find Maisie Pollard. And 2 minutes to go, and it looks like there at the moment, I think the Vipers will take this victory, but it's been very close, and it's just been a couple of moments that have gone the way of the Vipers.
Hoods haven't given up though, they're still going. Oh, 54.
Nice little run there, that time there from Beth Pendock. Will they get a final score before the end of this fixture? Chance here is time Willow Frey joins the party.
Another 6 for the Vipers, offside for the Hoods. And now the sun's shining, Jar. What is this?
4 seasons in a day. This is why you moved over from New Zealand, wasn't it?
For sure.
Chance here again as the ball goes out. There's the touch on there from Musgrove as Julia Almgren gets caught. So here's the chance then with just a few seconds left of this game.
Yep.
The Vipers are just going to be quite happy just to take this and take the victory and move on. But here's Frey through the middle, batted down there, that time from Thomas.
6 again. This is some good D though by the Hoods.
It's always difficult to defend your own line, but they're doing it as well as they can. Blackie, Frey, back inside, nice touch there from Sewell as Kelly Carson almost went over. Siren will go at any second. Blackie. Chance there. Siren goes. Last opportunity for the Vipers to score. Touches all over the place from Musgrove and from Sewell. And that is that. And it's been, like I say, a tight game.
Yep.
But just a couple of individual moments really turned the way of that game for the Vipers there, Sade.
Definitely. Congrats to the Vipers. They've done so well this whole tournament, and yeah, they deserve that win. Good work.
Sade Rahari, thank you very, very much indeed for your contribution on comms. You're welcome back anytime.
Thanks, Jar. We'll see you out on the field.
Well, you won't see me out on the field, but I'll see you out on the field. But there you go. 20 past 4. Thank you very, very much indeed with Sade Rahari there as she goes off to go and warm up with her Wigan Warriors side that will be playing against Oxford in the semi-final here on pitch 1. It's a huge matchup in the context of the game and the series. Wigan still harbour hopes of winning the National Touch Series, but they have to hope that Revolution lose that semi-final in order to try and join them as champions. Or would it be Oxford that turn round what happened against Wigan last time out and to go into the final and still harbour hopes themselves of winning the competition outright? PFT, though, we can say now definitely are in with a shout of being champions. They will need one more win against St Albans in order to be Men's National Touch Series champions. But our focus next time out will be in the other semi-final. Chester Cheetahs against London Eagles. Chester have to win this to stay in with a chance of becoming National Touch Series champions for 2022. What will happen when the two teams meet? Semi-final of the Cup comes next. Join us after the break.
commercial, we've started a third age touch section, which folks that are retired or got limited fitness, they can come and play, and it's just been so popular, really popular.
Never stop learning, Sammy.
The idea is inclusivity. We want to make sure that anybody, no matter what the problems are, can play. So we've got ladies who've never played before, we've got people with medical ailments, we've got people who are not very mobile. We want to include them all. So we've tried to amend the rules, adjust the rules, to make it possible for everybody to play. We don't expect everybody to be a wonderful player. We just try to ref it to everybody's abilities.
Didn't know anybody to start with, and then, you know, I've got to know lots of people. It's very inclusive. I like the fact that it's mixed, men and women. It's very active, it's good fun, and I just like being part of a proper game that we're actually running.
We seem to just run around and have a great chat, great fun, and then afterwards, nice coffee and a chat. Yeah, makes it nice. And I don't know if you enjoyed the meal, but everyone just got to it, put the plates out, picked it all up. Yeah, it's a nice feeling.
Yeah, I hadn't picked a rugby ball up for over 57 years, so decided that to give it a go and gave myself a surprise.
Well, I've got 3 older brothers and 3 sons, so I didn't like the idea of joining the WI, and touch rugby sounded a good alternative, and Di suggested it to me.
I always wanted to play rugby, but they wouldn't let me at school.
I'm hoping that will be kind of like rolled out across other clubs as well. You know, the model here, you seem to be really useful and good, get lots more people playing. We've got little ones literally playing touch here as well, and you know, we've got a really big junior touch section, so I just think it's going to grow more and more with more people seeing that this is a great way to run about with a rugby ball out in the fresh air and have fun.
First of all, you've got to be incredibly passionate about the sport and put a lot of time and effort in to raise awareness and create enthusiasm and a buzz around your touch club. Number 2, it has to be fun. You get, you know, one chance to make a first impression, and when people come, they've got to feel that they're having a good time, and it's all inclusive. And the third thing now, I would say, is you know, you've always got to be promoting, and you've definitely got to look at social media. We are exploring Facebook ads, and we're promoting like mad all the time.
Get as many people involved as possible, give them the opportunity to play, and give them the opportunity to enjoy it. You know, we started out and it was just all about having fun to begin with, and once been playing for a year or so, that's when we really decided to take things on to the next level.
I think it's just having patience. It's not going to come overnight. If you can, you know, keep your senior players engaged, as well as constantly looking to develop and introduce new players, because you're always going to get players who leave for one reason or another. Having that conveyor belt of talent to come through is really helpful. You just got to work hard, and it will pay off in time.
from a point of view of growing the sport, bringing as many children down with their parents and getting an all-inclusive, fun environment that anybody can have a go in, and focus on that of building the baseline of as many players as you can. Don't worry about trying to go through the ranks and put the best team out there. I think build from the base upwards.
So I'd say to keep your competitive side and your social side. Don't go too much down one avenue of having solely one or solely the other. With the social side, your performance side always sort of flourishes with this, and also vice versa. It's always good to have the competitive side and part of it knowledge on your social side.
Keep the player base interested. It's not all about, right, I want us to get from A to B and we're going to do it with these steps. We're going to coach this and then this and then that. Keep it a bit fluid. Like, you don't always have to start off with loads and loads of drills to get people into playing touch. I mean, you can just play rugby, netball, something simple. Just get people used to handling a rugby ball. Not everybody has come into this sport playing lots of rugby. They may not have the same hand-eye coordination that others have. Just get everyone onto a level with some more casual games.
So we are ready to go then. We have had the bowl round robin fixture just now between the London Vipers and the Nottingham Hoods, with the Vipers winning 2-0. Their men's side, the Vipers, have just beaten Revolution in the plate semi-final as well, so the Vipers have a real good opportunity to win their second plate competition. They win 3-2. Camelot Jesters have beaten Wigan Warriors 8-2 in the men's plate playoff semi-finals, and they will play the Titans in that one as they beat Nottingham Hoods 2-1. We haven't got the score yet from Exeter Eagles Owls against Cheltenham Tigers in the men's plate, but as soon as we do, we'll let you know. But it is all about the cup semi-finals for us here. PFT against St Albans is over on pitch 2, but our focus here on pitch 1 is a huge matchup between the Chester Cheetahs and the London Eagles. If PFT win their semi-final, or if Chester Cheetahs lose this semi-final, they will be champions, or PFT, of the Men's Development National Touch Series for 2022. But Chester Cheetahs won't be bothered about that. They will just want to make their second final of the season against a London Eagles side that have really shone quite brightly so far today. Joining us on comms for this one, England men's 50s coach Andy Sharps. Andy, a very good afternoon to you. What are your thoughts on this one? Because this should be a really good game between two very good sides.
Yeah, afternoon, Giles. This is going to be a really, really interesting match, I think. It's a must-win for Cheetahs. So it'll be interesting to see how hard they push and how the attack goes in. Good touch.
Cheetahs will take this ball up now. Let's see what they can do. Let's see if they can take this ball here. Here's Liam Lawton, who was on that ball there, and now back to Celeste Toyono. Lovely pass out the back, and in fact it's a great touch there. In fact,
yep.
on the Eagles men's team there. So excellent start there, but you can see already that the Cheetahs are really trying to make this quick through, and you can see the amount of metres that they were making through the gap there.
Yeah, there's some good driving going through. I'm lucky that one of the Jacks twins didn't get a breakaway there, but it was a good touch by the Eagles.
Indeed it was. Opportunity now then. Here's James Ephraim. Nice little pass off the back there now. Can they find a bit of space? Maybe the ball needed to go a bit wider. It did, but it's an intercept chance, and the winger there on that far side takes that away. Good defence again by the Cheetahs.
Oh dear. Okay. What have they called?
So it will be a penalty, I think, to the Cheetahs. I think I just heard Jack Harris there, the referee, say that was a forward pass. So it will be a turnover. And William Lever on that far side with the intercept will take the ball, and instead of just being 7 metres, they're 10 metres away now.
Okay, they need to move it forward here, Cheetahs. Okay, interference there. It's away. Okay, push, push, push.
Opportunity then. Again, here's Tuiono. Chance again to drive that ball forward. You can see just how many metres they're making. Matthew Crossley. Now straight through again through the gap, but I'm not too sure if that was 7 metres. It was. It's going to be a turnover anyway. It's going to be a sick touch, but again, really good metres being made there by the Cheetahs, Andy.
Yeah, absolutely. Eagles had it covered as well. That's just good. So it's a good battle between the two teams, going backwards and forwards.
It's Gareth Weaver who will be taking that ball there at the half. And they get up towards the halfway now. This is a great opportunity, this. And the ball just goes over the top.
Never mind. Okay. So that's Eagles on the back foot. Would imagine Cheetahs will try and exploit this a bit now with a bit of driving. That's the commentator's curse. You watch.
We'll talk, in fact, actually about that, about your job as the men's 50s head coach, if you don't mind, Andy. There's a big opportunity now coming up. Of course, the Euros coming up as well. How much are you looking forward to that for this year? First time in 4 years, it will be.
Yeah, this is a great opportunity for the 50s category. I was fortunate to play in the World Cup with Great Britain. I think, and it just demonstrates the longevity in the sport across the age groups, really. So yeah, this will be a great Europeans for the 50s.
Very much looking forward to that. Back in August at the University of Nottingham. We'll be with you for that.
Yeah, fantastic. Yeah, no, it should be a good competition.
Oh, what a pass.
That's
a great
pass.
touch. And is that a score? Referee's fine with it.
Yeah, Jack's happy. He's pointing it down. That's a great step away as well for the winger.
Yeah, we'll leave her over on that far side with an excellent pass, though. Who was it that made that long pass? I think it was Jake Morris.
Made the pass and then into the winger, Dave. I don't know his surname.
Yeah, Jake Morris, I think it might have been there, maybe. Or, but whoever the number 14 was, has just made an absolutely sensational pass down that far side.
He's got a good pass, Jake.
Ball gets dropped. It'll be a turnover again. And Cheetahs now lead 1-0, and they're doing what they need to do to try and still potentially win outright this men's National Touch Series.
Okay.
Good run up again. This time it's Tom Jakes. Chance here. Can the ball go wide? It's a lovely flat pass.
Is he? Oh, jink.
There's a lot of jinking. Referees happy with something there. I think is he going to go for a forward pass there? But
looks like it.
Anthony Wise there that time. The Eagles are now going to try and get themselves a good effort. Looking to try and drive this ball forward now. Where can they go? Here is Weaver. Here's Weaver once more now, picking that up, avoiding the touch. I think they said that there was a touch on there.
Yeah, like Wise got the touch there. Some good driving by both teams. It's a close game.
Seem to be really feeding each other out quite well here at this point, though.
Yeah, no, I agree.
Tell you what, we're just having a look at this So the ball comes across here, but St Albans have a chance of a score, but the ball goes dead there on that pitch too. Remember, PFT are going for an undefeated season in the men's National Development Touch Series.
That's 6 more.
Yes, it is. I think so. Jack is just talking. No, 6 touch.
6 touch.
Forward pass, I think, is what they're going to call first before they do anything else. So here come the Eagles again with Gareth Weaver. Now taking up there is Elliot Russell. Weaver in the mids has just been really, really good so far for the Eagles. Everything has gone through him as he goes off for a breather in the sub box.
Oh, that's nicely around.
Lovely pass there. Now out the back. No, good touch.
Yeah.
Not a heavy one there from Morris, but it's going to be a penalty.
Yeah.
No, a referee is going to call that a heavy touch.
Yeah, you called it, Jar. Okay, set of 6 again then. Here we go.
It is on the 7. This is a huge defensive set here. Paddy Fraser, take that up. And again, here's Liam wanting up. Chance off the top there.
Yeah, that was
Love
well held.
again. Jake Morris in the mids, doing the business as he always seems to do. Now ball out the touch there, really nice play. Now will Mirrors break down? Yes, it will.
Okay, there's the winger there, losing his man.
Nice play there through the middle. Time Liam Wantinart, who is the one that takes that on. And that is John Irwin, I think, on that far side that may have just got the touchdown. But the Eagles, they take the advantage of the penalty for the heavy touch and they level this game up 1 apiece.
Okay, game on.
Chance here again, though. This is so important, isn't it, Andy, from the tap-off set, though, to try and score again, because it's such a short space for play to work with as well.
Yeah, absolutely. The advantage with the attacking team, obviously, with a set of 6 on the halfway line.
Here they go
Gotta
again.
exploit it, make use of it.
Chance to do that, but that'll be the 5th. Now here's Liam Lawton. Lawton will go quickly.
Quick. Okay,
Lucky there for him, and that will result in the ball going down, and that'll be another turnover as we approach half-time. I think a draw at the minute, I'd say, is a fair result.
Yeah, I think it's a pretty even game. Both teams are driving hard forwards. Equally good on defences in parts as well, which is good. Yeah, interesting match. Bodes well for the second half.
Will there be any more scores before half-time? If Gareth Weaver's on the pitch, he'll be certainly looking to try and do that. He has been everywhere for the Eagles in these first 8.5 minutes or so as the ball gets set across there that time.
Good touch.
Touch
there.
there.
So 6, that's turnover.
Elliot Russell is trying to go through.
Yeah, that's good driving. Up we go, Cheetahs. That's Matt Cosley taking in. Good yards made there. And Jake Morris says on the run there. Oh, good done. Good clean done. And one of the Jack twins there. Good, they've come up quick.
They are indeed at opportunity again now. Really going to try and get out short, but the ball goes dead. And unfortunately, Adam Jakes just couldn't quite hold on to it. And I think both Andy and I have agreed on this one. The heat has come back into Oxford here this afternoon.
I've had to take a layer off.
I know, right? So have I. It was raining half an hour ago, and now the weather's turned to the point where, as I said earlier, the Valdoonican sweater's out today for me. Serenading everybody. Here's the Eagles trying to move that ball forward. They look forward anyway.
Okay, yeah.
Forward, drop pass, take your pick, touch pass, no matter what it would have been. It's a drop ball anyway, and it will be probably the last set of 6 of the half.
Okay, so Chester really needs to get moving, get the ball going forward. Okay, slight overstepping and past the mark rather, slow the ball down. Okay, last play.
Ball goes over the top. They're not looking to play just yet, and that time that
there
ball
we go.
does go top, and that will be half time, an even first half, I'd say, Andy.
Yeah, absolutely. I can't call it now for the second half. Both teams played exceptionally well, both in terms of driving up the field and holding defence strong, which is really good to see. We're worthy of the position where we are in a game, in a tournament.
So, semi-finals, I can tell you in the men's plate semi-final, it was Cheltenham Tigers who beat the Exeter Eagle Owls. We had Andrew from Exeter earlier on today on the stream. Wished him good luck. Didn't really work out for him. They'll be playing in the men's 11 to 12 playoff against Revolution a bit later on at 20 past 4. But other games going on as we speak at the moment. It will be PFT against St Albans over on pitch 2 at the moment. Well, as soon as we know what's going on in that one, we will let you know, because That is a huge game. PFT are 2 games away from a perfect season in the Men's National Touch Series in the development level. They've been undefeated. They've drawn a couple of matches, but they have been not yet defeated. So we'll let you know on that one in a second. In the women's plate, Chester Cheetahs are in action as well. They're playing Cheltenham Tigers as we speak in the women's plate semi-final. Another women's plate semi-final. It's Thames Valley Vikings against Bristol Jets. And in the men's cup playoff semi-finals, it's going to be with Crewe and Nantwich against Oxford currently happening right now, and Bristol Jets taking on Thames Valley Vikings. So those are all the games that are coming up across the pitches. 4:20. Remember, Wigan against Oxford coming up here in the Women's Cup semi-final. A huge matchup in the race for the overall Women's National Touch Series development title. It's going to be a huge matchup there. And men's plate final also happening at 4:20. Cheltenham Tigers against the London Vipers. Vipers looking for their second plate tournament. What will happen in that one? And Women's Cup semi-finals as well happening between the Revolution and London Eagles. Revolution have to win that one to realistically keep their bid of winning the overall title in their hands. And if they do win that, and Oxford don't win that, then they will be champions overall. So lots to decide. Also coming up very, very shortly in that one. But our attention is here in the Men's Cup semi-final. Chester Cheetahs have to make sure that they win in order to hold any chance of winning the overall National Touch Series for the men. And they take on a London Eagles side that look very, very close. It is close, quite close between the two at the moment. 1-1, Andy. What are you expecting this second half?
A bit more intensity, I think, John. I think both teams will now step up a little bit in terms of gears. Must-win match, as we talked about, for Chester Cheetahs, but that doesn't mean that the Eagles will make it any less difficult for them. I think we've got a score in there.
That is there going to be a score early doors?
Okay, hang on, we're just checking with the sideline. Bit of a discussion going on. Okay, what's the decision?
Given. All clear.
That's good.
Well,
okay,
well.
Good
done. Score there for the Cheetahs straight off the bat. And it's going to be Jake Morris, I think, who's just gone and scored that. And an excellent little bit of skill there. They thought the London Eagles they thought they would have got a touch on, but it's not to be the case. 2-1.
Yeah, that was a good dive by Jake.
So here come the Eagles again. Chance here for the Eagles to move across. Can they find their way through here? It's 2-1 down.
Do you know I can feel the tension in the tent?
Yeah. Ephraim moving across. There's a ball out wide. It just needed to be a bit heavier.
Dear. Bit more beans behind that, he would have been in.
He would have been. It would have been level across at 2 apiece. But unfortunately for the Eagles, still 2-1. Chester Cheetahs, of course, coming from the northwest, coming from the Wirral. I mean, it seems to be at the moment, Andy, that there's a hotbed of rugby at the moment. The NQ Rebels, of course, coming up from Manchester way. We know we've also had PFT in the northwest, Crewe and Nantwich that are here as well. The northwest seems to be really buzzing at the minute.
Yes, it's starting to get a good. Oh, that's unlucky by him. It's starting to get a good cluster of clubs that are new to touch. On the Wirral, for example, we've got Caldy Cobras. We're probably looking to go into the NTS next year. A bit too early at the moment for us. But in the Liverpool City region, which covers the Wirral Peninsula and the city centre, we've got 3 teams that become affiliated to the ETA back end of last year. So the growth and the development is there. Of course, we've got Wigan up there as well as Manchester Chargers and PFT, to your point. So yeah, it's starting to create that vibe up there for a hub of touch rugby.
I'd say setting up that league must be fantastic for you. They've been able to create that league facilities there in the northwest when it's normally, if you thought about touch being dominated a lot by the London teams, you're really going to try and give them a run for their money at this point.
Yeah, it's early doors, Joe. We set up early as a development opportunity for those clubs that have contact clubs, for example, but equally have touch clubs, inclusive touch rugby as well, of course, is a big factor. So I'm just watching this play. Yeah, so it's a great thing that's coming. Like I say, early doors. Next season is probably where you'll see a couple more clubs from the Northwest joining into the ETA events.
Well, we'll be delighted to see that 100%. And Chester Cheetahs at the minute will be delighted with this scoreline, because it would mean they go straight into a second National Touch Series final, where they would actually play potentially Northwest rivals, in PFT. Or they would take on St Albans, but London Eagles will be looking to try to change that. As getting caught there is Adam Jakes, and that'll be 6 again.
Just in terms of the shout out for the Liverpool City Region Touch Leagues, we've got a good couple of teams in there with Caldy and Liverpool Otters and Liverpool Tritons. So hi guys, hope you're all well.
Hopefully see them here next year at the next Men's and Women's National Touch Series events in 2023, but right now we're focusing on 2022, and we're focusing on a turnover there given. Looks like a penalty might have been awarded, or 6 again, or 6 touches I think might have been.
Yeah, turnover.
Either way, Chester have the ball back, and you just feel the next score in this game is crucial.
I'm starting to feel the tension in the tent here, watching this game. This is a real good end-to-end battle.
The defences of each team as well are really starting to go, and down the outside. Was there a touch on there? No, there wasn't. And I don't think there wasn't a touch there either. What a run there from Will Lever. He might have hurt himself in the process, but he certainly hasn't hurted the chances of Chester Cheetahs making the final. That was sensational, avoiding 2 touches down the right wing. I don't think there was any touches. I don't think you'll see that on the replay. But with 5 minutes to go, we said the next score is crucial, and Chester get it.
He's got a bit of an injury I've picked up on there. Looks like he may have landed on the ball. He's made a good stuff though. Contact player as well.
Yeah. He just said there to the referee asked him, are you all right? And he just said, yep, I am. Excellent run down the right wing, but there's Gareth Weaver trying to drive through the middle for the Eagles. And we say the next score is crucial. This next one is. If they could score here immediately, they're still in with a chance of getting this.
Yeah, this is true. This is critical. Push, push, push.
Chance has got to go out wide. Back inside it goes. An intercept chance. Nice step there from the player there. And from Tom, was that Ant Wise?
Yeah.
Now the ball goes out there, and a chance and almost an intercept. Getting there, and the ball gets dropped that time by the Cheetahs, but it doesn't matter.
Okay, let's see. Okay, back to the mark.
So there we go. It's a turnover, and Chester Cheetahs will be very happy about that, because now with about 4 minutes to go, they just need to make sure that they complete their sets, and even if they don't score, turn that ball over as far away from the Eagles sub box as possible.
That's absolutely right. Composure now needed by Chester Cheetahs.
Nice little ball there, and a chance of an intercept. I don't know if he's got the pace to go though. I don't think he does it.
Good touch.
Unfortunately not, but that is exceptional stuff there. Big step there from the Eagles. We talked about completing the sets, just didn't quite work for them there. Actually, Grimsey taking that ball up for the Eagles, and as I said before, the next score is crucial. If they can get it, we still have a contest, and the ball goes out wide.
Okay,
they'll take the touch. 2 to go.
Nathaniel Morris there had it covered on the wing. Oh dear.
And there is a turnover, and it looks like your Northwest boys, the Chester Cheetahs, and he might be making a second appearance at a Development National Touch Series final this year.
Oh, come on boys, let's go. Back to your point though, Jar, we just got to make sure we get the basics right and keep hold of the ball, stay composed.
They came second in round 1. They were third in round 2. They want to take every single part of the podium, but unfortunately Tom Jakes couldn't get the scoop up.
No.
But it's fine though. They still had 2.5 minutes. It's a 2-score game.
Gosh, this is exciting.
It's really tense this now. Eagles need to score. If they do, we could be in for a grandstand finish. Oh, nice little offload that. Really nice offload that. And in fact, there's a play there. Really good defensive set again from the Cheetahs.
Yep, they had to move quickly, and they did.
Ashley Grimsey takes that ball back, and now an opportunity here for James Freeman trying to get through the middle. They wanted a touch on there, and they are going to get it. Huge defensive stop there.
Thomas Jakes there came across with the touch. Saved the score. Good work.
That is a massive moment. If it was 3-2 at that time, you'd think they're still in with a chance here, and the ball's been dropped, the ball's been lost.
Okay. No, the Cheetahs thought the decision should have gone the other way, but it's Eagles' ball.
And Thomas Hopkins Flanagan with that ball in hand. Eagles have to score, and they have to score now. If they don't, this could be this will be over, and again it'll be 6 more, which I think they'll be happy with.
Yeah, this is a critical time for Cheetahs. They've got to make a really strong defence. Eagles really have to force the issue now.
There's Gareth Weaver trying to direct traffic, and taking into contact there was Elliot Russell. Weaver again. Now looking to try and set up the play. Nice little step there. Nice little step indeed, but just couldn't get through the final finish. It felt like maybe that Elliot Russell just didn't know where to go. He didn't know what to do with that ball eventually. Final play coming up here for the Eagles. They have to score on this possession. It goes forward anyway.
There you go. Okay.
And that will do it.
I bet Eagles are a bit devastated around that. Hang on, what's the referee called here?
It's called a forward pass.
Okay.
So that, I think, will do it. And Chester Cheetahs have held up their end of the bargain.
Okay.
They will be going into a second Men's National Touch Series final in the development phase. That look forward.
Yeah, see, it's something I think as a referee equally I look for in the ruck. It's a difficult to spot when you're on the field, of course, when you're behind the line.
Siren goes. That's it. And the Chester Cheetahs, after coming third in round 2, are now, and second in round 1, have the opportunity to come first in round 3. A semi-final 3-1 victory over the London Eagles, and over a game, you've got to say, Andy, I think they probably deserve it just on the balance of play.
Yeah, absolutely. I thought that was the first half, you couldn't call it, absolutely not. So it went up the gears in the second half for Chester Cheetahs, not to take away from the London Eagles. What a great game.
Fantastic to watch. Andy Sharps, thank you very much indeed for joining us, and best of luck for your Euros campaign with England in the England 50s.
Thanks very much, Jar. Thank you very much.
Always been a pleasure. Thank you very much indeed. You're welcome back anytime. As the Chester Cheetahs will be back with us in around about an hour's time. They're going to be facing off against the either PFT or St Albans. We will find out as soon as we possibly can, because that is a massive game in the context of the... in fact, actually, what I can tell you, I think, is that game between PFT and St Albans has gone to a drop-off over on that far side. So PFT are trying to stay alive in this game, because PFT, I could see it from our position here in the commentary position. Don't know if we can try and see if we can describe this here. So the ball on the outside, and what a touch that is there from the PFT player. So I know we're trying to do a bit of a radio description here, but the drop off, that's a far outside. I think there's a score there. There is. St Albans have just scored. So PFT have now got to go and try and find a score quickly, otherwise we're going to sudden death. Touch on here. What's going to happen is PFT, they love a drop off. We've seen that happen on so many occasions. PFT are driving this ball forward. In fact, there's a penalty for overstepping the mark. Chester Cheetahs might still have hopes of winning this National Touch Series. Ball goes through the middle, and St Albans now are just moments away from winning this game in the drop-off. Another score here, and this is pretty much done. Ball goes out on the centre side. It goes out to the right, and it's another chance. In fact, actually, chance here now as we'll try and pan to this game for you. And down the left-hand side go the PFT. Now an opportunity. Great touch there There can't be long left. Remember, only 2 minutes in a drop-off. Final siren. Will they get an opportunity? They will not. And it will be St Albans that go through to the final. A huge moment in the National Touch Series overall race. Because now, what that means is that Chester Cheetahs could still have a hopes of winning this title overall if PFT lose that semi-final in the third place playoff. If they lose the third place playoff and Chester Cheetahs win the title, they will be overall men's National Touch Series champions. Incredible. So it's a huge moment, and to tell you what, we're just going to get the score now. So it finished 7-6. 7-6 to St Albans, an incredible game. But my goodness, a massive, massive moment in this one as they managed to get themselves over the line. PFT will have to hope and pray that St Albans beat the Chester Cheetahs and then they win the third place playoff. Otherwise, if they win the third place playoff, they can still win the title outright, going on the basis of getting 4 more points. But if they lose that fourth place playoff, that thing go fourth place, then it will be a shared title. So it's not all over for PFT. They're 2 games away from a perfect season, but another drop-off, this time that goes the way of St Albans. Will we have this much drama in our next fixture between Wigan Warriors and Oxford in the Women's Cup semi-final? That's coming up in a few minutes. Don't you dare go anywhere.
We started a third age touch section, which so folks that are retired or got limited fitness, they can come and play, and it's just been so popular, really popular.
Never stop learning, Sammy.
The idea is inclusivity. We want to make sure that anybody, no matter what the problems are, can play. So we've got ladies who've never played before, we've got people with medical ailments, we've got people who are not very mobile. We want to include them all. So we've tried to amend the rules, just the rules, to make it possible for everybody to play. We don't expect everybody to be a wonderful player. We just try to ref it to everybody's abilities.
Didn't know anybody to start with, and then I've got to know lots of people. It's very inclusive. I like the fact that it's mixed, men and women. It's very active, it's good fun, and I just like being part of a proper game that we're actually running.
We seem to just run around and have a great chat, great fun, and then afterwards nice coffee and a chat. Yeah, makes it nice. And I don't know if you enjoyed the meal, but everyone just got to it, put the plates out, picked it all up. Yeah, it's a nice feeling.
Yeah, I hadn't picked a rugby ball up for over 57 years, so decided that to give it a go and gave myself a surprise.
Well, I've got 3 older brothers and 3 sons, so I didn't like the idea of joining the WI, and touch rugby sounded a good alternative, and Di suggested it to me.
I always wanted to play rugby, but they wouldn't let me at school.
I'm hoping that will be kind of like rolled out across other clubs as well. The model here, you seem to be really useful and good, get lots more people playing. We've got little ones literally playing touch here as well, and we've got a really big junior touch section, so I just think it's going to grow more and more with more people seeing that this is a great way to run about with a rugby ball out in the fresh air and have fun.
Well, after the drama of the Men's Cup semi-final, we go to the women, and we can tell you, as we say, St Albans have just defeated PFT 7-6 in a huge match and a big shock as well. That's massive in that sense. St Albans have not really been anywhere near the front of the pack this time around in the Men's Cup competition, but they will be playing Chester Cheetahs in the final. But who will be in the women's final? This game is massive as well. Wigan Warriors against Oxford. Oxford still harbour hopes of trying to become their overall champions. They have been second on both occasions in the Women's Development National Touch Series. Wigan, plate winners in round 1, cup winners in round 2, and nearly starting off the semi-final with a try. Megan Clayton will get stuck there. And now comes back to Clayton. Chance here for Rihari. Said Rihari, who we had on comms with us earlier, with a nice pass, but it just doesn't fall for Helen Ashby, who got the last try in that game for Wigan. So a huge moment there, but turnover. Oxford, who have sometimes been a bit stumbly today. Not normally what we've seen from Oxford. It's the third time this afternoon, and well, third time today. Chris Weirmouth joins us on comms, and I'm glad that I've got you for this one, Chris, because this could be one hell of a semi-final.
Yeah, this has a proper tangible outcome on the overall series, because if Oxford win, then and Revolution win the other semi-final, which is happening about 150 metres to our left, is that it then becomes a shootout to decide the overall title. Now, if Wigan win, and I'm sure you've run this through already, and Revolution lose that game, then Wigan could draw the overall thing. And actually that's something which could happen in the men's after the shootout that I saw over on field 2 just a few minutes ago.
Well, we were just calling that drop off. I saw it late and I just went, well, we've got to go to it. St Albans, where have they come from? They've been very not necessarily been on that part as Ainscough tries to get through the middle there, as Jordan Melling, one of the Wigan Warriors players from yesterday, is their coach, and you can hear him shouting in the sub box, making sure that they know what's going on. As I say, St Albans have not really been at the front of the pack for a lot of the events here, the first 2 events, but they seem to have been on it today.
Absolutely, and then it'll be really interesting to see how they go against Chester, because they lost to Chester earlier on in the day. But you had Max here, for instance, Marnie Wills goes through to all the way through, but just gets touched just right at the death before the pass, and it's really good to see Charlie Meredith, the referee, give that as a penalty. We were talking earlier on today, just it can be so often is that if it's a last touch, is that it can just be given as a touch turn, just as a 6-touch turnaround, whereas actually that was a penalty. Been massively impressed by St Albans as a club. They've come on in leaps and bounds. They've been entering 2 teams into the development NTS at mixed level last year, and so to really develop through the men's this year has been fantastic to see.
Rahari over to Megan Clayton. As you said before, Chris, England senior player. Rahari looking to go through the mid. All the ball just didn't work out there on that far side. I think Courtney Horrocks is there out there on the wing for Wigan. But it's going to be another turnover, and Wigan are getting a lot of opportunities. They're just not taking them at the moment.
Yeah, I think we're seeing a very close match-up to the final in Burton a fortnight. In terms of the... I think we're seeing a very close match-up to the... to the final in Burton a fortnight ago, where Wigan have got a lot more pace than Oxford, but Oxford have just got a bit more guile and experience, and they're going to need every ounce of that. And we saw that yesterday, like with London Eagles against NQ Rebels. It was very similar, and Eagles had to play out of their skin to win that. Oxford, I think, are going to have to play out of their skin to win this game.
Clayton will take the touch. Rahari just sets that up. They've got plenty of time to sort this out just yet. You can see there on the wing there is Annie Ainscough in this near side, maybe. In fact, actually, Annie Ainscough is, in the sub box. I was looking at elsewhere there, but here comes Rahari, driving through and scoring. There's the score, and Jordan Melling is very happy indeed in this sub box, and why wouldn't you be? We had Said Rahari coming through on our stream earlier on talking about this game. She was very excited for it, and there's a reason why, because she can just find a hole through anywhere and get it in there. 1-0 for Wigan, big score.
Yeah, she just takes that short play back, and then she's attacked that player, that mid, who's had to work hard to get back to the goal line. And when you just have that pace, it just gives you that flexibility just to go into that gap. The other thing that happened with that is that the Oxford links had stepped out to stay player on player marking, which then just opened up that space between the link and the mid. Now Shani Gilding's not taking any, who's the on-field ref at the moment, she's not taking any mess from the Wigan players. In terms of marching them back 10 metres with a bit of back chat.
Indeed, opportunity though here. Looked like may have been a bit of a lost ball, but Oxford still have it. Remember, we saw them in our first game of the morning here. Seen Wigan earlier on the stream this afternoon. Ball's got to go out from Williams. The ball goes forward anyway. Could have gone dropped forward. No matter what you want to go for. It's going to be a turnover anyway. And it will be a ball now for Wigan. And they still lead 1-0 as we hit the midway point of this first half.
Yeah, that's one where you really need to have that power in the midfield, and there's only a couple of people in the Oxford team who've got that. You know, it'd be better off putting the ball through the hands and not turning it on and not turning it over that early in the touch count.
Ainscough will take that ball up, as will Rebecca Wilcock, and now looking to take this ball on. It's going to be Rahari once more. Rahari has got Megan Clayton in support across the middle. That's the 5th touch. Now here's Rahari, chance to go out wide. Molly Jones, good touch there that time. Really good touch, in fact, there by Katrina Hubbard over on that far side, and it saved what would have been a certain score.
Yeah, it was a really good line coming from Molly Jones, but again, what we've seen is that short play through the middle and then attacking the defender as they're retreating. It worked very well for their try in the link position, and that time it nearly paid off in the mid. So that I really like in that combination between Said O'Hari and Megan Clayton in the middle for Wigan. It's really threatening. I think with Wigan is that what they've not been able to do yet is that we saw Annie Ainscough, back in Burton, tear teams to shreds with her pace. They've not managed to create that space for it at the minute. That's good defence from Oxford in that, but it's still something. It's a weapon in the Wigan arsenal that we've not seen yet.
Definitely not. I think both teams have seen the Instagram reels that have been posted on the England Touch Rugby Instagram, and they've realised just how much pace that both the Ainscoffs have got. They're back out to Molly Jones as a support player. Doesn't need her. No, maybe she does. In fact, she does. There's a touch on there, an excellent piece of defensive work again by Oxford.
Telescopic arm to the touch there, but they had to work really, really hard. Said earlier on they're going to have to leave it all out there if they're going to beat this Wigan outfit, and they're doing this just in defence.
Yeah, Annika Fisher, I think that was the one there that made the touch. Back it goes to Rahari. There's the 5th, and they're looking for a heavy touch, and they're going to get it. And that's a huge, huge moment there. And again, Wigan now with an opportunity. 6 on the 7, set up wonderful. Clayton, Rahari, try, no, good touch. I think
Hannah Rickard's on the touch there on this near side.
Absolutely. As India Holsall is looking for the score there. Not going to happen. Clayton and Rahari again through the middle. They're just brilliant to watch.
Yeah, we're finding our sombreros for a classic Mexican standoff here.
Rahari!
And that's 6 shooter, Said Rahari there. That's just superb finish there. I mean, that was beautifully set up by Wigan. They conditioned the Oxford defence to come, to come to Wigan's right, Oxford's left, and then looked to shape to go wide. They kept some players out there, but just kept playing that short game, and it was very, very well constructed.
Big set of 6 this now, just before the break. You've got to feel that they have to score from this Oxford. They haven't had the chance really. They haven't really been looking like they've been threatening. But here's Nicola Hulse. Chance, lovely little offload there. Now back inside. Oh, maybe she should have just gone herself. Intercept try, chance though. In fact, no touch there, but there's the touch that time. Really good play that time there from Helen Ashby with the intercept, but maybe they could have gone for the try herself.
Yeah, I thought Louise Rickards was going to go for the try there. She didn't need to give that pass. It was kind of almost there with the try line at her mercy. I think that's a big let off for Wigan there.
Big moment now coming up. 40 seconds on our clock before the end of the first half. And they have to score here. We'll have to try and keep them out. Chance to drip through. Is there going to be a penalty? Yes, there is for offside. So obviously one player making the touch was onside, the first one wasn't. Chance here again for Wigan. They don't necessarily need to score, but tell you what, another insurance score for them right before the break would be amazing for them. Brown Williams will take it up. She will find nowhere. She'll just go back to the 7. Last play then of the half. Brown Williams looking maybe to go over the top. It will reach Helen Ashby, but fortunately doesn't hold on to it. But Wigan, very good value for their 2-0 half-time lead.
Yeah, I think what was quite interesting is that with Wigan is that they stuck to their game pods on that situation with that penalty. Is that what we saw earlier on with Said Rahari and Megan Clayton was that little bit of know-how in the middle to prise Oxford apart and score that try. So it was one of those things that, given that it was late on in the half, Wigan might have thought of that as an option, but they left the youngsters out there. They kept it nice, and they gave players their opportunity. But you could see the difference between having the more experienced duo and having the less experienced duo, because Wigan just weren't able to shut it down. And also, you had the younger Wigan players up against Marnie, who knows what's basically going to come before they know what they're going to do. So.
Well, at the moment, what we do know is that Revolution, at this moment in time, will be very happy with this scenario, because if they are currently beating the London Eagles over on that other pitch, then they will be champions.
I'm going to go find out what that score is.
Thank you very much,
I'll
Chris.
see you in a minute.
Yeah, thank you, Chris. We'll be back in a second. Just a reminder what's going on elsewhere. Men's plate final going on. Cheltenham Tigers against the London Vipers on pitch 2. On pitch 4, it's the men's 11th and 12th playoff between the Exeter Eagle Owls and Revolution. And the Women's Bowl round robin is rounding off at the moment. Exeter Eagle Owls against the Nottingham Hoods. One more set of games to play in there. London Vipers against the Exeter Eagle Owls. But make sure that you stay with us, because 2 finals to come. And what finals they are going to be. Still all to play for in the men's cup final. Chester Cheetahs are looking to win that. And then if they do that, they could still claim a share of the men's National Touch Series development title, dependent on what happens with PFT and the London Eagles. If the PFT win that, then they will be the development national champions. And then at 5:30, it is the Women's Cup final. The winner of this game will play the winner of the game that's happening on pitch 3. We will try and get you the half-time score as soon as he possibly can. Chris Wearmouth will join us back in the box, but over on the left-hand side you can see, well, we can see in our commentary position, St Albans just warming up for one of their biggest games. How on earth? They must have thought, how on earth have we got here? It must be their day, though. Tap off will come. Second half begins, and Marnie Wills will take up the ball. And Oxford, who finished second in round 1, second in round 2, they want to try and find a way to get through into round 3 and into the final, and still have a chance at the overall title. Marnie Wills looks to go through. Good touch there that time by Brown Williams that roars the approval in the sub-box of Wigan Warriors. Marnie Wills will look to go out, doesn't reach Nicola Hulse. Here come the Warriors again. Chance here now as they drive that ball forward to Warriors. India Halsall. Rihari will take it up, as will Molly Jones. Jones will get touched on that time there by Katrina Hubbard on the wing. Here's Megan Clayton. Rihari looking to try and drive through again. Mira's play trying to not break down. It will do. All clear. The Mira's play breaks down, and India Halsall started that move. She now finishes off that move. And has she finished off Oxford's hopes of winning the Women's National Touch Series title 3-0? This Wigan Warriors team have just gone from strength to strength to strength, and I, for one, will be very interested to see what happens if Revolution are down in this final, because they could still win the championship. Dropped ball there that time. It's just not falling for Oxford. Amanda Greville-Jones drops the ball, but it's an offside penalty. Is Jodine Hughes trying to drive it through. Nice little touch there that time from Rebecca Wilcock. Hughes again. Comes through, there's space on the outside if it goes wide, but Tina was that? Excuse me, was that Hester Williams? In fact, it was Hester Williams. Maybe just if she had gone to the outside, it might have been an opportunity to score there. Williams goes and steps herself, but that's a really good stop again there from Mia Ainscough. That is another important defensive set, this. Williams, that's the 5th and last. Williams, ball's got to go long. It does reach the winger, but it's a great touch there. Sick touch. And Hannah Rickards thought that she was going to be on there for that touch, but not to be. Good defensive work there. Once again. This time Joanna Egerton with the important touch. And they're going to call that loss of control. Another important set of 6 here for Oxford. They're desperate for a score. Also coming round to warm up are the Chester Cheetahs. What a game this is going to be. St Albans against Chester Cheetahs in the Men's Cup final. A big opportunity for the Cheetahs to still square the National Touch Series title. As Chris Wearmouth comes back to us as we're about 4 minutes into the second half. And what news do you have from pitch 3? Actually, we'll wait for this play to play out and see if Oxford could score, because this will be a huge moment in the game. They've had essentially three repeat sets of 6s on the 7. With the amount of turnovers and penalties that the Warriors have conceded. Ball's got to go. There's Louise Carr who gets touched. That's the 4th.
In short, 1-0 to Revolution, but they've had to start the second half late because of an injury right at the end of the first half. So that game's going to run on for a couple of minutes after the end of the hooter on here. But yeah, it's really tight.
I'll tell you what also is quite tight, that's that Wigan defence. They are very, very good at not conceding tries. In fact, actually, I think I'm right in saying that after the first game this morning that they had, where they drew 2-2 with the Cheltenham Tigers, they've not conceded a try since.
That's impressive. And I think what was good there was that it was that experienced duo again, Megan Clayton and Sadra Hani. They were just shutting down what was coming in front of them. It's just that, again, it's that little bit of experience. And here go Wigan on the attack.
Mia Ainscough, as she always does, managing to find her way through, but not that time. Could she find Molly Jones, and that still remains 3-0 to Wigan, but it's essentially a fantastic place for them on the 7 though of the Oxford team.
Yeah, and obviously 3 tries to the good with only 4.5 to play. But that's what we've not seen from Wigan yet this game, really, is that pace through the middle going. So if I'm Oxford, I'm starting to get very worried that Wigan are starting to, as I say, to pull that out of their locker.
Yeah, I agree with you. Here's Mia Ainscough, one final chance. Goes the way of Indian Hulsell. Couldn't find her. She's already scored 1 try this half. The only try this first half. So here come the Warriors. Opportunity still knocking for the Wigan Warriors as they continue to move it by, but now here come Oxford. Final opportunity for Hester Williams to maybe get it through the middle. Williams doesn't get the pass to hand, and it's moments like that I think might just cost Oxford in the end, and Wigan will be happy. You can see Jordan Melling prowling the touchline in the sub-box there. But his Wigan Warriors side, people were starting to wonder after that draw with Cheltenham first up this morning, 2-2, whether necessarily will we see the same Wigan Warriors that we saw in Burton. The answer, emphatically, at the moment, is yes.
Yeah, you wouldn't call Jordan Melling a passive coach, would you? In the sub-box?
No. After hearing him yesterday, definitely not. You could hear him on pitch 6.
But he's, what he's done with this team to get them into the position where with 2.5 to play, they are going to win this game. To get them into position to get to 2 cup finals back to back, and where they're also
and a plate and don't forget a plate win as well, round 1.
Yeah, and up against an Oxford team which has been one of the ones that's set the standard this year, is really impressive.
Extremely, and now there's a chance to go out wide. The ball just needed to be a bit higher potentially that time. Almost fell there.
Yeah, Said Rahani there, we've seen, that combination in the mids. I've seen Megan Clayton and Said Rahani. They've caused Oxford all of the troubles today, both in attack but also in terms of shutting them down in defence.
Here you go, piston play there from Rahari. He's drive that ball. Look at the way that, again, they're sending two people up quickly and they're stopping the way that this is happening. It's going to be an over-the-mark penalty call. And you could just see the frustration might be getting a little bit to Oxford here. Clayton to Rahari with 90 seconds of this semi-final to go, and it'll be interesting to see what happens in that game between the Eagles and Revolution, because if Revs aren't in it, Wigan will still, in this final, Wigan could still win the overall series. Even if they come fourth, it will be difficult, but obviously Oxford as well would also get those points, so Wigan can't win this title outright today. But if it's a Revolution and Oxford third and fourth place playoff, we could have a tie for that. Here come Oxford looking to try and be the first team to break that Wigan line to the Cheltenham Tigers this morning. Marnie Wills, nice little pass out there. That'll be deliberately played at 6 again. Claire Davis almost finding her way through. Wills. Claire Davis again.
It's they've got two 16s on. Actually, Louise Ricard's wearing 16 as well.
Oh, right.
Confusingly for you.
That's always helped.
Claire's got the leggings on the far side. Not that's going to matter with 20 seconds and change to count to go.
Louise Rickard. Marnie Wills, nice step. Will be a touch on. They celebrate every defensive stop like it's a try, this sub-box do. Final seconds of the game. Last play. So, Marnie Wills, out it goes. Looking maybe they might try there. It won't get there. But Regan Tolson just can't quite find it. And it will be a win for Wigan. Back-to-back cup finals for this Wigan Warriors side that are just developing at a rate of knots in this Development National Touch Series. They end Oxford's hopes of winning the overall series, but 2 second places in either a third or a fourth is not a bad return indeed. We will come back as soon as we possibly can with what's going over for this game over on pitch 3. They are still continuing on between Revolution and London Eagles from what we can see on our pitch. I'm not quite sure. But what we will do is take a breather, and we'll come back, and in a few moments' time we will tell you the result of that semi-final before we move on to the final of the Men's Cup competition. It will be St Albans against Chester Cheetahs in the Men's Cup final. That's coming up a few minutes' time. 16:55, 5-5 UK time. We are nearly done with the Development National Touch Series for 2022. PFT are hoping to still be champions in the men's division, but Chester Cheetahs are chasing them down all the way. But a St Albans side that has been outstanding in the big moments today are now looking to try and find their way to a maiden National Development Touch Series title this season. Stay with us. We'll be back in a couple of minutes with the result of that Revolution London Eagles matchup. Don't go anywhere. So, as promised, we will tell you the results of all the pitches a little bit later on. But the big story coming out of the women's matchup is that Revolution have beaten the London Eagles. Not quite sure of the score just yet. It was 3-0 with a minute to play, so I'm not sure whether it is still 3-0. But whatever happens, congratulations to Revolution. They are going to be champions for 2022 of the Women's Development National Touch Series. There's no way that anyone can stop them now. Wigan Warriors can come second still, and there's no doubt about that. If they can beat Oxford, they'll share second if they do win this cup competition today. But Revolution beating Thames Valley Vikings in the 3rd and 4th place playoff in round 2, and beating Oxford 4-3 in that incredible drop-off final in round 1 means that they are going to be champions. Congratulations to Revolution. We will see them against Wigan Warriors in the final of the Women's Cup competition shortly. But stay with us, because the Men's National Touch Series has to be decided, and Chester Cheetahs want to be that side that do it. Can they do so against a St Albans side that have found their voice so far today and have found their form? Stay with us, we're back in a few moments' time.
First of all, you've got to be incredibly passionate about the sport and put a lot of time and effort in to raise awareness and create enthusiasm and a buzz around your touch club. Number 2, it has to be fun. You get, one chance to make a first impression, and when people come, they've got to feel that they're having a good time, and it's all inclusive. And the third thing now, I would say, is you've always got to be promoting, and you've definitely got to look at social media. We are exploring Facebook ads, and we're promoting like mad all the time.
Get as many people involved as possible, give them the opportunity to play, and give them the opportunity to enjoy it. We started out and it was just all about having fun to begin with, and once been playing for a year or so, that's when we really decided to take things on to the next level.
I think it's just having patience. It's not going to come overnight. If you can keep your senior players engaged, as well as constantly looking to develop and introduce new players, because you're always going to get players who leave for one reason or another. Having that conveyor belt of talent to come through is really helpful. You just got to work hard, and it will pay off in time.
From a point of view of growing the sport, bringing as many children down with their parents and getting an all-inclusive, fun environment that anybody can have a go in, and focus on that, of building the baseline of as many players as you can. Don't worry about trying to go through the ranks and put the best team out there. I think build from the base upwards.
So I'd say to keep your competitive side and your social side. Don't go too much down one avenue of having solely one or solely the other. With the social side, your performance side always sort of flourishes with this, and also vice versa. It's always good to have the competitive side and part of it knowledge on your social side.
Keep the player base interested. It's not all about, right, I want us to get from A to B, and we're going to do it with these steps. We're going to coach this and then this and then that. Keep it a bit fluid. Like, you don't always have to start off with loads and loads of drills to get people into playing touch. I mean, you can just play rugby, netball, something simple. Just get people used to handling a rugby ball. Not everybody has come into this sport playing lots of rugby. They may not have the same hand-eye coordination that others have. Just get everyone onto a level with some more casual games.
A second appearance in 3 tournaments for the Chester Cheetahs at this stage. A St Albans side that have seemed to find their style this afternoon in Oxford. St Albans making it through today based on try difference. They've then found their way through a quarter-final and a semi-final drop-off against PFT to reach their maiden development National Touch Series men's final. The Chester Cheetahs have been here before, of course. They lost to PFT in round 1. They're 3rd place in round 2. And now they still have a massive opportunity to win their first National Touch Series of the year. And more importantly than that, they have the opportunity to win the overall National Series title outright. So as long as they win and PFT lose the playoff, 3rd and 4th place playoff. Jonathan Eaton alongside you to watch this what should be excellent game, and joining us here on comms is referee Robin Budd. Robin, a very good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon to you too, and what a nice afternoon we've got for this game. Sun coming out and 2 really good teams. I'm really excited for this. So do have to declare an interest here. Sitting in my drawer at home is a St Albans shirt, because I do occasionally fill in for these lot when they're a little short. But it's Chester up on the line now, attacking, looking for an opportunity, and there's a little overlap there.
Oh, nice touch
and
there.
The winger came in on the shut there. Max Shepstone making that touch. Oh no.
Max Shepstone, yeah, no, they're going to call that.
Not making that touch.
No, said it's going to be called. And it will be a score straight away for Chester Cheetahs.
It's a strong,
in there.
a strong group they put on though. So great start for Chester. St Albans needing to respond here. A really good opportunity to respond here. So Liam Harpenny, smiley lad, always got a grin for you. Out to James Atkins, out to Matt Sallett. Matt Sallett currently in the England men's open squad, so really strong play. He's got a real long ball on him. I think you might have seen it on pitch one earlier.
Yeah,
he fired one,
yes,
4 on 3.
That game between
here he's setting up for it, but not doing it this time.
Yeah, between Chester Cheetahs and between Cheltenham Tigers and St Albans, that game that saw them into the final earlier on. But now an opportunity. Can they drive this ball forward again? Here's Liam Harpenny trying to go for the long ball that time, as you would almost came off there, Robin, as you were trying to talk it through.
Just trying to force it a little bit there. They had a nice opportunity at the start and then just didn't quite get anything sort of running on that second one, but that's fine. There's a long way to go in this game, and Chester driving with real purpose. Liam Lawton there with the hat on, really, really good player, and he's the head coach of them, that team as well, so he'll be leading them from the front.
Here's a big opportunity now. Can they get it out the back?
Nice hands.
That would have
Didn't
been
go
a
anywhere.
really nice ball out to Sam Kelly on the wing, but not to be. Still 2-0. Oh, sorry, excuse me, 1-0 with 2 minutes gone.
So I've got the inside scoop. So I was chatting to Clive Lovering, who is involved in Chester. So there are a lot of brothers and sisters. So we've got Sam Grinter, whose older brother Ben was playing for NQ Rebels yesterday. We've got the 2 Jackses, who apparently are very strong players, so looking out for them. And Anthony Wise, whose sister Nikki plays England Women's.
He also plays the NQ Rebels.
She does indeed, yeah.
Were very, very unfortunate yesterday.
Oh,
what a touch! What a defensive play that was there by Anthony Wise.
Didn't buy the switch, which you've got to not do, no matter how hard they try and sell it, and he didn't. So really good defence there. Bit of a
heavy touch there called, and I think actually, to be fair to Paul Foster, he knew that one. So 1-0 the Cheetahs lead. Early score with about 45 seconds gone. And they're coming forward again. There's Jake Morris.
Driving up towards the line. They've burnt a few touches here, so I think they probably only have 1 or 2 to actually set up off the back of. So here we go.
Chance here. Morris is looking to go himself, and there's the touch, and there's the 5th.
So it's Matt Chapman and Alid Bird at mid for St Albans. The 2 of the nicest men you'll find in touch, so I'm sure they very politely made the touch there. Driving off now, they're looking towards the box. You can see the next group setting up to come on, and they've got to look for this opportunity. Got to find a way to get that score back and peg Chester equals.
Yeah,
Chester have defended really well though.
They have, absolutely, and you can see actually Matthew Sandland, who's come on there. We've already seen a couple of times his long ball capabilities. That's the 5th. Now the chance to try and drive this ball forward across the mid. That's going to be deliberately played at, and in fact that's 6 again.
Yeah,
so that's
really
a huge moment this now for St Albans to try and get back into this game and level it up.
Really useful for St Albans there. So they've now got pretty much this set on the line. Not a penalty, but it works the same. They've got 6 attempts. They'll try and strike, I would say, at least twice. They just need to get themselves organised. I think there's a little bit of lack of clarity about what they're trying to do right now, but I think we're going to get there. So Liam Harpenny coming around on the switch, looking
nice
for an
step.
opportunity to dive. Oh, bit of a coach killer. That was what, second touch?
Yeah.
And it's gone to ground. So,
well, speaking of the coach, Matt Shempston, we heard him earlier on. He was not trying to be. I think he was trying to be very coy when it came to the amount of time and potential things that might go on in that one, and he didn't think he was going to get further than the quarter-finals.
Well, they're sort of a rebuilding team, so they've lost a couple of players from a few years ago. A few years ago, they were winning the DTS quite a lot, the Development Mix Series. They're building back up again. It's really good to see some of these players who are coming through for them. So Liam Harpenny played for Loughborough Uni, and he lives somewhere. He's sort of down that way, so he's picking up St Albans. So Matt Sandland dumping in there, and again we're looking for these little opportunities off Liam. It's one of those players. He doesn't go hard.
Sandland has opened himself up. There's the pass, long way. Has to go and score, and does.
Oh, I think they were a double dip at the line there. I think he might have been short the first time and made it on the second, but well done for controlling himself.
Yeah, James Watson has always been known for being able to get out there on that wing. We saw that earlier on in this game that if you were with us on the stream, it was a lovely pass out there from Matthew Sandland, and James Watson finishes it off, one apiece.
And that's the thing with playing with someone like Matt Sandland. You know those long balls are going to come, and you know he's going to get the distance on them, so it encourages you to push yourself out on that wing and create so much more opportunity. It's a real benefit. And he will then all of a sudden, you find defences expand because they're worried about the long ball, and the spaces open up in those little in-between spaces. So it is a challenge. Chester, really hard working, and some really dynamic players through the middle. I don't know if they've got anyone who's got that ball, so I think it's going to be a bit of a clash of styles here. Good touch by number 7 though on Matt Chapman.
Yeah, Salisi Tuiono. Saw him earlier on in the mids. He was very busy making sure everything was there. Look at the pace of Matthew Sandland.
Nice switch from Liam Harpenny
and that's
through the middle.
That time there's a touch on there on the 5th, and it just got a little bit too dicey there. Thought that, but Anthony Wise again. In fact, actually, that was Thomas Jakes who made the touch, and a very important one apiece still.
Yeah, just had the pace to recover when Liam went through that little gap there. So good work from the Jakes brother.
Here is the opportunity now, looking to see if Chester can get themselves back ahead.
They're coming wide out the box, which you really like to see because it opens up the space. Like very often teams hang a little bit near their side on those sub interplays.
Nice little step back, and just couldn't quite get there that time. Adam Jakes with a nice little step, but didn't quite go to hand. Still 1-1.
So Max gets the ball back into play for this team to head to their sub box, but nice no-look pass from Matt Sandland, and it makes them yards. It gives them a little bit of extra go forward, a little bit of more oomph up the field.
Like a flat pass rather than a forward one, but everyone's happy with it. No real calls for it as they do start to sub off. Here's Paul Forster again, now looking to see if they can drive this ball forward.
They're looking for a scoop here, but I think they need to kick to the open side, and they didn't have any. So they had 2 players out there, but a little bit too far. I think they might have wanted for, I think it was Alid Bird who scooped there, to either kick a little bit further out or for someone to be a little bit nearer as an option.
Oh, that was almost a chance of an intercept there that time for Max Shempston.
He needs to recover back now, because right now they are playing with 5, so he needs to work really hard to get himself back on side, give the defence back the numbers, and he has done that. He's on now.
Tuiono coming forward. That's a nice pass off the top, and now looking again.
Look at
6s
and 7s, St Albans.
There's the pass, and actually there was a touchdown there that time from Paul Foster.
Yeah, there was very specific. There was a touch down there, not a touchdown there. But yeah, he just recovered enough.
On the call tries now.
All right, you got me. Yeah, he just recovered well enough to stop that, but they were scrambling there.
Nice play, and that was played at there that time by Shepston.
I think he'll be happy with that. He'll accept that. You'd rather give 6 more away than a score. So
big set of 6 this now, with 1 minute and 20 to go before the break. Remember, these 10-minute halves come at you thick and fast in this round, in this Development National Touch Series final. Men's Cup. Chester Cheetahs know that they have to win to stand any chance of winning this outright, and I think there was a touch on from Chapman. As Anthony Wise has thought he got through there, but he didn't.
So, you know, it's a big morale thing. If Chester nab one here or if St Albans somehow nab one with the last minute, it's a big difference to the team. But right now you've got, I think that might be good.
It's good. What a pass out the top there. And Chester Cheetahs, you talk about momentum. We all talk about it. It's very important. And over that far side, it's Stephen Bright who receives the long pass there from Liam Lawton. And just on the stroke of half-time, 2-1 Chester lead.
Yeah, so St Albans maybe have a little chance here just to get them back in, but that is a bit of a wounder. You've got to keep that out. So let's see, they've got this attacking group on. They've got Matt Silent, James Atkins, Kieran Bowsire and Liam Halfpenny. So I think it's their sort of stronger attacking group. So let's see what we can do here. And up he goes, Matt giving to Liam, checking back, out to the wing, but down. And that's half-time.
Edward Coburn just couldn't quite get there, and it will be half-time in this one where Chester do lead 2-1. It's been an excellent first half for Chester. As the play gets called there, that will be half-time. What are your thoughts on this one then, Robin, as we get to half-time? It's a huge step up, you think, here for St Albans. They've been so good all day. In the clutch moments, they seem to be getting up, though. And you just think of the names on the cup. If it's your day, it could be your day.
It could be, and, you know, it's one score. It's a bit of a grind, that first half. It's only 3 scores in it, so no big, you know, it's not end-to-end. It's not 2 teams really going at each other quite yet. So it's theirs to take if they can. But Chester on top, and deservedly, they've played really well. They've just been a bit more dynamic coming out their box, coming up to the St Albans line, putting them under a bit more pressure.
Congratulations to the Cheltenham Tigers, by the way. They are men's plate champions. They will finish in that.
I believe we've had the scoop on the women's series. I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but Revolution have won it regardless of what happens in the final.
They have, yes. Congratulations to Revolution as well. But Cheltenham Tigers win the plate. They beat London Vipers. They'll take home 16 points. Revolution, though, will finish 11th. They beat the Exeter Eagle Owls in the 12th place playoff. 13th and 14th and 15th and 16th playoffs are currently going on right now. In fact, actually, no more results to bring you, I don't think. In fact, actually, Exeter Eagle Owls and Nottingham Hoods have just drawn 2-2 in the bowl. So the Vipers are in a very good position there to win that, provided that they win their game against the Exeter Eagle Owls later on. Don't forget that coming up next here on the England Touch Rugby stream, it's Revolution against Wigan Warriors. As Robin rightly pointed out, Revolution are already Women's Series champions, but Wigan Warriors will want to try and win a second straight cup competition. And London Eagles will take on Oxford in the 3rd and 4th place playoff over on pitch 2. And over on pitch 2 at the moment, as the teams that are going out right now, PFT against the London Eagles on the 3rd and 4th place playoff. If PFT do win that, it won't matter what happens here for the Cheetahs, because they will be champions of the overall series, PFT. But the Cheetahs do lead 2-1 here as we get ready for the second half. And it's going to be quite interesting here, but this has been a fantastic day, no matter what happens, for St Albans.
Really has. I think they'll be delighted. I think that they won against PFT in a drop-off, didn't they? And that really takes something. So they'll be delighted with that, and I'm sure Stefan Guda, who is the St Albans Touch Supremo, will be absolutely delighted wherever he is.
Here come St Albans then, start of the second half. Can they do what Chester Cheetahs did and score from their tap-off set?
So Paul Foster dumping and Alid Bird just taking, they're slowing down a little bit, looking for an opportunity, looking for a shape they like to attack. Nice little short side scoop, but you had 2 players heading for the same space, which you can't really have. They needed to work out who's hitting what gap, and that's how you put them under pressure.
Quick pass over the top, and there was a touch anyway, but I mean, was that on the 5th or was that the 4th?
It was, I think, might have been a little touch early, but equally it had ground to a halt. So I don't think it's quite as much of a wounder where you've lost an opportunity to really have a go. I think they'd probably be more annoyed about the phase before that, where they just looked a little bit unstructured in attack and a little bit unclear on what the plan was. Oh, absolute Dikembe Mutombo slam from Paul Foster there. Absolutely not in his house.
Yes.
Parrying that ball back all the way to the scoreline.
Tell you what, we do love an intercept try. We've seen a couple of them today on our stream here.
Yeah, he'd have struggled to make that one, but it was a nice little bit of defence. So driving up through the middle, also taking the ball into the middle. Again, it's Liam Lawton. He's got a really nice long ball on him, and it just makes it look easy to get those sort of 15-metre balls, which aren't dramatic, but if you can get them, they do just open the game up for you.
Lawton, there's Tuiono. Go back towards Lawson
Dumping,
through the middle.
and
There's a lovely little scooping move there. Chance here for Lever, and that goes with an intercept chance there for Tuiono. Is that going to go out to the wing? It is. There's a chance here again. Steps through, and what a touch that is. Saves a certain try again, does Edward Coburn, but still a chance here for Cheetahs. Can they get this ball out to Bright? No, they can't.
Unsympathetic hands, but a difficult pass there. Sort of knee height ahead of him, really tough one. So a little bit of a frustration. I think Chester were very near there to getting their third, but some good defence and a bit of good luck as well for St Albans. So ball down there, and you always hear players say this in the box. You always hear next job. And it is, you've got to keep that mindset on and say, look, it doesn't matter, so they lost an opportunity to get the ball out of their box, but they've got to keep focused, keep their defence tight. I'm not sure they have there.
It's a touch, big touch that. We are going to try and get the score from PFT as soon as we can, because that game is so important. Chance here for Tuiono. Now moving on to chance again, Liam Lawton.
St Albans box really urging their players on the pitch on, because this is sapping. Running these repeat defensive sets, you've tried to get off your line, you've tried to sub, you've not managed it, is sapping.
Big moment.
Oh!
A very good play there that time actually from James Watson, not going for that ball. He didn't need to.
Oh, I think you're generous there. I think he went for that ball and didn't get it. For everyone's good fortune, I think that he didn't get a hand to it, because I think that definitely would have been another 6 again. There was a little hand that went up, and a penalty there, Fergal. I think that's for offside. So giving St Albans an opportunity to slow down, giving that really tired group who've just been D'ing out that set an opportunity to get off nice and easily.
So here they come again to St Albans.
Into the middle, it's ground to a halt a little bit. They're a little bit lacking in momentum on 5th, but Sandland will put a bit of speed on it, and a nice long ball out. And number 9 for Chester went for that ball and probably will regret it, because it's gone from really not going anywhere for St Albans to giving them 6 again on the line.
Big moment this. You've got to think in this final. Chance here again. So taking it up there again is Sunderland. He's got the cap back on in this second half as the sun continues to shine. Will it shine on St Albans? A chance to go back at the top there. Really good defensive play once more by Anthony Wise. The Cheetahs know that this is everything they've worked for.
They're really structured.
Chance here.
Liam Halpenny has a great dive.
Score! Liam Halpenny goes underneath the defender. Completely from nowhere. St Albans level it up. It's Desmond, 2-2.
Just a little, coincidentally, my degree. So just a little quickie play. And Liam Halpenny's really good at that. He gets under, he slides in from a long way out, and he's done that there. So really strong chance there. 2-2. Could go either way with 5 minutes left.
Big moments these. Remember,
do you feel a drop off in your bones?
Oh well, I've already seen a number of them. We commentated on one earlier on with PFT and St Albans. St Albans love a drop off today, and they love just delivering in the clutch. But now, is it one chance too many? That's a good piece of skill and a good touch there as Jake Morris is looking to go over. A quick reminder that if St Albans win this match, PFT are champions. Chester Cheetahs must win to have any chance. And it's over the mark, as you say, Robin. And this is a crucial set of 6 now for the Cheetahs. Morris goes inside. Now the pass down. That's a back down there. That's 6 again.
The group they've got on are pretty fit. I'm sure they'll be really amped about this game, but it is a real struggle to sort of defend these consecutive sets. So they'll want to keep themselves going.
Remember, the rules of a drop-off, if we do go to that, we'll come back to that in a second, actually, because we might not need to worry about them. Jake Morris.
The door was ajar there, but they really covered their short side nicely and just shut it in the faces of Chester. But there's another opportunity here.
Crossley
Good
tries
touch.
to dive.
Kieran Bosire, I think, saved there, yeah.
Yeah, you're right there. Kieran Bosire does well, but they still have touches in the bank to try and take. That's the 5th. That's the last. Morris will look to go, and it doesn't quite reach.
Trying the same play that St Albans did on their line, so a little quickie play back to the mid, and just couldn't quite find a gap. But Chester looked dangerous. I would not be at all complacent if I was St Albans.
So here come St Albans. As we say, the rules of a drop-off. Remember, they are 2 minutes long. That's it. Oh well, no. There's going to be a penalty for offsides. A huge moment. This Matthew Chapman there, and now close to the 7. They're going to get 6 opportunities to try and get over and take the lead for the first time. Chapman drops the ball.
Real winder there, but a great opportunity for Chester. Go at them, see if you can get up the end, see what you can get out of this, because it will be tight. If they score now, there is a very limited amount of time left. So up Chester go, looking to get subbed off. Nat Morris there making a little touch and directing his players to go in for him. And they're just looking to work up that wing, now getting into the middle, looking for an opportunity to strike. Nice hands, gives the ball off, gains them some yards, but not an opportunity to strike yet. And right now they're running it into a bit of a blind alley, but I think they are going to set something up here. I think they will find an opportunity to try and put them under real pressure.
2.5 minutes to go, and down the wing there, tried to get there was Will Lever. That's the 6th touch anyway. And they've actually got it on their side of the pitch as well for the subs.
The worst thing you can do is let your intensity down and start thinking about that drop-off and taking it for granted. You've got to keep that intensity up. You've got to keep thinking, what's going to come next? What have we got to do in this live bit of the game? Don't be thinking about what happens in 2 minutes' time if the score doesn't change. And they are driving nicely, and scooping there is Liam Harpen in. I think he's found a little gap.
Penny trying to get it out the top, but that was there for Shepstone. That was there for Max Shepstone.
Ankle height, tough one to take, but it was an opportunity.
A huge opportunity to put St Albans ahead for the first time in this game. Chester Cheetahs' hopes are still alive of winning their first ever men's National Touch Series overall title.
They're driving up to their box, and look at Liam.
And the ball's been lost. They're going to call that in. They're going to call that a penalty for a heavy touch that time.
I think Liam went in hard there, and I think Liam lost the ball for himself there. So, a sort of turnover decision by Julian Edwards, the ref on field.
80 seconds to go.
Daughter will be playing in the next match, I think. But nice opportunity for St Albans. About a minute left in the game, and if you score here, you've got to fancy them. But equally, they've not found it easy to get over the line so far in this game. So Chester defending really well, keeping them out really well so far.
Yep. So they will stop for remember a couple of minutes. They will score, but there's the score.
It's down. James Atkins finds the space between the players.
James Atkins may have just won St Albans this title, and in doing so, may have just sent PFT as champions. We have 40 seconds to go, so 1 set left. But St Albans, we've said it before, Robin, in the clutch, they seem to be moments.
Yeah, they just found it there, didn't they? But
what a moment that is for Atkins, but let's not write off the Cheetahs.
They've got the time here to set up, they've got the time to attack, but what have they got? There's a little bit
chance there, was that forward, is that grounded? It's all clear. What a moment, Jake Morris has just scored. 3 apiece, and there goes the siren. We love a drop-off on the final siren. They're going to be just a few moments while we get ourselves prepared for this drop-off. But Robin, for people out there who haven't been with us the entire day, we've seen a couple before. Tell us the rules of a drop-off. It's going to be 2 minutes long, and I believe it's 4 on 4, right?
You're not wrong. So it's 2 minutes long, it's 4 on 4. The team that didn't start the game start the drop-off, so there's a bit of an advantage built in there. If a team is winning at the end of those 2 minutes, they win the game. If it no team is winning at the end of those 2 minutes. You go down to 3-on-3 players and you play until there's a score.
Sudden death. We've been there before.
You've got to keep your discipline, you've got to keep your structure as a team. All of a sudden you look up and it looks like that pitch is empty and it looks like you can just run around the outside of the players that you want to. But you need to keep things tight. You need to make sure that you set up and create opportunities for you. And that's what St Albans need to do here. If they want to finish this game, and that's what Chester need to do. They need to do them out and come back.
We tap off again then in this drop-off. A quick reminder, actually, we can tell you the score that has just come through from pitch 2. PFT have won. So PFT are guaranteed to be Men's National Touch Series champions in the development phase of 2022. But St Albans beat them in a drop-off not too long ago in the other semi-final. They're now trying to win the final in a drop-off. Chance here for Halpenny. Now, Sandland over
long
the top.
Ball out.
Oh,
but
just
he dropped
didn't reach him. Alan Bird was there.
Oh, he looks like he's hurt himself on the way down there.
That's a big moment.
Chester's opportunity to come back. And actually, right now, for a moment there, St Albans were playing with 3.
Alan Bird has definitely hurt himself there as he was diving all out for his team, and that's a lost ball. And now an opportunity again for St Albans at the 10-metre line. This is essentially a tap-off set.
Yeah, I mean, they had the opportunity at the start of this drop-off. They've got it now. Same 4 on, pretty much, with the exception of Aled, who's taken himself off injured. But Chester did a good job of defending them then. Will they do it now?
Sandland.
Looking for that long ball, looking for that opportunity, and
He'll just set himself up again. Chester Cheetahs
have done so well at just shutting that door in St Albans' face.
Yeah, St Albans have been brilliant. They've had the ball for most of the drop-off, but now Sandland, will he go out wide? Will he go himself? Looking for the mirrors play. Halpenny! Liam Halpenny diving through the air like a salmon, picking that ball up over the top, and he has just maybe given St Albans the win from absolutely nowhere. 30 seconds to go.
Yeah.
One final chance for the Cheetahs.
Opportunity for the Cheetahs here, but they can't hang around and they need to make sure that they sort of, what's your big play? What have you definitely got?
What's that forward? Thomas Jakes there. Gets that ball back from
No, it's all good, it's all fine, so we keep playing.
There's the siren, last play. No, they won't have a last play. That is it. St Albans, from coming in the 11th and 12th place playoffs for the majority of this National Touch Series. When it is your day, Robin, it is your day. A semi-final drop-off win against PFT, a final drop-off win against Chester Cheetahs. What a story.
They're an okay team in 20 minutes, they're a good team in 23. So really good result for St Albans. They'll be delighted with that. Heartbreaking for Chester. They played so well, they defended so well, took something special at the end to just find them. So really good effort from St Albans. They'll be delighted with their day. Chester should take so much from this. It's a young team. They've built through the series. They've got so much to be proud of, and fallen a little bit short at the final hurdle, but such a good effort from them. Such a good play from them.
What a final. What a final. Robin Burt, thank you very, very much indeed. You have got to go off and get ready for our Women's Cup final. We're going to stay with these pictures in just a couple of moments' time, because in just a moment we are hoped to be joined by a member of the St Albans side and also a member of the victorious PFT side, because while this is an incredible moment for St Albans, we must not forget that PFT are also champions of the Men's National Touch Series development for 2022, and what a game. We said before, if it's your day, it's your day, and St Albans have definitely proven it is their day today. Going through to the quarter-finals on tries allowed, then a semi-final drop-off win against PFT, and then a final drop-off win against the Chester Cheetahs. Incredible. They thought they'd won it with 30 seconds to go. They thought they'd won it with 30 seconds to go, but Jake Morris has scored, but then it was a fantastic win for Liam Halpenny that has won them this game. But before we hear from St Albans, let's not forget the overall champions, Jay Simons from PFT. Congratulations, mate.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I think I'm still got a bit of heat stroke because I can't really believe it, but the boys put in a mega shift today.
Look,
Credit to St Albans as well.
I appreciate how difficult it must have been for you, because you were playing with so few players and you were 2 wins away from the perfect season. But amazing achievement to get that far and get to that drop-off semi-final. But how amazing does that feel? Overall champions, you put in such hard work and you deserve it.
Yeah, honestly, it's been amazing. It's just credit to the boys for the off-season. Before I go into thanking those lads, St Albans, in the semis, they really came out. Their credit to them. They deserve to win because they were mega.
Yeah, and also as well, it must be said, what has been the difference between in this PFT side that has seen you go so strongly into this series? Because you've been outstanding all the way through. You've always been there or thereabouts. We forget a drop-off win, of course, in Burton 2 weeks ago. You've always been there or thereabouts. What has it been about this team that's got you there?
Do you know what? It's just that we're all good mates. We all love rocking up at training and putting in the graft. And yeah, on the field, it just shows because everyone wants to work for each other. And honestly, it makes the difference. It really makes the difference.
And of course, you'll be playing hopefully in the Elite Men's National Touch Series again then next year. What a story that's going to be for you.
Yeah, I can't believe it. We formed and we didn't really think we didn't know how we were going to go this season. And to win 2 and then win overall, it's just been unbelievable. And yeah, we got a big off season, eh?
Absolutely. Party tonight to celebrate?
Yeah. We might be a work night, but might go out of Manchester for a few, eh?
James Simons, congratulations. PFT, Men's National Touch Series champions. Well done.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, James. We are going to stay with these pictures because we spoke to him earlier on today. He was on comms. Max Shepstone. Can you believe it? Incredible. Congratulations, St Albans. Round 3 Men's National Touch Series Development Champions. Your thoughts?
At the moment, I'm tired.
How's your hip?
Hurting. Given I wasn't expecting to play, but needs must. I'm absolutely delighted for the guys. We've been putting in so much work at training, and to come here today, we knew we had a really tough pool, and that proved to be. We didn't get off to the greatest start. Only just making it into the top 8, but we've sort of knuckled down. We've really worked hard. We upped our intensity coming out of the lunch break. Had a really tough game against Oxford. They really pushed us, and then obviously PFT going to a drop off, and then I was, when they scored right on that last play, I was going, oh, not again, but squeaked it out. We haven't got great history in drop-off as a club. I think those are the first 2 we've ever won. So
I'm about to say, I think that's changed now, hasn't it?
Yeah, but I still don't want to do them again. I think I can go without drop-offs for the rest of the season.
I'll say this though, very quickly. It seemed to be your day today. You're getting on into that final on try difference into the quarterfinals. You beat Oxford 7-5 in a really compelling game. A drop-off semi-final against PFT, a drop-off win there against Chester Cheetahs. Sometimes when it's your day, it's your day.
Yeah, I'm just hoping we haven't used up all our luck for the season, because there's still quite a bit to go. But if that is how the rest of our season goes, with sort of really good touch played, which it has been all day, that's sort of the best thing from this tournament, to see the level that is just every year just keeps getting higher and higher and higher, and we have to keep raising our standards to match it. But if DTS is anything like that, it's going to be a really fun summer.
The big thing about this is that obviously you've been, they're all there. You haven't really been making a lot of noise in the season so far, and then you come here and you win round 3. What's been the difference between the first 2 rounds and this round?
We didn't come to round 2 because we didn't have enough players.
That's what I did think. Yes.
So that makes a good change. Having enough players is a good start. I don't think anything particularly changed. I think in round 1 we were a little bit unlucky. I think we started off really well. We were undefeated in our pool. Played a really tough game against Bristol Jets. Lost it by 1, and it was the same. I think that kind of knocked the wind out of our sails. I think we felt we should have won that quarter final, and then we just didn't kind of really get up for the other 2 games. But we brought our intensity up today to match what the other teams were doing. I think kind of went the other way. Whereas we had a really good pool stage in round 1. Dropped off in the afternoon. We maybe didn't have the best pool stage today, but we really got amped it up this afternoon, and it's led to a trophy, which is nice.
I'm about to say, last question. Party tonight to celebrate? I know it's
yeah.
a work night, but
no, it's half term for me.
Oh, nice.
So yeah, no, party time.
Yeah.
We might save it till Monday, but yeah,
Max Chepstow,
definitely get the drinks
on behalf of all of us, congratulations, St Albans National
Cheers.
Touch Series Men's Round 3 champions.
Thank you very much. That's a nice sounding thing.
Thank you very much, Max. We'll be back in a few seconds' time as the Wigan Warriors take on Revolution in what could be a compelling Women's Cup final. Stay with us. Well, this is an interesting game, there is no doubt about it. Revolution are already confirmed as this year's Women's National Touch Series overall champions, but the Wigan Warriors will be wanting to end their season on a high. In round one, it was Revolution who came through a compelling drop-off final against Oxford 4-3, while the Wigan Warriors were winning the plate. Now though, it's all about the cup competition. Revolution came third last time out. Well, Wigan Warriors beat Oxford 4-3, and this could be something sensational. Jonathan Eaton with you to describe the action on this final game of the Women's National Touch Series Cup competition. This is going to be one hell of a game. We've been waiting for this. They've been on a collision course all day, and now the ball's going to go out there to Said Rahari, who tries to drive it through. Megan Clayton will pick it up. Rahari out to Clayton. Rahari, who has been excellent all day. They're going to get 6 again there, says referee Jack Harris. Reminder, Revolution have come through the day today. But a quick reminder that they are going to be the Women's National Touch Series champions, but we're going to be looking to try and find their second score and second cup competition, and they do. An excellent start for Wigan on this far side. It's a lovely pass out the back there. That time, I think from Rahari. It is from Rahari. And Helen Ashby, who has been excellent on the wing so far today, goes over for that first score. 1-0, and a loss of control as well. So here come Wigan again, already leading.
Well done.
Now looking to try to set this up a little bit now. Here's Mia Rainscoff for the Warriors. Molly Jones is on her inside, and that's going to be a loss of control. Already 2 minutes in, and it's a breathless start to this final. So Revolution will be trying to here come Revs one more time. Opportunity here. Where can they get towards there? That's Cara Edwards who's taking that ball up for her. Onto the wings it goes. Edwards continues to have that ball. Gets it back there to Claire Rylance. And unfortunately Claire Rylance just couldn't quite deliver that. As joining us on comms in just a second will be England Touch Rugby's Chris Simon. He's coming to watch this final, and I don't blame him, to be honest, because this should be an absolutely epic. Mia Rainscoff will take this ball forward as Courtney Horrocks. There it is. Chris very warm welcome. We'll come back to you in a second because there's a chance here, but a really good stop there on the line there that time from Laura Oxford.
Yeah, hi Jonathan, and hello to all of our viewers for this Women's Cup final and the culmination of our men's-women's series over the last, well, 6 tournaments effectively with the elite and development. A fantastic series.
We'll come on and talk about that a little bit in a second, Chris, actually, because it's been a compelling series, there's no doubt about that, culminating in a ridiculous final in the drop-off there in the men's competition that we just saw there between St Albans and Chester Cheetahs, and them coming through a semi-final drop-off as well. So it's been a fun afternoon, there's been no doubt about that. But so it's going to be a turnover there by Revolution. The Wigan Warriors will take it up. What is your overall impressions of the Development National Touch Series and the Elite National Touch Series as well? Because it seemed to be a fantastic success on and off the field.
It is. You can tell me who won that drop-off first in the
Yeah, St Albans it was.
So I was involved reffing a drop-off over on field 5, and I think
wow.
out of the last 5 fixtures we had 4 drop-offs. So I think it just shows that this level now, the games are so close. So many games going to drop off today.
Brihari goes over the top. Is that ball just a bit too high? It is. That's a shame for Elizabeth Davis, who just couldn't quite get onto that. But yeah, so St Albans winning the drop-off there over on that far side in the on pitch 5 as well. It's been drop-off city so far today.
Yeah, as I said, I think that's sort of this is a fantastic culmination, probably a fitting culmination for this season's men's and women's. We've had 6 superb tournaments, 3 elite, 3 development over the last 5 weekends really, or 3 weekends out of the 5, and finishing here at Oxford, fantastic setting. We love coming here. The team are superb for us, and that's a lovely scoop through there.
Who's a chance there? Is that going to be ball down? It is. So that was, I think it might have been Natasha Rose who was trying to get that ball through, or it might have been. Not quite sure, it might have been Ellie Pitcher.
I think it was Ellie Pitcher went through with the scoop and tried to give the offload, I think, but unfortunately ball to ground. And Wigan look like they're going to box now. They've done a couple of double set there, I think they did they?
Yeah, I think they did, yeah. So there'll be some tired legs out there early on as we hit the midway point of this first half. Wigan scoring the first couple of minutes of the game. Helen Ashby's try, the only difference between the sides as things stand. Revolution will win the overall title, we know that, but it's been amazing to see just how great this Wigan Warriors side have really stepped up. Plate winners in round 1, cup winners in round 2, and they're back again in the cup in round 3.
Yeah, really good. And they've got some new young players today, and I think the partnership between Wigan Touch Warriors and Wigan Warriors in League has helped both their men's and their women's teams. I was chatting to Steve Melling and his son Jordan Melling earlier on, who are both coaching Wigan today, and what they're achieving up there is just a really good example of how the partnership between the Rugby Football League and England Touch can work, and hopefully that will continue across the country.
Absolutely, it's great to see, and hello to all our viewers who are watching this on our league as well. Hope that you're enjoying this one, because this could be good fun, this, and it will be. Chance here though for the Revs to maybe try and level this game up here. 6 to go on their own 10-metre line, essentially a tap-off set here. Through the gap there. That time I think it might be Rebecca Hickman who was trying to go through on that one. Now here's Natasha Rose, and now if that lies, there's a picture, and fortunately there's going to be a penalty there for going over the mark. Appreciate we are watching the Dev final, the women's competition here, Chris, but attention must also be turning away to a couple of weekends time in June, the start of the mixed NTS. I bet you can't wait for that, as well as an England Touch rugby. Personally yourself and the whole team, the events team, I can't wait for it.
Yeah, absolutely. I think still this is a fantastic series, but a lot of clubs, they still have that mixed season as being the one to play for. That was what was first established in England and indeed throughout the world in terms of the signature club event, and we're certainly looking forward to, I think it's 3 weekends time when we move to Banbury, and we're at Banbury for 2 weeks and then Burton in between.
That will start in June. I believe it's on the 18th and 19th of June, and then the 2nd and 3rd of July, and then the final weekend on the 16th and 17th of July. And the Euros coming up at the start of August, and then the bank holiday weekend. The Nationals will be back. What a summer, and it's great to have it, and I've said this before, Chris, it's great to have it back to normal after 2 years where we couldn't really do it the way that we would have always done it. It's fantastic to be back.
It is. I think that the season that we've planned out this year with men's and women's first and in a defined period earlier on, and then moving into our mixed season and then the international window and then the nationals at the end, that was what we had planned in 2020. We kicked off, I think, back at Wasps Rugby Club in March, back in Sunbury, their training ground, March 2020, and it was the weekend before COVID hit, and we were just about to undertake what would have been very similar to what you're seeing today, and unfortunately we've been set back 2 years. I think for me it has been a superb season. I just want to put a shout out to the referees. We're blessed in this final with 3 fantastic referees in Robin, Jack and Leo. They are superb. They really epitomise the game. That's a turnover. I think they're just a turnover.
It is, yeah. So Wigan, yep. The referees have been doing a great job. Yourself as well, of course. Obviously refereeing a drop-off over on pitch 5, but you and the events team and Aisling and everybody else that's worked alongside you this weekend and the previous 3 weekends have deserved all the credit in the world, and it's a delight to be here on behalf of England Touch Rugby. Rihari trying to move this forward. It's Anna Dennis there. Back it comes to Rihari. Now an opportunity to get that out to Brown Williams. Still an opportunity here again for Hull-Salt. That's going to be the 6th touch. That's going to be the turnover.
Yeah, it's a bit of a stalemate I think at the moment. That 1-0 Wigan score, there's been a couple of chances, but probably half chances. We've not seen anything really close, I think, since I've arrived in that last, 5 or 6 minutes?
No, I don't think so. I think you've been the jinx at this moment in time, Chris.
Most probably. At least we got the score right. I think when we commentated yesterday, we got the score wrong at this time. So
chance here for Revs. Can they move that ball forward? It's a opportunity again. Pitcher was driving that ball forward, but it's going to be a touchdown. And a turnover, ball down. 30 seconds before the half, and as we said, these 2 teams are just feeding each other out a little bit. If this was 0-0, I'd be a bit worried actually. This might turn into a proper stalemate, but this has been really good so far. Can Wigan open up this defence a little bit more? Here's the opportunity again. Here's Mia Rainscoff. We saw her 2 weeks ago in Burton. Absolutely brilliant. Final play on the siren. Tell you what, they're trying to see if they can get it out the back there to Clayton. Still out, then comes to Annie Ainscough. Back to Mia Ainscough. There's the touch, I think. They are going to say there wasn't a touch on there. And a chance here. And they are going to say that was a penalty for a touch pass. So they will have to play one more before we go to half-time. The Wigan Warriors men are not particularly happy with that decision, but it looked to me as if there was a touch on there, Chris.
Yeah, I think so, and I think there could possibly have been a touch and pass the one before.
So, half-time, and we'll come back to this game in just a moment, but let's just round off a couple of bits and pieces. So, PFT beating London Eagles 6-0, makes PFT Men's National Touch Series Development Champions for 2022, and of course St Albans beating Chester Cheetahs in a drop-off 4-3. They love the drop-offs, do St Albans, it seems like. Bristol Jets are Women's Plate champions. They beat Cheltenham Tigers 3-2 in the Women's Plate final.
And that was a drop-off as well over on pitch 3, and I think they played about 6 minutes of drop-off, I understand, from the refs on that field.
Wow. That's mental, actually. Thames Valley Vikings beating 4-2 the Chester Cheetahs in the Women's 7th and 8th playoff. And also there on the men's 13 and 14th playoff, you were just saying there you were refereeing that one between Titans and Camelot Jesters, and how long did that drop off go on for?
That was another one for about 3.5 minutes to 4 minutes, and 17 scores between the Titans, which is several of our men's 45s England nationals team playing in the development competition to try and get some experience, and they nipped it at the end to dare I say a slightly younger Camelot side, but I think the experience of the men's 45s came through.
Great to see Camelot Jesters today. It's their first ever event in the Development National Touch Series. You saw them on the stream earlier on this morning. They seem that if they continue to play that way, they could really cause a few teams problems maybe coming away next year. Absolutely.
I think it's an example of what is a rugby group of lads who have picked up touch in their, dare we say, slightly later years, but when either later years or they've had an experience of an injury or something where they've decided to play a little bit of touch, and that the sports has been there to prolong people's game of rugby, and they've almost, I wouldn't say they've separated from the rugby club, but they're sort of fairly independent now as the Camelot Jesters, and hopefully we'll go on and play more competitions this year and next.
Yeah, so the 15th and 16th playoff, we don't know yet what that scores between Wigan and Nottingham Hoods, but a few of the Wigan side around here actually supporting their women's side, so we never know, we might be able to get that score before we leave the air tonight. Fingers crossed we will do. But as we said before, busy season of touch coming up. If you are going to be joining us on the 18th and 19th of June, we'll be at Banbury for the Mixed National Touch Series. 2nd and 3rd of July is going to be at Burton. the 16th and 17th. Again, back at Banbury. And that's going to be some fun, that will be.
It is, and we're expecting another 50 teams. And yeah, we've had these weekends peaking it. I think the biggest is 52 teams we've had one weekend, and that I think we could be up to 54 teams for one of the mixed competitions.
Shows you just the standard of touch rugby, and also the fact that it's been getting played so widely at the moment in time. It's fantastic. I mean, on a personal level, this is probably my final experience of touch this year, and I must say I've thoroughly enjoyed it. At that time, not enjoying the referee's call is the Revolution, and Robin Buddy's also not enjoying being talking back to.
Yeah, I think it's something we're really keen as a sport, and to keep that culture of respect the referees and fellow players and coaches and everybody in the game. But yeah, we want to make sure we keep out of the game that back chat and that behaviour. So yeah, Robin's rightly marching 10 metres down the field there.
Chance here for Mia Ainscough. There's a good ball there. Catherine Brown-Williams continues to move that ball forward, as does Rebecca Wilcock. Takes that ball up, and there's Annie Ainscough. Two Ainscoffs linking together like they did last weekend. Chance here for Ainscough, and that will be 6 touch, and that'll be a turnover. But again, this is a perfect opportunity. We always say this, Chris, 7 metres out, the opposite side to your team's sub-box. That's where you want to be if you do want to turn that ball over.
Absolutely, yeah. And as coaches, you teach your players to try and score. If you don't score, kill the ball in the corner, because it's really hard now for revs to get it across the field, make their subs, and get back up into an attacking position.
So chance here. Can they drive this ball on? It just didn't quite go to Laura Folston's hand there, did Revolution. And it will be a turnover. You've got to take opportunities like that if you're going to try and get through this Wigan Warriors side, who, apart from their first game this morning against the Cheltenham Tigers, have not conceded a try all day. 2 tries conceded all day. It's absolutely mental.
I mean, that is pretty good. And if you look at some of the scores, I think we've had a 10-0, we've had a 9-8, the one we just ref, where you've got that many scores, and some teams have not conceded at all, and that's just testament to how hard the players and the coaches have worked on defence this season.
So here come the Revolution. It is being televised, but will it result in a win?
Well, it'll be typical. We'll have another drop-off, I think, won't it? We'll just get a
Wouldn't
ref
mind
score,
that.
and then we'll see how it goes towards the end of the game.
Wouldn't mind that. We love a drop-off. Natasha Rose thinking about there. She's on the inside shoulder. Here's a chance here. Mirror's play breaks down. The Mirror's play breaks down. And Ellie Pitcher goes over for the score. Jack Harris said straight away that it was down, and he's happy with that. It's 1 apiece, and a really good move this time here, Chris, by the Revolution.
I'm trying to think whether I think that's Cara Edwards. That Cara scooping through there? I can't quite see.
But it is Ellie Pitcher who touches that ball down, and we are level at 1 apiece.
There we go. Is that drop-off we're hoping for again, Giles?
Hey, who cares about getting home tonight? Especially when the action's this exciting. Said Rahari will take this up here. Opportunity, you think, now for Wigan to try and score here from the tap-off. Brown-Williams. Rahari will just set the play up. They've got 2 touches to play with. Now, Brown-Williams back out to Rahari. Will this go wide? They will drift the defenders with them. That is a loss of control. Really good defensive set that time from Claire Rylance. And that will be a score. It feels like a score, at least, actually, probably for the Revolution, because they didn't concede straight away from the drop-off.
Yeah.
6 minutes to go.
And as we saw earlier, we just need to get Revs just need to get the ball down the field and try and keep possession for as long as they can down here, and then turn over the ball. Wigan and put them under pressure.
That's the first try that Wigan have conceded since 10:15 this morning. That is just insane defence. But when you have Jordan Melling as a coach, Chris, you're not surprised. He really is, works them hard, but more importantly, he works on that defence really, really hard in particular.
Yeah, absolutely. And he was, I think, here yesterday with the Wigan boys, and missing the Challenge Cup final for the benefit and the joy. And he's back here today, and I think epitomises the commitment he has to the sport of touch.
Still alive on the last chance here. Can they get this ball out the back? No, they can't. Drop ball anyway. As Natasha Rose is just trying to work something out there as we approach the midway point of this second half, and where would you rather be on a Sunday evening as the light starts to fade here in Oxford a little bit? The sun sets on this Development National Touch Series Championship. Revolution are guaranteed to win it, but the Wigan Warriors want to spoil the party, and they want to win their second straight cup competition. Won the plate in round 1. They've always won something when they've come here to an event this year. Clayton. Yeah, calls the touch, and that'll be that. In fact, actually, that's Lycia Evans' man with the nice defensive play there. But this is an opportunity again, Chris. We've seen how quickly they've managed to move that ball, even though it's going out wide. This is a big opportunity here now for Revolution to try and see if they can get a score and get in front.
Yeah, I think it's important just drive down the field. They lost the ball there. I think they just dropped it on the third.
Miscommunication between...
exactly what they didn't want. What they needed there was a hard drive, get up into the Wigan attacking zone, and then put Wigan back under pressure. So I think Wigan got a repeat set here. 4 minutes to play. They'll be looking to stay down here and get at least one, if not a couple of attacking sets in.
It's essentially a tap-off set for Wigan to continue to move it forward. Here's Mia Ainscough. That defence is offering absolutely nothing. It's a drop ball against Mia Ainscough. That defence is offering absolutely nothing. Both defences are offering absolutely nothing. Heavy touch call that time on Sadra Hari. So again, even though they're on the 10-metre line, their own 10-metre line, this is essentially a tap-off set for them here.
Yeah, they'll be really, very pleased, I think, to start from there. Having just lost the ball on the far side, not a couple of minutes ago, and they've got a set again.
3 minutes to go. Chance here is that Rebecca Hickman takes that ball up for him. Now that's the 5th and that's the last, and now his pitcher, she's looking to try and go through again. Will Mirrors break down? Pass! Is that a score? It is!
Yeah, it's a score, I think, is it?
That is, it's a score on the far side. And it's Shona Mackie that has maybe just given the Revolution the win.
We've got an injury, I think,
there
in
is
the
an
corner.
injury down there. Not quite sure who that is. Unfortunately, the view that we've got from our commentary position, I don't know if the camera can just move over to the left, because there is an injury on that far side.
Yeah, there is. I think it's almost off the corner of the pitch. They'll be looking to try and get this game going, I think, as soon as possible.
In fact, actually,
let the medical professionals deal with that and get the game going, which is what they have done. I think Leo started it.
Yeah.
Wigan will be keen to get back level, being 2-1 down now with only a couple to play.
2-1, 2 minutes to go. Revolution have scored 2 tries in the space of 3 minutes. Ainscough looking to try and level this back up. Pass out the back from Ainscough, just didn't quite go to hand. Revolution now have just got to be careful. They've just got to keep the ball and complete the sets. Got time, 90 seconds left to go for winning their second cup title, and that's a drop ball. Loss of possession.
Again, errors that as a coach, as a player, it's percentage game touches, and you want to you need to complete your sets, particularly when you're at this stage of the game.
90 seconds to go. Biggest moment of the day for Wigan. Looking to go back to back. Ainscough looking to go again. Here's Clayton back to Ainscough. What hands that was, but it still keeps it alive. They've been told to just chill there by the coach, Jordan Melling. It's India Holsall going to try and step across there. That's a nice move there. One more time. Will they just try and set this up now? Last touch. Could this be the last touch that Wigan will get attacking wise? Clayton will get the ball out to Rihari, and they're going to call that a touch pass. Yes, they are. And that surely, unless a mistake comes here from Revolution, is that.
It'll be amazing how slow this last 30 seconds is for Revolution. And
wow.
They've made the mistake straight away.
We just said about mistakes. They've got 30 seconds to try and find a way to score and take us to a drop-off. Hang on, was that a loss of control? It was.
And it's tiredness, isn't it? Yeah, when you get to this stage, you've had 6 game, hard work, bodies are tired, stopping and starting all day, and that's where the errors creep in.
Seconds remaining. Revolution are on the verge. And there it is. We asked whether the Revolution would be televised, and it has been. A second title in 3 weekends for Revolution. They were 1-0 down with about 6 or 7 minutes to go, Chris, and they've turned this one round, and an incredible turnaround, an incredible fixture played out between 2 incredible sides. The standard of women's touch rugby continues to impress, but it is Revolution who will become champions of Event 3 and champions overall.
Yeah, very good. Commiserations to Wigan. I think they've done a fantastic job this last 2 tournaments and should be very, very proud of themselves, as should the coaches. I think, yeah, a very young squad, and they've performed amicably again today and pushed Revs all the way. But Revs, I think, thoroughly deserve it over the whole series.
Chris Simon, thank you very, very much. And on behalf of us here, thank you very much indeed for your time throughout the weekend. It's been a genuine pleasure. We will see you a little bit later.
Thanks, Charlotte. Thank you, everybody.
So we will be hoping to see and speak to one of the Revolution team before we leave the air tonight. But let's just go through, hopefully we will tidy up all the rest of the results for you again before we leave the air tonight. But what a final that was. What a comeback from Revolution. Down 1-0 with 6 minutes to go. They turned it round quickly. And it is all through work of Ellie Pitcher. And now you can see that they're just running through their tunnel over on that far side. Look at how happy those women are, as they're happy as well for their entire side. And they will be celebrating as one of the team comes over, jogging over to join us here in the commentary box. So, as we say, I tell you what, Becky Hickman, get your breath back before you start talking to us. Congratulations. First of all, what a story. You were 1-0 down there with 6 minutes to go. They hadn't conceded a try since 10:30 this morning.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, and now Revolution, not just champions of this event, overall Women's National Touch Series champion. If you can, sum it up in words.
I don't even know what to say. I mean, we came in today knowing that it was possible, but it's almost something you kind of try not to think about. But we've just gone from strength to strength today, every single game. We played better and better, and although we knew we'd won before the final, we kind of almost even more motivated to get the second trophy. And this group, the improvement from last year is unreal.
1-0 down at half-time to turn that round and make it 2-1. As there we go, Claire Rylance adding a frothy bevy over of a choice. But you've had the opportunity there. You were 1-0 down at half-time. What was the chat there? Because as you said there, you'd already knew that you were champions, but you were so desperate to go and win that at that time. What was the turnaround happen? Why did it happen?
I think it was just we knew we could win. I think we felt like we, although we were 1-0 down, we felt like we were up. We felt, strong. And we just backed ourselves. We knew we could do it. The chat really was just keep going, stick to the process. We know we've got this game, and think how good it would be if we can win the final as well. So, and the girls just dug deep, and it was great.
Yeah, also as well, of course. I mean, what does the rest of the season hold for you? You're going to be involved in a mixed NTS as well, and that's a perfect opportunity for you to be able to go into that mixed NTS title and championships and try and get that momentum going for you and your team as well.
Yeah, massively. Our men have done really well as well over the last 3 tournaments, and we're all buzzing now for mixed because we see the players we've got, men and women, and it's going to be really exciting. We can't wait.
Are you excited as well potentially to be involved in the Elite Women's National Touch Series again next year? You're going to get promoted?
Yeah, I think that's the aim. I think we want to play Elite next year, so that's really exciting, and I think today just shows that we're more than ready to do it.
Last question, party to celebrate tonight? I know it's a school night for a lot of people.
Got work tomorrow.
Yeah.
I think a few drinks will be had tonight. I mean, a lot of our men have stayed as well to watch, so I'm sure there'll be some celebrations.
Becky Hickman, thank you very much for joining us.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Revolution Women's National Touch Series champions. Congratulations indeed. Thank you very much indeed to Becky. Thank you very, very much. we will go through some scores. Some biggest scores then. Oxford do beat London Eagles, and they will finish, I think that means they will finish tied with the Wigan Warriors for second. No, Oxford will finish second overall because they were 4 points behind. So there was that. So Oxford beating London Eagles 1-0 in that third and fourth place playoff. I think other games have actually gone to a drop-off. So I don't know how long it's going to be. I think we'll probably stay on there just for a couple of more minutes just to make sure that we get everything and see if we can get as many results to you as possible. But if we don't get them, don't forget that you can always look at them on the England Touch Rugby website. And we'll tell you actually the placings for the cup competitions then. Revolution, as you know, have won. Wigan Warriors coming second, Oxford third, and London Eagles fourth today, which means that Revolution are champions of the Women's National Touch Series. Oxford finished second and Wigan Warriors will finish third. In the plate competition, Bristol Jets have beaten the Cheltenham Tigers, so they'll take fifth. Thames Valley Vikings have come through as well to beat the Chester Cheetahs, 7th and 8th. But some other results are just coming through to us here. But as we said before, we will be leaving the area in just a couple of moments' time. So if you haven't heard how your team have finished off, then all you need to do is check out the England Touch Rugby website, and all the results will be on there. But what a dramatic day it has been in the Development National Touch Series. Chester Cheetahs and PFT came with high hopes of winning the event today, but it was a St Albans side that found their sparkle and managed to win two dramatic drop-offs to win the Men's National Touch Series Event 3. It makes Chester Cheetahs second overall, and PFT are the Men's National Touch Series Development Champions for 2022. Revolution were 1-0 down at half-time against the Wigan Warriors in the final. They'd already won the National Touch Series Championship for Development Competition for 2022. They managed to find their way, get back and win that 1-2-1 to take that. So congratulations to Revolution, to PFT on the overall championships, to Revolution and St Albans for this year's National Touch Event 3 wins. It's been a pleasure to bring you all the action across the days here at Oxford and also at Burton. Our mixed coverage begins on the 18th of June. We hope that you can join us for that. But from all of us here in the fading light at Oxford, as the sun sets on the Men's and Women's National Touch Series, the mixed comes next. We'll see you on the 18th of June. Bye-bye.